Chapter 1. A Terrible Secret. School was finished, and Mark had 4 cigarettes in his pocket. Other boys drank beer, and some tried drugs, but Mark just liked cigarettes. Now his little brother Ricky wanted his first smoke, and Mark felt terrible. The boys walked down a narrow path into the trees behind their home. Home was a trailer in a trailer park in Memphis, Tennessee. Mom wasn't back from work yet. Dad wasn't there either. Mom left him 5 years ago because he was always drunk and often violent. Now Mark seemed like Ricky's father, an 11-year-old father. He taught Ricky to play football, to ride a bike, and everything he knew about sex, but he didn't want to teach him to smoke. "Sit there," said Mark when they reached his secret hiding place, "and let's hear the rules again." Ricky knew them both. "If I tell anyone, you'll hit me." "That's right." "And I can smoke only 1 a day." "That's right. If I catch you smoking more, or if you start drinking beer, you'll hit me harder." "Right," said Mark. "Now, watch me. It's really easy." Ricky was soon busy blowing smoke like a man. Mark sat next to him and lit another cigarette. "I was 9 when I started," he said. "You're only 8. You're too young." Ricky didn't answer. He was listening to something. Then Mark heard it too, and they stopped smoking. "Just sit still," Mark said softly. Through the trees, they could see an old road which nobody used anymore. A long black car appeared on the road and came slowly across the rough ground. It made a circle, then stopped. Soon the engine stopped too. Hidden in the long grass behind the car, the boys watched the car. After a few minutes, a fat man got out. "What's he doing?" Ricky whispered. The man had a rubber tube. He put one end into the tailpipe of the car, and the other end through a window. He got into the car, closed the window as tight as he could, and started the engine again. "He's trying to kill himself," said Mark. "I saw a man do it like this in a film once." "How long does it take?" "Not very long," said Mark, "but I'm going to stop him." Mark crawled to the car, pulled away the tube, and crawled back. "Quick, let's get out of here," said Ricky. Suddenly the man got out of the car again. He had a bottle of whiskey and a gun, and he was crying. "Let's get out of here," said Ricky again, urgently. Mark watched quietly. The man looked at the tube. He looked around. Then he put the tube back into the tailpipe. He got back into the car with his whiskey. "Mark, please, let's go," said Ricky, and began to cry. "I'll try one more time," said Mark. Ricky watched his brother crawl forward again, and then the man saw Mark. He fell out of the car and grabbed him. "You little—" he shouted as he hit Mark. "Get into the car!" Ricky, in shock and fear, wet himself. The man pushed Mark into the car and hit him again. Then he laughed. "My name's Jerome Clifford. Romy to my friends. What's yours?" "Mark," said Mark. Romy laughed. "Here," he said. "Take the whiskey, son. Let's die together." Mark took the bottle and pretended to drink. He smelled gas. He looked at the gun on the seat. "We'll be dead in 5 minutes," said the man. Mark looked in the mirror and saw Ricky crawling towards the back of the car. "Why are you doing this?" he asked. "Give me the whiskey," said the man. Mark looked at the man. If he gets drunk, he might go to sleep, he thought. He passed the whiskey. "It's because of the body," said the man. "It's at my house. I'm a lawyer. My client killed a senator. The FBI is looking everywhere for his body, and my client hid it in my garage. Can you believe it? Right there, under my boat." Mark smelled the air again. No gas now, thanks to Ricky. "Who's your client, Romy?" he asked. "Bury the blade," said Romy. "He's a member of the Mafia in New Orleans. Now he wants to kill me because I know about the body. But he can't, because the gas will kill us first." He laughed and drank more whiskey. Soon he was drunk and asleep. Mark gently opened the car door and ran to where Ricky was hiding. "I pulled the tube out," said Ricky in a high voice. Mark lit a cigarette and watched the car. Suddenly, the door fell open, and the lawyer came out with the gun in his hand. He saw the tube and started screaming. His wild red eyes looked round for Mark, but Mark was well hidden in the long grass. Then he stood still, put the gun in his mouth, closed his eyes, and fired. Ricky made a low noise, like an animal in pain, and ran. Mark looked at the dead man and thought, "Here's trouble." He followed Ricky home. When he got there, he called 911 for the police. He knew that every 911 call was recorded. "There's a body on the old road behind Tucker Trailer Park on Highway 17, he said. "We need your name, son." Mark said nothing and put the phone down. Chapter 2. In Trouble with the Cops. Ricky was sick. He seemed to be crying, but there were no tears. His skin was cold and wet. His thumb was in his mouth. His eyes were open and his body was shaking. Mark was worried. He remembered a television program about some kids who saw a horrible accident. After that, their thumbs were in their mouths, like babies, for a year. "Mark," said his mother, "how did you cut your face?" Mark didn't want to lie to his mother, but he didn't want to tell her about the man with the gun either. "It's a long story, Mom," he said. Diane sighed and bit her nails. They were sitting in a small room in St. Peter's Hospital. She lit a cigarette and watched her younger son. When she got home from work and saw Ricky, she had called the family doctor. He had called an ambulance immediately. Now they were waiting for a hospital doctor to look at Ricky. It was past supper time, and Mark was restless. He opened the door. "I'll go and get us a hamburger, Mom," he said. Mark stepped outside the room, and a hand grabbed him. He looked up into the face of a cop. "Mark Sway?" asked the cop. Mark nodded. "We've found the body," said the cop. "What body?" said Mark. Come on, Mark. We know you live in Tucker Trailer Park. You made the call, didn't you? Mark wanted to lie, but he said, "Yes, sir." "Well, Mark, let's go and get those hamburgers," said the cop, and he took Mark down to the hospital cafe. "How did you find the body, Mark?" "My brother and I were playing in the trees." "Did you take any drugs?" "No, sir." "But you were smoking," said the cop. "We found your dead cigarettes. Stay away from drugs, son." "Yes, sir." "Did you see the man before he shot himself?" "No, sir." "So you just found him dead. Have you ever seen a dead body before?" "Only on TV." The cop smiled. Kids saw everything on television these days. "What happened to your face?" he asked. "I got in a fight at school. The other kid started it." "The other kid always does. What's his name?" "You don't know him," said Mark. "Well, I might want to talk to him," said the cop. "Now tell me, why didn't you give your name to 911? "I don't know." "Come on, Mark. You must know why." "I don't know. Afraid, I guess." Mark tried to look very young and innocent. "Do you think I'm lying?" "I don't know, kid. Your story is full of holes," said the cop. "I think you were there, smoking, in the trees, and I think you saw the whole thing. That's why your brother's in shock, isn't it? That's why you're afraid." Mark's heart stopped, and his blood ran cold. He tried to seem calm. His hands were shaking, so he sat on them. Things were happening too fast. Could he go to prison? Could Ricky go mad? He needed time to think. "Eat your food now," said the cop. "We'd better get back to your mom. You can bring your Coke with you." Chapter 3. Evidence. News of Jerome Clifford's death traveled fast to the Mafia in New Orleans. His client, Barry Muldanno, was not sorry, but he was worried. Barry the Blade, or simply the Blade as he liked to be called, wore shiny suits and a lot of gold. Barry enjoyed a fast life and liked people to be afraid of him. His lawyer certainly was, and that's why he killed himself. Barry liked to spend hours on his long black hair. His face was often in the newspapers these days because of the trial. He had killed a senator, and his trial for murder was to take place in 4 weeks. Barry was not worried about the trial, because nobody could find the senator's body. Without the body, who could prove a murder? Jerome Clifford was a good Mafia lawyer, but Barry had frightened him. He told Romy where the body was hidden. He told him the body was under Romy's own boat, in his own garage. What a joke. But then Romy had disappeared, and now he was dead. Barry needed a new lawyer quickly. Roy Foltrigg also knew about the death, and was already on his way to Memphis to find out more. He hated flying, so his car was fitted with phones and television and even a fax machine. He had a driver, too, so that he could work as he traveled. He hoped to arrive in Memphis by midnight. Foltrigg was a U.S. government lawyer. His job was to prove that Barry Muldanno killed the senator. But where was the body? Maybe there would be some evidence in Memphis. Maybe Clifford had known something. Said something. Another man wanted to know more about Jerome Clifford's death, too. He was a crime reporter who worked on the Memphis Press. He wanted a story for the morning newspaper, and he didn't care how he got it. Slick Moeller's real name was Alfred, but nobody knew it. Everyone called him Slick. Crime was his life. He knew everyone, talked to everyone, and never named anyone who trusted him with secrets. He often knew about a crime before the cops. He knew them all and drank coffee with them in all-night coffee bars. He had spent the morning at their head office, and now he was in St. Peter's Hospital. Slick knew there was something interesting about this death. He knew Clifford was Barry Maldondo's lawyer. He knew Roy Foltrig was coming to town. He knew about the two boys, and that one of them was in shock. And he knew some things that Mark didn't know. Jerome Clifford had left a note which nobody could read, and there were strange fingerprints on his whiskey bottle. The FBI now controlled the case. Two FBI detectives waited for Roy Foltrig. One was Jason McThune, FBI Memphis, and the other was Larry Truman, FBI New Orleans. They had the dead man's car and all the other evidence. They knew someone had been in the car with Jerome Clifford because there were fingerprints on the whiskey bottle. "Whose are they?" said Truman. "Maybe the kids," said McThune. "How can we check?" "I'll get you his Coke bottle," said one of the cops. "You can check that." Chapter 4. Lawyers and FBI Men. Mark was a thinker and a worrier. When he couldn't sleep, he went for long, secret walks. It started when his mother and father were fighting. He wore dark clothes and left the trailer to move like a thief through the night. He saw lovers, and he saw crime. He learned much, but he never told. He loved to sit on the hill above the trailer park and enjoy a quiet smoke. He was glad to find peace when he got home. Now his mother and his brother were asleep in the hospital room, but Mark was still awake. He watched them sleep for 20 minutes, and then got bored. He was not afraid of strange places. He quietly covered his mother with a blanket and left the room. The hall was quiet and empty. He took the lift down to the cafe. There were two people at one of the tables. One was in a wheelchair. The other was offering him a white card. "My name's Gil Teal," he said with a big smile. "Did you have an accident? Maybe I can help you." The other man didn't smile. "Road accident," he said. "2 broken legs." Mark could see he was in pain. "Well," said Gil Teal, "I'm a lawyer, and maybe you have a case. Who hit you?" The other man looked at the lawyer carefully. "It was an Exxon lorry," he said. "He didn't stop at a red light." "Great," said Gil Teal. "I've got money from Exxon before. What have you got? 2 broken legs? I can get you $600,000 for that." "I talked to another lawyer today. He said he could get me $1 million. "He's lying," said Gil Teal. "Trust me. But maybe we can get more. Are you married? Have you got kids?" "3 kids," said the man. He looked tired. "Great," said Gil Teal. "For a family, we can get more. $500 a month until you get back to work. Look, choose me, and you'll get the best. I promise." "I'll think about it," said the man. "Can I call you tomorrow?" said the lawyer. "No," said the man. "I said I'd think about it." Gil Teal got up. "Okay," he said. "You think about it. You've got my card." He shook hands and left. The man in the wheelchair pushed himself away, leaving the card on the table. When he had gone, Mark took the card. He looked at the name and the address. He put the card in his pocket and sat back to watch the television. Roy Foltrigg liked to be on television. He really enjoyed those moments when the cameras were waiting for him. Just at the right moment, he would arrive, walking quickly, holding his hand up like a very important man who would love to answer questions but just didn't have the time. He spent many pleasant moments watching videos of himself arriving at important places. Tonight, however, there were no cameras, and no reporters when he arrived at the FBI offices in Memphis. It was after midnight. Jason McThune and Larry Truman introduced themselves. There was only one chair, and Foltrigg took it. McThune explained the facts quickly. He told Foltrigg about finding the car, what was in it, the gun, the time of death, and about Mark Sway. "Mark and his younger brother found the body and told the police. They live about half a mile away in a trailer park. The younger kid is in hospital now. He's in shock. His mother, Diane, is with him, and Mark is there too. He's lying." "What's he lying about?" asked Foltrigg. "He says he arrived after Clifford shot himself, but we don't believe him," said McThune. "First, his fingerprints are all over the car, inside and out. They're on Jerome's whiskey bottle, and they're on the tailpipe, too." "How did you check his prints?" asked Foltrigg. "Off a bottle of Coke he drank tonight," said McThune. "Next, we found 3 cigarettes near the car. We think the boys were having a quiet smoke when Clifford arrived. They hid and watched him. Maybe they pulled his tube from the tailpipe. We're not sure, and the kids aren't telling. The little boy can't talk just now, but we're sure Mark is lying." "What about Clifford?" asked Foltrigg. "We checked his blood," continued McThune. "He was drunk, and full of drugs, too. We can't know what he was thinking. We know he left New Orleans in the morning, and we think he bought the gun here in Memphis." "Why Memphis?" "He was born here," said McThune. "Maybe he wanted to die where he was born. He left a note," he added, picking up a piece of paper. "It tells his secretary what to do after his death. We couldn't find the pen that wrote it." Foltrigg took it from him and read it. "What's this at the bottom?" he asked. "The ink is different. It says, 'Mark, where are—' but I can't read the rest." "Right," said McThune. "We can't read that bit either. We found the second pen in the car, so maybe Clifford used it there, but he was too drunk to write clearly." Foltrigg listened with his mouth open. "So what does it mean?" he asked. "There's no Mark in Clifford's family," said McThune. "We checked. So we think the note is for Mark Sway. But how did he know Mark's name unless he talked to him." "Why would the kid lie?" "Because he's afraid," said McThune. "We think he was in the car. We think he and Clifford talked about something. At some point, the kid left the car. Clifford tried to add something to the note and then shot himself." Foltrig's mouth was open again. "Maybe the kid's afraid because Clifford told him something he doesn't need to know," finished McThune. Foltrig shut his mouth, put the note on the desk, and cleared his throat. "Have you talked to the kid?" he asked. "Not yet," said McThune. "We'll do that first thing in the morning. We'd like to talk to his little brother, too, but we'll have to ask his doctor." "I'd like to be there," said Foltrig, thinking about the body. "We must know everything Mark Sway knows." Chapter 5. In the Hospital. Mark was asleep in front of the television when a nurse found him next morning. She gave him some orange juice and took him to Ricky's room. "Dr. Greenway is here," she said, "and he wants to see you." Diane looked tired. She stood at the foot of Ricky's bed, and her hands were shaking. Mark stood next to her, and she put her arm on his shoulder. They watched as the doctor touched Ricky's head and spoke to him. Ricky's eyes were closed. "He doesn't hear you, Doctor," Diane said finally. She didn't like the way Greenway was using baby talk. Greenway continued touching and talking. Diane had tears in her eyes. Mark smelled fresh soap and noticed her hair was wet. She had changed her clothes, too, but there was no makeup. Greenway stood straight. "A very bad case," he said, staring at Ricky's closed eyes. "What's next?" said Diane. "We wait," said the doctor. "He'll wake up, and when he does, it's very important that you are in this room. He must see his mother when he opens his eyes. Do you understand?" "I'm not leaving," said Diane. Greenway looked at Mark. "You can come and go a bit, but it's best if you stay here as much as possible, too." Mark nodded his head, but he knew he would get bored. "Have you seen cases like this before?" asked Diane. Greenway looked at Ricky and decided to tell the truth. He shook his head. "Not quite this bad," he said. "But I'm not worried. Ricky will be all right. It'll just take some time." He took a card and a newspaper from his bag. "Here's my phone number," he said. "If Ricky wakes up, tell the nurses and they'll call me immediately. Okay?" Diane took the card and nodded. Greenway opened the newspaper. "Have you seen this?" he asked. "No," she answered. "Well, you better read it. It's about Mr. Clifford." Mark looked at the paper and saw a big photo of Romy. Underneath the photo he read, "Mafia lawyer shoots himself." The word mafia jumped at Mark, and suddenly he felt sick. Greenway leaned forward and spoke softly to Diane. "It seems that Mr. Clifford was a well-known lawyer in New Orleans. He was working on a murder case. The police and the FBI are downstairs. They want to talk to Mark." "Why?" asked Diane. "It's a big case. The murdered man was a senator. You'll understand more when you read this story. Then you can talk to them." "No," said Mark suddenly. Diane and Greenway looked at him. "I don't want to talk to them," said Mark. I might get like Ricky if I have to talk about it," he added. "Keep them away for now," said Diane. "All right," said the doctor. "I'll keep them away until 12. Now, don't worry. Just stay by this bed until I come back." Greenway left. Diane ran to the bathroom with the newspaper and lit a cigarette. Mark turned on the television by Ricky's bed and found the news program. Nothing but weather and sports. Diane came back into the room. "Clifford's client killed a United States senator," she said slowly. "I wonder why he did that," said Mark, because he could think of nothing different to say. "It says Jerome Clifford worked for the New Orleans Mafia, and they think his client is a member." Mark had seen film about the Mafia on television. His heart jumped, and he felt pains in his stomach. "I'm hungry, Mom. Are you hungry?" "Why didn't you tell me the truth, Mark?" "I'm sorry, Mom. I planned to tell you when we were alone." Diane looked sad and tired. "You never lie to me, Mark." "I'm really hungry, Mom. Can we talk about this later? Give me some money, and I'll run down to the cafe and get us something to eat. Don't you want some coffee?" Luckily, Diane wasn't ready for a serious talk yet. She opened her purse and gave him $5. Mark took the money and put it in his pocket. "You know where the cafe is?" asked Diane. He nodded. "Be careful," she said, and sat down again to watch Ricky. Mark left the room. He needed time to think. Chapter 6. Reggie Love. As Mark ate his breakfast in the cafe, he looked at Gil Teal's card. He knew what he needed to do. He took some coffee back to his mother and gave her a kiss. "I'm going to look around the hospital for a bit," he told her, and left the room again. He asked the nurses for a phone book and looked at the city map. Gil Teal's office was not far away. Then he went downstairs again and left the hospital by a back door. Mark walked quickly. It was Tuesday, and he was the only kid on the street. He didn't want anyone to ask why he wasn't at school. Gil Teal's building was old and very tall. He entered the lift with a crowd of others and went to the 3rd floor. When he got out, he was in a long hall with a lot of doors. He tried to walk calmly, looking at the names on the doors. They were all lawyers, but he wanted Gil Teal. At the end of the hall, he found the right door. The words, "Gil Teal, the People's Lawyer," were painted on it. 3 people waited by the door. Mark entered the office. It was crowded with sad, sick people, just like the hospital. Mr. Teal certainly had a lot of clients. "What do you want?" said someone rudely. Mark answered softly, "I'd like to see Mr. Teal." "Does he know you?" "No, ma'am." "Did you have an accident?" "No, ma'am." Well, you're in the wrong place. Why do you need a lawyer? It's private, said Mark. Look, kid, you see all these people? They're all waiting to see Mr. Teal. He's a very busy man, and he only takes accident cases. Okay, said Mark. He was glad to leave the crowded office. He took the stairs and walked around the second floor. More lawyers. He passed a few of them in the hall. They were too busy to notice him. Suddenly, he saw a policeman coming towards him. The next door had Reggie Love, lawyer, painted on it in small letters. Mark quickly opened the door and stepped inside. There was a glass table, some magazines, soft music, and 3 chairs, and nobody waiting. A young man with a tie but no jacket sat behind a desk. "May I help you?" he said quite pleasantly. "I'd like to see a lawyer." "Aren't you a bit young?" "Yes, but I'm having some problems. Are you Mr. Love?" "No, I'm Clint. I'm Reggie's secretary." "Then I need to see Reggie," said Mark. "What's your name?" asked the secretary. "Mark Sway." "Are you in trouble, Mark?" "Yes." "What type of trouble? You need to tell me a little bit about it, or Reggie won't talk to you." "Well," said Mark, "I have to talk to the FBI at 12, and I think I need a lawyer." This was good enough. Clint went away for a moment, then came back. He took Mark to the lawyer's office. "This is Mark Sway," he said. "Hello, Mark," said the lawyer. "I'm Reggie Love." Mark looked at the lawyer in surprise. Reggie Love was a woman. Chapter 7. Lawyer and Client. Reggie Love was 52 years old, and had been a lawyer for only 5 years. The first thing that Mark noticed about her was her hair. It was gray, and very short, shorter than his. Her eyes were green, and she wore round black glasses. Her dress was black too. She put out her hand, and Mark shook it. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked him. "No, ma'am." She crossed her legs. "Mark Sway, right? Please don't call me ma'am. I'm old enough to be your grandmother. But you can call me Reggie, okay?" "Okay." "How old are you, Mark? Tell me a little about yourself." "I'm 11. I go to school at Willow Road." "Now, why aren't you in school this morning, Mark?" "It's a long story." "Clint said that you have to meet the FBI at 12 today. Is this true?" "Yes," said Mark. "They want to ask me some questions at the hospital." "The hospital?" She took out a piece of paper and a pen. "It's part of the long story. Can I ask you something, Reggie?" It was strange calling this lady by a man's name. "Sure," she said with a smile. "If I tell you something, will you ever repeat it?" "Of course not." "Never?" "Only if you tell me I can repeat it. Talking with a lawyer is like talking to your doctor. What we say is secret and held in trust. Do you understand?" What if I tell you something that no one but me knows? I can't repeat it. Something the police really want to know? I can't repeat it, she said again. Any more questions? Yes. Where did you get the name Reggie? My name used to be Regina. I was married to a doctor. Then all sorts of bad things happened and my husband left me. I changed my name to Reggie and became a lawyer. My father left my mother. Oh, I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. My brother and I were really happy about it. He drank a lot and hit us. He hit Mom, too. Me and Ricky always hated him. Ricky's your brother? Yes, he's the one in hospital. What's the matter with him? It's part of the long story. Would you like to tell me this story? Mark was silent. He wasn't ready to talk yet. Are you afraid, Mark? A bit. One person is dead, one is in the hospital. The police and the FBI want to talk to me. Look, Mark, she said. First, you have to pay me something, and then I'm your lawyer. I guess you don't have much money, do you? Mark pulled $1 from his pocket and handed it to her. This is all I've got. She put the $1 on the desk and said, Okay, now I'm the lawyer and you're the client. Let's hear the story. Mark took a long breath and looked at the floor. He told her about Ricky and the cigarettes and the car and the man. Reggie asked questions and wrote everything down. Mark told her everything except what Romy had said about the body. An hour after they started, Reggie took a break. Clint brought a newspaper and she read the story twice. Then she read her notes again. Mark walked around the office as she read. His lawyer looked very worried, and he nearly felt sorry for her. He really liked her. He sat down again. What are you afraid of, Mark? She said at last. Lots of things. I've lied to the police, and I think they know it. My little brother's very sick because of me. I haven't told the truth to his doctor either. I don't know what to do, and that's why I'm here. What should I do? Reggie said thoughtfully. Have you told me everything? Almost. Have you lied to me? No. Do you know where the body is? I think so. I know what Jerome Clifford told me. Do you want to tell me where it is? She asked slowly. I'm not sure, said Mark. I'm afraid to tell. I don't want anyone to know that I know about the body. Romy told me his client kills people. He's in the Mafia. And if he thinks I know the secret, he'll want to kill me too. But the cops and the FBI want to talk to me. Do you think I should tell them? Reggie stood and walked slowly to the window. She wasn't sure. Mark was safe now, but would he be safe if he told? Let's do this, Mark. Don't tell me where the body is. Maybe later, but not now. And let's meet with the FBI and listen to them. You don't have to say a word. I'll do the talking. And after that, we'll decide what to do next." "Sounds good to me." "Okay," said Reggie. "Please call your mother and tell her we're coming." She checked her watch and put more paper in her bag. "I'm ready," she said. But she looked nervous. Chapter 8. The Interview. What Mark saw in the hospital room frightened him at first. Diane was in the bed, holding Ricky and kissing his head. He was moving and making strange noises. His eyes were open, then shut. "It's okay, baby," said Diane again and again. "It's okay. Mommy's here. Mommy's here." Greenway stood close by. A nurse was on the other side of the bed. No one noticed Mark as he came in. Reggie was waiting outside. It was almost 12, and clearly nobody was thinking of the meeting with the FBI. Ricky opened his eyes again and seemed to notice his mother. She kissed him again and smiled through her tears. "He woke up about 2 hours ago," the doctor explained. "But he's not talking yet." Mark was glad about that. He didn't want Ricky to start talking about Clifford. Not yet. "Is he going to be okay?" he asked. "I think so," said the doctor, "but it'll take time. Where's the rest of your family? Your mother needs help." "There's only us," said Mark. "What about the FBI?" "She can't talk to them now," said Greenway. "But they're waiting for you. They said it's serious." "It's okay," said Mark. "I'm ready for them. I've got us a lawyer." "A lawyer?" said Greenway, surprised. "How's that?" "I found her this morning," said Mark proudly. "Don't worry. You take care of Ricky and Mom, and me and the lawyer'll take care of the FBI." Reggie found an empty room. They were 10 minutes late for the meeting, but she wanted to do something first. "Pull up your shirt," she said quickly. She opened her bag and took out a small black recorder. She checked the recorder and tied it to Mark's waist. Mark pulled down his shirt. "Perfect," said Reggie. "Let's go down." The meeting was on the second floor, in room 28. Reggie checked the recorder again and turned it on. "Now, go," she said. "I'll wait out here. Just remember what I told you." Mark took a deep breath and knocked on the door. "Come in," someone said. He stepped inside and closed the door. 3 men faced him. They were not smiling. "You must be Mark," said one. "Where's your mother?" "Who are you?" said Mark. Truman and McThune introduced themselves. Foltrig stayed silent. "Have a seat, Mark," said Truman. "Well, Mark, we really wanted to see your mother, too." "She's with my brother," said Mark. "She can't come today. Maybe this can wait until she can come." "No, Mark, we really need to talk now. Let's talk a few minutes, just us and you. Are you nervous?" "A little," said Mark. "What do you want?" We want to ask you some questions about yesterday. Do I need a lawyer? The detectives looked at each other in surprise. Of course not. It's just a few questions, that's all. I already talked to a cop, said Mark. Last night. We're not cops, said McThune. We're FBI. That's why I'm nervous. Maybe I do need a lawyer. What for? To protect my rights? The men smiled at each other. You've been watching too much TV, kid, said McThune. You don't need a lawyer. Well, can't we wait until my mother can be here? They smiled again. Not really, Mark. We can wait if we have to. But you're a clever kid, and we're in a hurry. We just have a few questions for you. Okay, said Mark. If I have to. Right. First, was Jerome Clifford already dead when you and Ricky found the car yesterday? Do I have to answer the question? Yes. We need to know the truth, Mark. What happens if I don't answer? Oh, lots of things. We could take you down to our office and ask some really hard questions. Could my mother get into trouble? Maybe. What kind of trouble? Now the men began to look nervous. They knew they shouldn't talk to children without first talking to their parents, but they kept trying. Mark, if a person knows about a crime and doesn't tell the police or the FBI, they might be punished. You know? Go to prison or something like that. So, if I don't answer your questions, me and Mom might go to prison? The men looked at each other again. Why don't you want to answer the question, Mark? Are you hiding something? I'm just afraid, said Mark. I'm just 11 years old, and you're the FBI, and my mom's not here. Truman sat forward and looked serious. Mark, was Jerome Clifford already dead when you and Ricky found him? I need to go to the bathroom, said Mark, and got up. Okay, Mark, take 5 minutes. We'll wait. Mark left the room and closed the door behind him. The men waited patiently. They knew Mark would talk, but when the door opened again, it wasn't Mark. They stood up in surprise. Keep your seats, said the lady who walked in. Who are you? One asked rudely. We're in a meeting. I'm Reggie Love, she said. I'm Mark Sway's lawyer. The men looked shocked and sat down again. Now, said Reggie, did you try to talk to my client when his mother wasn't with him? No, said Truman. But he tells me you did. He came here alone, said McThune quickly. We were just having a friendly talk while we waited for her. Did you tell Mark he should talk to a lawyer? We maybe joked about that, said McThune. Mark didn't ask you if he needed a lawyer? They shook their heads. Did you advise him of his rights? Well, of course not. He's not a criminal, he's just a kid. Reggie slowly opened her bag and took out the black recorder. It's all here, boys, she said. Do you want to hear it? You tried to question him without his mother present. You told him he didn't need a lawyer. You didn't tell him his rights, and you said he might go to prison." The room was silent. "Well, boys, from now on, I want the truth from you," she said. "Now tell me what you want to know from my client." They told her. "I see," said Reggie. "You boys really need the body, don't you? And you think Mark can help. Well, I'll talk to him some more, and I'll meet you in my office around 3. "Thank you, Ms. Love," said McThune politely. "It's Reggie," said Reggie. "Just call me Reggie." Chapter 9. The Reporter. Barry Muldanno was pleased with his new lawyer. He was clever, and he was quick. When the lawyer showed him a copy of the Memphis newspaper, Barry went to see his Uncle Johnny. Johnny was head of the Mafia in New Orleans, and it was time for Barry to explain a few things. First, he explained about the senator's body. Uncle Johnny was not amused. Then he explained about telling Jerome Clifford. "So what?" said Johnny. "Clifford's dead now." Then Barry explained about the 2 boys who found him. "What if Romy told them about the body?" said Barry. Uncle Johnny became angry. "You've done a stupid thing, Barry," he said. "Now, what are you going to do about it?" "I need to send a killer to Memphis," said the Blade. "You're going to kill the boys?" asked his uncle. "Maybe yes, maybe no," said Barry. "First, we need to know if they know something." "Send Gronky," said his uncle. Back in Memphis, Slick Moeller was pleased with his work. The morning newspaper carried his first story about Clifford's death. Now he wanted more news. Slick walked around the hospital looking for people who would talk to him. He found a cleaner. The cleaner was pleased to talk to a reporter and told him which room the boys were in. He also told him the police had been there. "The FBI have been here all day, too," said the cleaner. "And now the family's got a lawyer. Reggie is someone. Don't know his other name." Slick waited near Ricky's room until Mark came out. "How's your brother?" he asked in a friendly way. "He's doing great," said Mark. "Who are you?" "I'm a reporter," said Slick. "I'm working on a story about Clifford. The cops say you know more about it than you're telling." "When's the story coming out?" asked Mark. "Maybe tomorrow," said Slick. Mark felt sick. "I'm not answering any questions." "That's fine," said Slick, and walked away. Mark sat down in a quiet corner and began to cry. Ricky was quiet again. His thumb was back in his mouth, and his eyes were closed. Diane turned as Mark came into the room. "Who's this lawyer, Mark?" she asked. "Why do we need her?" "I'm frightened, Mom. There are cops all over the place, and the FBI, and now there are reporters wanting to talk to me. We need a lawyer." "Lawyers don't work for nothing, Mark." "Don't worry, Mom. I paid her $1. "She's working for $1? She must be a great lawyer. What has she done so far?" "She met the FBI today, and she's meeting them again now. She's coming to talk to you tonight." "Mom, I need to tell you some things about me and Ricky. And Mark told Diane what he and Ricky had seen. That's why Ricky's in shock, said Mark. Will you explain to Dr. Greenway? It might help him to help Ricky. Okay, said Diane. You've done nothing wrong trying to help that man. But why did you lie to the doctor? Tell him I only just remembered, said Mark. Tell him I was in shock, too, a bit like Ricky. But now I remember. I'll tell him, said Diane. Chapter 10. The Mafia Arrive. The photos in Wednesday's newspaper were from the Willow Road school book. They were a year old, but they were the best Slick could find. Under the photos were their names: Mark Sway, Ricky Sway. The story told more about Clifford's death and said Ricky was in shock at St. Peter's Hospital. The story also said a lot about Mark: how he called 911 but didn't give his name, about his fingerprints in the car, and about the FBI wanting to talk to him. "You're famous," said a nurse, giving Mark the newspaper. "What is it?" said Mark, suddenly seeing his own face. He read the story slowly. This is bad, he thought. Now the Mafia knows where to find me. Mark was on his way to the cafe for breakfast. He gave the paper back and walked to the lift. The door opened, and he stepped in. It was empty. It was still early. At floor number 8, the lift stopped, and a man stepped in. He wore a white coat and jeans. Mark didn't look at him. He was tired of meeting new people. The door closed, and suddenly the man grabbed Mark. He had a knife. He pushed his horrible face near Mark's. "Listen to me, Mark Sway," he said. "I don't know what Jerome Clifford told you, but if you repeat a single word of it, even to your lawyer, I'll kill you. And I'll kill your mother and your little brother." Gronky was doing his job well. Mark was white with fear. "I know where you live," continued the man, "and I know where you go to school. You can't escape me. Understand?" Mark's eyes were suddenly wet. He nodded. Yes, yes, yes. The lift was stopping again. "And if you tell anyone about me, I'll get you," said the man. And he disappeared. Reggie reached her office at 9. Clint made her a cup of coffee and gave her the morning newspaper. "Coffee's excellent," she said, as she opened the paper and saw Mark's picture. Suddenly, Mark himself was in the room, wet from the rain and out of breath. "What's the matter, Mark?" she asked. "How's Ricky?" "He's okay," said Mark. "Have you seen today's paper?" "I've just read it," she said. "Does it worry you?" "Of course it does." Clint came into the room with a hot drink for Mark. Mark thanked him and warmed his hands on the cup. "Are you ready to meet the FBI at 10? Asked Reggie. "I'm not sure I want to talk to them." "Okay, you don't have to. You look frightened. Why?" "What would happen to me if I never told anyone what I know?" "You've told me." "Yes, but you're my lawyer, and I haven't told you everything. Not where the body is, I know, Mark. So, what happens if I never tell? Reggie had been thinking about this all night, but she still had no answer. Yesterday afternoon, when she met Foltrig, she saw that he would try everything possible to get Mark to talk. A lie could save Mark. One simple lie. But she was a lawyer, and she could not advise him to lie. Poor kid. I think they'll try to make you talk, she said at last. It's very rare, but I think the law can make you tell what you know to a judge. And if I refuse? Good question, Mark. If you were an adult, you could go to prison. I don't know what they'd do with a child, but if you lie to the judge, you could be in big trouble. If I tell the truth, I'm in bigger trouble. Why? Mark didn't answer. Mark, at the hospital last night, you told me you were ready to talk to the FBI and tell them your story. Now you've changed your mind. Why? What's happened? Mark gently put his cup on the table, covered his face, and began to cry. Until 10 o'clock, Roy Foltrig was in an excellent mood. All yesterday afternoon, his men had been finding information about Reggie Love. They knew she used to be married to a rich doctor. They knew the doctor had left her. And they knew that she had started drinking heavily and taking drugs, so the doctor was able to take her children from her. Now she had no husband, no children, and no money. And a new name. Roy Foltrig thought he could use this information against Reggie. Foltrig's job was to prove that Barry Maldonado had killed the senator. He was sure that Mark knew something that would help him. Then he would win the case and have his face on the front pages of the newspapers again. At 10 o'clock, Foltrig returned to Reggie's office, ready for the promised meeting with Mark. Clint opened the door to him. I'm sorry, Mr. Foltrig, he said. Reggie and Mark have nothing to discuss today. Foltrig shouted angrily, then left, banging the door. He went straight to the FBI office and shouted some more. I want the kid followed, he said angrily. We know Gronky's in town. He mustn't get to the kid. Watch the lawyer, too. And I want you to prepare papers to take to a judge. We're going to make Mark Sway talk. Chapter 11. Mama Love. When Reggie and Mark returned to the hospital, there were reporters everywhere. Miss Love! Miss Love! They called. Just a few questions, please. She took Mark's hand and walked faster. Is it true your client is refusing to speak to the FBI? Did your client talk to Jerome Clifford before he died? Is it true your client knows where the senator's body is? Reggie said quickly to Mark, Don't look at them and don't say a word. In room 943, Ricky was sitting on the end of the bed. Dr. Greenway told Mark to sit next to him and hold his hand. Ricky, he said, I would like to talk about the other day when you and Mark were hiding in the trees. It's okay, Ricky, said Mark. He knows we were smoking. Mom's not angry with us. I'm really cold, said Ricky. Ricky, it's very warm in here, said Dr. Greenway. Now, do you remember seeing the big black car?"
"Yes," said Ricky quietly.
"What did the big black car do, Ricky?"
Ricky shut his eyes tightly, put his head on Mark's knee, and his thumb went into his mouth. He didn't speak another word for 24 hours. Reggie asked Diane if Mark could spend the night at her house. Diane agreed. So when Ricky was asleep again, they left the hospital in Reggie's sports car. It was old, but Reggie liked to drive fast, and that was fine with Mark. Mark watched the mirror closely to see if anyone was following them. "You think Mom and Ricky are safe?" he asked.
"Yes. Don't worry about them. The hospital promised to keep guards at the door. Now, I wonder what Mama Love is giving us for dinner."
Mama Love was Reggie's mother. She often had young guests to dinner. Most of Reggie's work was with children. Some had family problems, some had drug problems, and some had already started a life of crime. Reggie often decided that they needed good food at Mama Love's.
"Mama Love's cooking is the best," she told Mark.
And it was. Mama Love was half Italian, and she cooked food the old way. Everything was fresh and smelled perfect. They spent an hour at the table, talking and eating dinner. Dinner in the trailer never took more than 10 minutes. After dinner, Mama Love showed Mark some photographs.
"Reggie's children," she said. "I never see them now. One's on drugs, and the other has big money problems. Their father took them and spoiled them. Reggie felt angry at first, but she's got a new life now, and tries not to think about it."
Mark's bed was comfortable, and he fell asleep quickly. But around 2 o'clock, he woke up and found himself worrying about Mom and Ricky. Why was he here? His place was with them at the hospital. He got up and stood at the window, thinking about the past 2 days. It had all started on Monday, after school. Now he had missed 2 days of school. When would it all end? As Mark looked into the dark night, he suddenly noticed a small red light. A cigarette. Someone was out there, in the street, smoking a cigarette. Though he couldn't be seen, Mark held his breath. Someone was watching the house. Gronky put out his cigarette and went to his car. The kid was not going to move tonight, and he had something to do. He drove to Tucker Trailer Park. Chapter 12. Things Get Worse. 7:30 a.m. was too early for Reggie, but she had to get Mark back to Diane. Clint called before they left.
"Bad news, Reggie," he said. "Mark's picture is on the front page again. Slick Moeller has written another story."
When they got to the hospital, they could see the reporters waiting outside the front door.
"Follow me,"
said Mark, and led Reggie through a side door to the kitchens and up the back stairs.
"I know this hospital well now, don't I?"
he said proudly. His smile dropped when he saw his mother. She was sitting in the hall with a cop next to her. She was crying hard. Mark ran to her. She grabbed him and held him tight.
"Mark," she said, "our trailer burned down last night."
"That's right," said the cop.
just a few hours ago."
Diane was still crying.
"Everything's gone, Mark."
"What started the fire?" Reggie asked.
"Don't know yet," said the cop.
"How's Ricky, Mom?" asked Mark.
"He's okay," said Diane. "He had a good night."
"Look, Mom," said Mark. "Can we go inside and talk?" Diane nodded and took him into the room. When the door closed, the tiny, homeless Sway family was all alone.
Foltrig had a plan. "Maybe we can get a judge to take Mark into custody. Get the law to keep him safe for us."
The others looked interested.
"Here are the advantages," said Foltrig. "First, it will protect Mark from the Mafia. At the same time, it will frighten Mark and make him ready to talk. We'll tell the judge we need Mark safe so he can talk in court." "If you want to do that," said McThune, "you need to see Judge Harry Roosevelt. He's the chief judge for the children's courts here in Memphis. But don't tell him you want to frighten Mark. The best way to get him to agree to custody is to show him that Mark is in danger. And if you want to get Mark into court, you will have to say he knows something that will help the Moldano case." "He knows something, all right," said Foltrig. "I'm sure of it." When Judge Harry Roosevelt became a judge 22 years ago, he was the first black judge of the Children's Court in Tennessee. He was clever, he was kind, and he was wise. When he heard about the danger to Mark Sway, he thought carefully. He didn't like to do it, but he agreed to hear Mark in court and to take him into custody until then. He signed an order. "Take him into the children's prison," he said. "Give him a private room. Do not frighten him. I'll speak to his lawyer later today." Mark and Diane were in their room talking about the fire and all the things they had lost. They whispered because they didn't want Ricky to know about the fire yet. Ricky was awake. His eyes were open, but he was staring at the ceiling without saying a word or moving at all. There was something Mark didn't say to Diane, something that worried him. Maybe the fire wasn't an accident. Could it be another message from the man with the knife? Trailers didn't usually burn down at 4 o'clock in the morning. There was a knock at the door. Mark opened it. 2 men entered the room. "Memphis Police here. Detective Nassar and Detective Clickman. Looking for Diane Sway?" And they handed Diane some papers. "These are from the Children's Court, Miss Sway," said Nassar. "We're here to take Mark Sway into custody now, ma'am. The judge wants to see him in court this afternoon." "What?" Diane shouted at Nassar, dropping the papers. "Judge's orders," said Nassar, picking up the papers. "You can't take my son!" shouted Diane. But they could, and they did, pulling him into the hall. Diane ran after them, grabbed Mark, and screamed. Nassar held Diane, and Clickman tried to pull Mark away. Diane kicked Clickman, and there was more screaming and fighting. In the middle of all this, Ricky appeared at the door. He stared at Mark, who was held by Clickman. He stared at his mother, who was held by Nassar. Everyone stared at Ricky. His face was white, and his mouth was open. "It's okay, Mom. "I'll go," said Mark. "Look after Ricky. And call Reggie. Tell her to come to the prison." A lady in a uniform with Doreen on the pocket met them at the prison. She gave Nassar a paper to sign and asked Mark to empty his pockets. Everything went into a metal box. Then she took him to a small room. It wasn't too bad, but Mark felt very lonely. "Can I use a phone?" he asked. "To call my mom?" Doreen brought him a phone and a phone book. "You can have it for 10 minutes, she said, and locked the door. Mark found the number for St. Peter's and asked for room 943. "Number 943 isn't taking calls just now," he was told. Ricky must be asleep, thought Mark. He tried Reggie. No luck. Then he had an idea. He called a pizza restaurant. "This is Detective Clickman, Memphis Police," he said in a deep voice. "Please send me 40 pizzas for a surprise party here in the police station. I'll pay when they come." When Doreen came back for the phone, Mark looked much happier. Chapter 13. Back to Prison. Reggie didn't hear about Mark until lunchtime on Thursday. She often worked in the children's courts, and she knew Judge Roosevelt well. She rushed to his office. "I'm not surprised to see you, Reggie," he said. "I can't understand why you did this, Harry," she said. "Mark has done nothing wrong." "I've agreed to see him in court this afternoon," said the judge. "And I'm keeping him safe until then. Wait here. I'll ask the guards to bring him here to see you now." When Mark arrived, he smiled at Reggie. "Don't worry," he said. "I'm okay. But what should I say in court?" Reggie explained carefully. "No one can make you talk," she said, "but the judge can keep you in custody if you don't." "But I've done nothing wrong." "No," said Reggie, "but if the judge asks you questions and you don't answer, then that would be wrong. The law is very clear on this. If you know something that will help a murder case, you can't keep quiet, even if you think you're in danger." "It's a stupid law," said Mark. "Maybe," said Reggie, "but we can't change it today." "I could tell them I don't know anything," said Mark. Reggie wanted to say yes, but she kept silent. At last, she said firmly, "You can't lie in court, Mark." Slick Moeller was waiting outside the courtroom. He saw Mark go in with 2 guards. He saw Reggie go in next, and then the FBI men with Foltrig. He smiled to himself. In the children's court, there could be no cameras and no reporters. He knew Foltrig wouldn't like that. The courtroom door was locked, and Slick waited patiently. When it was unlocked again, he walked quickly into the men's toilets and waited there. Soon, one of the guards joined him. "What happened?" asked Slick. "Now be quick." "The kid wouldn't talk," said the guard. "So he's going back to prison." "What does he know?" "The judge asked him if he knew where the senator's body is, but he wouldn't answer.
"What next?" asked Slick. "The judge wants to see him again tomorrow. He's given him 1 night to change his mind." Slick passed the guard $100. "You didn't hear it from me," said the guard. "Trust me," said Slick. Foltrig was shouting again. "That no good judge," he said again and again. "That no good judge! He's too soft! I'm going back to New Orleans. This murder case is a New Orleans job. I can get Mark called to the courts in New Orleans. Then we can really make him talk." But the FBI had other ideas. When Foltrig had left, they asked for another meeting with the judge and Reggie. They wanted to explain how the government could protect Mark and his family if he gave evidence against the Mafia. "It's called the Witness Protection Program," said McThune. "I've heard of it, Mr. McThune," said the judge. "Tell us more about it." "It's quite simple. We move the family to another city. We give them new names. We find a good job for the mother and get them a nice place to live. We make sure the boys are in a good school. We give them some money. And we stay close by." "Well, Reggie," said the judge, "it sounds good." It certainly did. At the moment, the Sways had no home. Diane had a poor job. They had no relations in Memphis. "They can't move just now," she said. "Ricky must stay in hospital." "We've found a children's hospital in Phoenix that can take him right away," said McThune. "It's a private hospital, and of course we'll pay for it." "What do you think, Reggie?" asked Judge Roosevelt. "I'll talk to Diane about it," said Reggie. "Good," said the judge. "And see if she can come to court tomorrow. I'd like her to be there." "I'll try," said Reggie. Mark was also thinking about how to save his family. Doreen was surprised to see him back at the prison. "How long are you back for?" she asked. "The judge didn't say. I have to go to court again tomorrow." "How's your little brother?" Mark put on a very sad face. "He's probably going to die," he said. "No." "Yes," said Mark in a small voice. "He doesn't talk. He makes terrible noises, and he doesn't eat." "I'm sorry." "It's bad. I don't feel so good myself." "Poor kid. Anything I can get you?" "No, I just need to lie down." "Poor kid," she said again. "I'll keep an eye on you." Chapter 14. No Other Way. Slick's story of Mark's courtroom appearance was in the newspaper on Friday morning. Front page news again. Gronky took the first plane to New Orleans and called the Blade. "Look, Barry," he said, "I can't do much when the kid's in prison, can I? But he hasn't talked yet. Think about it. I got to him with a knife. I burned the trailer. The kid's too frightened to speak." "I don't know, Gronky," said Maldonado. "The kid knows something. Sure you can't get to him?" "We can't kill the kid, Barry. Everyone's watching him. What about his mother or brother? Gronky said nothing. He was tired of Moldano's game. What about his lawyer? Why do you want to kill his lawyer? Because I hate lawyers, said the blade wildly. No, Barry, said Gronky, wondering if Moldano was going mad. I'm not in the mood to kill anyone just now. That's fine, said Moldano. Another man can do it. When Judge Roosevelt read Slick's story, his eyes grew cold. In the children's court, everything was private. How did Moeller get his information? He would call Moeller to the court today to explain. It was going to be another busy day, but at the end of it, his sons would take him fishing for the weekend. He smiled at this pleasant thought. The courtroom story made Foltrig angry again. But the papers to call Mark to the court in New Orleans were nearly ready. He took a call from the local FBI. Mr. Foltrig, we thought you'd like to know that Gronky's back in town. He arrived this morning, and we have a recording of a phone conversation with Moldano. Let me hear it, said Foltrig. Good, he said when he'd heard it. Send it to Memphis. I want Judge Roosevelt to hear it today. It will make him keep Mark Sway in custody for the weekend. Tonight, we'll send papers to call Mark to New Orleans. The courts are closed until Monday, and by that time, we'll have the kid here, where we want him. Slick's story made Reggie sad. With newspaper reports like this, the Mafia knew everything that was going on. She sat with Mark now, trying to explain about the witness protection program. What does Mom think? Asked Mark. She's not sure, said Reggie. I'm not sure either, said Mark. I saw this once in a film. Someone told the truth about the Mafia, and the FBI helped him to disappear. He got a new face, even a new wife. He went to Brazil. What happened? It took the Mafia a year to find him. They killed his wife, too. It was just a film, Mark. There's no other way. It's the safest thing to do. Of course, I have to tell them what I know before they'll do all these wonderful things for us. That's part of the agreement, Mark. The Mafia never forgets, Reggie. You've watched too many films, Mark. It's easy for you, Reggie. You'll be fine. But we'll live in fear for the rest of our lives. There's no other way, Mark. Yes, there is. I could lie. Chapter 15. Escape. Mark didn't lie, but he wasn't ready yet to tell the truth. When the court met again on Friday afternoon, no one was really surprised when he again refused to answer the judge's questions. I'm not going to answer that, he said, time after time. But everyone was shocked by the recording that was played. Reggie's eyes opened wide when she heard Moldano speak of killing her. The judge agreed that Mark was in great danger and returned him to custody. There was a surprise, though, when Slick Moeller came before the judge. True to his word, the reporter refused to name the person who gave him private information. Well, Mr. Moeller, said the judge, if I can send a
child to prison for refusing to tell what he knows, I can do the same for you." Slick knew more than anyone about crime in Memphis, but he had never been inside a prison. Now it was his turn. Back in his prison room, Mark was ready for his plan. For half an hour, he ran around his room until his heart was going very fast and his face was red and hot. When he heard Doreen's key, he lay on the floor, closed his eyes, and put his thumb in his mouth. "Mark!" shouted Doreen when she saw him. "Mark! Oh, you poor kid!" She ran from the room to get help and was back in a few seconds with another guard. "Mark was worried about this," said Doreen. "He's in shock, like his little brother. Look, his skin is all wet, and his heart is going so fast." "Stay here. I'll call an ambulance," said the other guard. "We need to get him to hospital." Everything was confused after that. Nobody wanted a boy to die in prison. When the ambulance came, the guards signed papers to send Mark to hospital, and he was taken at once to St. Peter's. More papers. There were nurses everywhere, and everyone was in a hurry. A nurse moved Mark to a bed. "Sign this," said the ambulance men. "And be quick, we have another case waiting." The nurse signed. The men left, and the nurse went to answer a phone. Mark opened his eyes and saw he was alone. He jumped off the bed and ran into a hall. Nobody noticed him. He disappeared into an empty office and found a phone. "Reggie?" he said quickly when she answered the phone. "I'm in St. Peter's. I can't talk now. Please, come and get me. Don't tell anyone. I'll be in the car park." Mark knew how to hide in the hospital. He moved quickly and quietly and found his way to the car park. When Reggie's car arrived, he climbed in and hid on the floor. "Drive, Reggie," he said. "Drive anywhere. Let's go. I'll explain later." When the nurse came back, Mark was not there. Someone's moved him, she thought, and hurried off to another job. When Foltrig's men arrived with papers to take Mark to New Orleans, they checked the prison, and then checked the hospital. Only then did people realize that he was gone. "He's what?" cried Diane. "Go find him," said McThune. But by then, Mark and Reggie were on the road. "Where are we going?" asked Reggie. "Listen, Reggie," said Mark, "I've been thinking. What if Romy told me a lie? What if the body isn't where he said? Then I'd be safe. We need to check. We need to go to New Orleans." Chapter 16. New Orleans. On Saturday, the news was out. Everyone was looking for Mark. When Barry Muldono heard, he was wild with fear. He went straight to tell his uncle. "The kid's disappeared," he said. "What's he going to do now? I need to move the body. Help me? Give me 2 men. "You're stupid, stupid, stupid," said Uncle Johnny. "I'll give you 2 men, but don't get caught." "I'll do it tonight," said Barry, "when it's dark."
Reggie and Mark reached New Orleans on Saturday afternoon. They drove all night, stopping only to sleep a few hours in the car. Reggie knew it was wrong. She knew the cops and the FBI would be looking for them. They talked through the night about Memphis and Mark's life there, about his school and his friends. Then Mark said sadly, "If the body is there, I can't go back to Memphis, can I?" So they talked about the witness protection plan. Reggie still had no idea where they were going. "We have to find Clifford's house," said Mark. "The body's there? Are you crazy?" "It's there," said Mark, "under his boat in the garage." They found the house late on Saturday afternoon. The streets were quiet, so they parked the car and walked round to the back of the house. All was silent. "There's the garage," said Mark quietly. "This is crazy," said Reggie. "We'll wait until dark." Reggie looked at her watch. Midnight. They were hiding in the tall grass behind the house. She was tired and had pains in her legs. It was time to move. Slowly they crawled through the grass towards the garage. Reggie was shaking. She was afraid of snakes. Suddenly Mark stopped. "There's a light in there," he whispered. "There's someone there. Stay here, Reggie." He crawled silently to a window. There was the boat. And it was moving. He saw the shapes of 3 men. "Okay, Baldano," said one of the men. "Where do we dig?" Mark's heart was in his mouth. He crawled back to Reggie. "It's Baldano," he whispered. "They're digging up the body. What do we do now?" "Oh, no," said Reggie. "I told you this was crazy. Let me think." And suddenly, she knew what to do. She crawled in the other direction, towards the house next door. With her shoe, she broke a window. Suddenly the night was no longer silent. Bells rang everywhere. Lights went on in the house next door. Voices were shouting. A man appeared with a gun. He shot wildly into the dark. "Look," called Mark. "They're leaving." Maldonado and his men ran out of the garage and disappeared. Reggie crawled back. It was another hour before the confusion ended. Police came to the house next door. More shouting, more lights. Mark and Reggie stayed hidden behind Clifford's garage. Then all was silent again. "Come on," said Mark. "We have to look." The lock on the garage door was broken. In the dark, they moved towards the boat. Next to it, there was a hole. In the hole was a plastic bag. "We have to look," said Mark again. And they opened the bag. The horrible, dead face of the senator stared up at them. The smell was terrible. Reggie felt sick, but now they knew the truth. "Come on," she said. "I have to make a phone call." Chapter 17. Waiting. It was Sunday morning. Everyone was waiting. In Johnny's office, Maldonado was waiting nervously for night to come. He would have to try again. At his home, Foltrig was waiting angrily for news of Mark. He needed him in court on Monday. At the city airport, Mark and Reggie were waiting. They were in a private room with Detective Truman of the FBI. "What time will they be here?" asked Reggie. "Soon," said Truman. "They left an hour ago." "Will they have the papers?" asked Reggie. "Sure," said Truman. "Everything you asked for." Mark was at a window, watching a jet take off. He thought he would like flying. Maybe he would be a pilot. "He's a brave kid," said Truman to Reggie. A black FBI jet landed. "Is it them?" Mark asked excitedly. The door opened, the stairs came down, and McThune appeared. He was followed by Diane, then Dr. Greenway, carrying Ricky. Truman led Mark and Reggie to meet them. Reggie watched while Mark and Diane held each other close. Then she turned to McThune. "You'll take Ricky to a hospital?" she asked. "Agreed. We have a room booked in Phoenix, a private hospital. They're waiting for Ricky." "When he's better, they can choose where to live?" "Agreed," said McThune. "It's all in the papers. I just need you and Miss Sway to sign." "Mom," said Mark, "I've been thinking, what about Australia? They have real cowboys there. I saw it in a film once." "No more films for you, Mark," laughed Diane. "No more TV. Just books from now on." And she signed the papers. Reggie watched as Mark and Diane walked back to the plane. Suddenly, Mark turned. "Aren't you coming, Reggie?" he asked. "No, Mark, I can't." He bit his lip. "I'll never see you again, will I?" She shook her head. There were tears in her eyes. "I love you, Mark. I'll miss you." "I'll miss you too," he said, and for once he was not ashamed to cry in public. "I'll never see you again," said Mark again, almost to himself. He dried his wet eyes with the back of his hand and walked slowly to join his mother. At the top of the stairs, he turned for one last look. Minutes later, as the plane moved away, Truman said again, "He's a brave kid." Reggie looked at the plane and said nothing. Then she turned and told him what he wanted to know. "The body is in the garage behind Jerome Clifford's house," she said. 886 East Brookline. "Thanks, Reggie," Truman said, suddenly ready to leave. "Don't thank me," said Reggie, looking into the clouds. "Thank Mark."
Chapter 1. Mr. Mr. pointed at the dynamite around his waist. "I pull this," he said, "and we die." The old black man got into the elevator behind me. He smelled of smoke and cheap wine and life on the streets without soap. His beard and hair were half gray and very dirty. He was wearing sunglasses, and a long, dirty coat hung down to his knees. He looked fat, probably because he had all his clothes on. In the winter in Washington, the street people wear all their clothes all the time. They can't leave any of their clothes at home because they don't have a home. The old man didn't belong here. Everything here was expensive. The 400 lawyers in the building who all worked for Drake and Sweeney were paid an unbelievable amount of money. I knew that because I was a Drake and Sweeney lawyer myself. The elevator stopped at 6. The man hadn't pushed an elevator button. When I stepped out and turned right, he followed me. I pushed the heavy wooden door of a big meeting room. There were 8 lawyers at the table inside, and they all looked surprised. They were looking behind me, so I turned. My friend from the elevator was standing there. He was pointing a gun at me. "Put that gun down," said one of the lawyers at the table. His name was Rafter. He was a hard man in a courtroom, maybe the hardest lawyer that Drake and Sweeney had. Suddenly, a shot hit the ceiling. Rafter's eyes opened wide and his mouth shut. "Lock the door," the man said to me. I locked the door of the meeting room. "Stand against the wall." We all stood against the wall. The man took off his dirty coat and put it carefully on the large, expensive table in the center of the room. He had 5 or 6 red sticks around his waist, tied there with string. I had never seen dynamite before, but they looked like dynamite to me. I wanted to run and hope for a bad shot when he fired at me, but my legs were like water. Some of the lawyers were shaking with fear and making noises like scared animals. "Please be quiet," said the man calmly. Then he took a long yellow rope and a knife from the pocket of his pants. "You," he said to me, "tie them up." Rafter stepped forward. "Listen, friend," he said, "what do you want?" The second shot went into the wall behind Rafter's ear. "Do not call me friend," said the man. "What would you like us to call you?" I asked him quietly. "Call me Mister." I tied the 8 lawyers with the yellow rope. One of them, Barry Nuzzo, was my friend. We were the same age, 32, and we had started at Drake and Sweeney on the same day, only our marriages were different. His was successful and mine wasn't. He had 3 kids. Claire and I didn't have any. I looked at Barry, and he looked at me. I knew we were both thinking about Barry's kids. We could hear police cars outside and noises as the police entered the building. Mister pointed at the dynamite around his waist. "I pulled this," he said, "and we die." For a second, we all looked at each other, 9 white boys and Mister. I thought of all those terrible shootings you read about in the newspapers. A crazy worker returns to work after lunch with a gun and kills everybody in his office. There had been killings at fast food restaurants and playgrounds, too. And those dead people were children or honest workers. Who would care about us? We were lawyers. Time passed. "What did you eat for lunch today?" Mister asked me, breaking a long silence. He spoke clearly, and, from the sound of his voice, he had had a good education. He hadn't always been on the streets. "I had chicken and salad," I said, surprised. "Alone?" "No, I met a friend." "How much did it cost for both of you?" $30. Mister didn't like that. $30, he repeated, for 2 people? You know what I had for lunch? No. I had soup. Free soup from a shelter, and I was glad to get it. You could feed 100 of my friends for $30, you know that? Yes, mister. Call your boss. There was a phone on the table. I called Arthur Jacobs. 800 lawyers worked for Drake and Sweeney around the world, but at 79, Jacobs was the oldest of the partners here in Washington. He answered at the first ring of the phone. Mr. Jacobs? Michael, are you okay? Wonderful, I said. What does he want from us? I spoke to the man. "What do you want, mister?" "Soup, with bread," said the man. "Get it from the shelter at L Street and 17th. They put a lot of vegetables in the soup there." "One soup with bread," I said into the phone. "No," said the man. "Get soup and bread for all of us." "Mr. Jacobs," I said. "I heard. I can hear him. A shelter for street people does carryouts?" "Mr. Jacobs, please, just do it. He has a gun and dynamite." I put the phone down. "You," said the man. He was talking to me. "What's your name?" "Michael Brock." "How much money did you earn last year? Don't lie." I thought quickly. I didn't lie. 120,000. He didn't like that. "How much did you give to poor people?" "I don't remember. My wife does that." "Thank you, Mr. Brock." Mister pointed the gun at the other lawyers. He asked all of them the same questions. Nate Malamud, the only partner in the room, earned more than $1 million. "More than $1 million?" Mister said to him. "I know you. You walk past me when I sit on the sidewalk every morning. You never give me any money. Why can't you help poor people, homeless people?" Nate was a big man with white hair. He had been with Drake and Sweeney for 30 years. He was red in the face with embarrassment now. "I'm sorry," he said. "Who did the eviction?" said Mister suddenly. And again, "Who did the eviction?" Nobody spoke. None of us understood him. But Mister wasn't looking for an answer. He looked out the window. Maybe he was thinking. Maybe he was dreaming. Maybe he was watching the police out there. Our soup and bread arrived half an hour later. There was a knock on the door, and somebody outside shouted through the door, "Your food!" Mister shouted back, "If I see a policeman out there, I'll kill these men." Then he pointed the gun at my head. The two of us walked slowly to the door. "Unlock the door and open it very slowly," Mister said. There was nobody outside. The food was on the floor near the door. As I stepped outside and bent down to pick it up, I heard a shout, "Stay down!" A policeman stepped quickly out of the office opposite and shot Mister through the head. Mister fell without a sound, and my face was covered in blood. Whose blood? Mister was lying on the floor. Half his head had gone, but the sunglasses still covered one eye. His hands were nowhere near the dynamite. Policemen came running from all the offices. "Are you hurt?" one of them asked me. I didn't know. I couldn't see. There was blood on my face and shirt, and a liquid that, I discovered later, was part of Mr. Chapter 2. Devon Hardy. Who did the eviction? Mister had asked. But I guess he already knew the answer to that. A policeman led me to the first floor of the building, where friends and family and doctors were waiting. The doctors crowded around, but where was my wife? 6 hours in a room with a gunman, and she hadn't come to see me. It was funny, really, because my wife, Claire, was a doctor herself at one of the biggest hospitals in Washington. I lay on a table for 10 minutes while doctors examined me to make sure I was all right. Then my secretary, Polly, arrived. There were tears in her eyes as she put her arms around me. "Where's Claire?" I asked her. "I called the hospital. She's working." Polly knew there wasn't much left of the marriage. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I think so." "I'll take you home." I was pleased someone was telling me what to do. My thoughts came into my head slowly. It was like I was underwater. We left the Drake and Sweeney building by a back door. There were police cars everywhere, and ambulances, and television vans, even a fire truck. I'm alive. I'm alive, I realized, smiling for the first time. I'm alive. I looked up to heaven and said a very big thank you. When I got home to our apartment on P Street in Georgetown, Claire wasn't there. I sat in the empty apartment and thought about her. We had met the week after I moved to Washington. I was just out of Yale with a great job. She came from one of America's oldest families. We were in love. We got married. But Drake and Sweeney make you work very hard the first year. I worked 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. I saw Claire on Sundays, and we went out together when I wasn't too tired. For the last 5 years, I had worked about 200 hours a month. That's 8 hours every day for 6 days, with 2 or 3 hours on Sunday. But young lawyers at Drake and Sweeney don't complain about long hours. Fewer than 1 in 10 become partners, and everybody wants to be that 1 in 10 because you earn at least $1 million a year. Claire was good about it for the first few months, but then she got tired of having a husband who was never there, and I didn't blame her. There are a lot of divorces at Drake and Sweeney. Long hours at work, each hour paid for by a client, are more important than a happy wife. By the end of our first year together, Claire was unhappy, and we weren't talking together very much. She decided to go to medical school, and I thought that was a great idea. Drake and Sweeney were telling me that I was a possible future partner. I just had to work even harder. When Claire was studying, I didn't feel so guilty about that. But Claire didn't just study. She worked unbelievably long hours. She had decided she wanted to be a great doctor. Soon we were playing a crazy game called I Can Work Harder Than You, and another game called My Job is More Important Than Your Job Because I'm a Doctor, Lawyer. My boss, Arthur Jacobs, of course, was on my team. He had become a partner in Drake and Sweeney at the age of 30, the youngest ever partner, and he would soon be the oldest ever working partner. The law was his life. All 3 of his divorced wives could tell you that. I woke up suddenly. I had fallen asleep in an armchair at the apartment, and Claire was sitting in a chair next to me. "Where were you today?" I said. "At the hospital." "At the hospital? 9 of us are in a room with a crazy man and a gun for 6 hours? We get lucky and escape? 8 families come and see their relative because they're interested in whether or not he's alive. And how do I get home? My secretary drives me." "I couldn't be there." "Oh, no, of course you couldn't be there. How silly of me." "I couldn't be there because the police asked all doctors to stay at their hospitals until the situation at Drake and Sweeney ended. They always do that when there's a possible shooting." "Oh. Did you call?" "I tried. I guess there were a lot of people trying." Next morning, we made breakfast together. We ate in the kitchen, watching the small television. The 6 o'clock news showed the Drake and Sweeney building, and you could see Mr. looking out of the window. The television news said the dynamite wasn't real. The sticks were made of wood, and Mr. had painted them red. The gun was real enough, though. It was a .44, stolen. Mr.'s real name was Devon Hardy. He was 45. He had fought in Vietnam. He had been in prison a few times for stealing, but he wasn't a big criminal. And he was homeless with no known family. That morning's Washington Post had more details. According to someone called Mordecai Green, the director of the 14th Street Law Center, Devon Hardy had recently lost his job. Then he became homeless. He was living in an old warehouse. This wasn't unusual. A lot of homeless people move into empty buildings because they have no money for their own place. Devon Hardy had recently been evicted from the warehouse as an illegal squatter. Lawyers are responsible for evictions. Who did the eviction? Mr. had asked. But I guess he already knew the answer to that. And now I knew it too. Drake and Sweeney had thrown Mr. Chapter 3. Mordecai Green. Mordecai Green was a warm, caring man whose work was on the streets. He was a lawyer with a heart. I had told Polly I would be at work today, the day after Mr. came into the office. But for the first time ever, I didn't go to work when I was well enough to go. Just as it started to snow, I got into my car, a Lexus, and drove through the streets of Washington. The snow came down harder and harder. I just drove. Polly's voice came over the car phone. She sounded worried. "Where are you?" "Who wants to know?" "A lot of people. Arthur Jacobs wants to see you. You have clients waiting for you." "I'm fine, Polly. Tell everybody I'm at the doctor's office." "Are you?" "No, but I could be." I drove around Georgetown, not going anywhere, just driving. The clouds were dark. The snow would be heavy. People were hurrying through the snow on the sidewalks. I saw a homeless man and wondered if he knew Devon Hardy. Where do street people go in a snowstorm? I called the hospital. I wanted to ask Claire to meet me for lunch. But the hospital said Claire was busy and they couldn't contact her. That was the end of our lunch together. I turned and went northeast, past Logan Circle, into the gang area of the city, and drove until I found the 14th Street Law Center. I parked at 14th and Q, certain that I would never see the expensive Lexus again. The 14th Street Law Center was in an old, tall, red brick house that had seen better days. The windows on the top floor were protected by pieces of wood over the glass. The door wasn't locked. I went in slowly, out of the snow, and entered another world. It was a law office, all right, but there was no expensive furniture here, not like at Drake and Sweeney. I stepped into a large room which had 3 metal desks, each covered in files. There were more files on old pieces of carpet on the floor. The computers and the only photocopier were 10 years old. There was a large photograph of Martin Luther King on one wall. The office was busy and dusty and interesting. "You looking for somebody?" asked a woman at a desk with the name Sophia Mendoza on it. She looked Mexican. She wasn't smiling, but I did. It was funny. Nobody at Drake and Sweeney would talk to a visitor like that. They would lose their job. But I would soon learn how important Sophia was to the 14th Street Law Center. "I'm looking for Mordecai Green," I said. But just then he came out of his office. Sophia went back to her work. Green was an enormous black man, at least 2 meters tall and very heavy. He was in his early 50s with a gray beard and round red glasses. He shouted something about a file to Sophia and then turned to me. "Can I help you?" "I want to talk to you about Devon Hardy," I said, and gave him my Drake and Sweeney card. He looked at me for a few seconds and then looked quickly at Sophia, who was speaking in fast Spanish into the phone. Mordecai Green walked back into his office and I followed him in. The office was a small room with no windows and the desk and floor covered in files and law books. "Sit down," he said. "But you might get dirty. What do you want?" I sat down. "I was in the room with Devon Hardy when he was shot," I said. "I couldn't think this morning. I didn't want to go to work, so I came here." "Any idea why he did it?" "Because of the eviction," said Mordecai Green. "A few months ago, he moved into an old warehouse at the corner of Florida Avenue. It wasn't a bad place for a homeless person. It had a roof, some toilets, and water." "Who owned the warehouse?" Mordecai pulled a thin file from one of the piles on his desk. It was exactly the one he wanted. He looked at the file for a minute. "The warehouse was owned by a company called River Oaks." "And River Oaks lawyers are Drake and Sweeney?" "Probably." "Is that all?" "No. I heard that Devon Hardy and the others got no warning of the eviction." "But you can evict squatters with no warning." "Oh, yes. You can't evict tenants without a warning, though." "Was Devon Hardy a squatter or a tenant?" "I don't know." I thought of another question. How did Devon Hardy know about Drake and Sweeney? "Who knows? He wasn't stupid, though. Crazy, but not stupid." I had taken enough of his time. He looked at his watch, I looked at mine. We exchanged phone numbers and promised to stay in contact. Mordecai Green was a warm, caring man whose work was on the streets, protecting hundreds of nameless clients. He was a lawyer with a heart. On the way out, Sophia didn't look up from her conversation on the phone. The Lexus was still there, covered by an inch. Chapter 4. Mom and Dad. "Welcome to the world, son. You think the guys in factory jobs like what they're doing? You're getting rich. They aren't." After I left Mordecai Green's office, I drove around and around the city while the snow fell. As a lawyer with hours to work, which my clients paid for, I couldn't do this sort of thing, just moving with the traffic, not going anywhere. But I was doing it now. I didn't want to go back to the empty apartment. I didn't want to go to a bar either. I'd probably never leave. So I drove. I went through poor parts of the city I had never seen before. Then I went back to Drake and Sweeney. I went up in Mister's elevator again, walked along the hall to my office, and sat down at my desk. For the first time, I wondered how much everything in my office had cost. The expensive old desk, the red leather armchairs, and the Persian carpets. Weren't we just chasing money here in this building? Why did we work so hard to buy a more expensive carpet or an older desk? Was that a good reason to work? Was this the life I wanted? In my expensive room, I thought of Mordecai Green giving his time to help people who had nothing. I had about 10 pink telephone messages from clients on my desk, and none of them interested me. I didn't like this work. My clients were big companies, and I worked on their lawsuits against other big companies. The lawsuits continued for years. Maybe 100 lawyers worked on each one, all sending paper to each other. Polly came in and brought me cookies. She put them on the table with a big smile before she left for home for the day. A couple of lawyers came in, said, "How you doing?" and left again. They were probably on their way home, too. Alone in the office again, I picked up one big file and then another one. Which lawsuit did I want to work on today? I didn't want to work on any of them. I couldn't do it. It didn't make any sense to me now. I went to my computer and began searching our client files. River Oaks was started in 1977 in Hagerstown, Maryland. It was a private company, so it was difficult to get information about it. River Oaks was the client of a Drake and Sweeney lawyer called Braden Chance. I didn't know the name, but I looked again in our computer files. Braden Chance was a partner in real estate on the 4th floor. He was 44 years old, married, and went to law school at Duke. There were 42 files for River Oaks. 4 were about evictions. River Oaks had bought a warehouse on Florida Avenue. On January 27th, some squatters were evicted from the warehouse. One of them, as I now knew, was Devon Hardy. The file on the eviction itself had a number next to it. The number meant that only Braden Chance could open the file. I wrote down the file's name and number and walked down to the 4th floor. When I got there, I saw a legal assistant and asked him where Braden Chance's office was. He pointed to an open door across the hall. Although it was late, Chance was at his desk looking busy. He didn't like me just walking in from the hall. At Drake and Sweeney, you phoned first and made an appointment, but that didn't worry me very much. Chance didn't ask me to sit down, but I did, and he didn't like that either. "You were next to the guy when he got shot," he said unpleasantly, after I said Devon Hardy's name. "Yes," I said. "Terrible for you, huh?" "It's over. Mr. Hardy, who's now dead, was evicted from a warehouse. Was it one of our evictions?" "It was," said Chance, but he didn't look at me as he spoke. I guessed that Arthur Jacobs had looked at the file with him earlier in the day. "What about it?" added Chance. "Was he a squatter?" "Of course he was. They're all squatters, aren't they? Our client just got them out of the warehouse." "Are you sure he was a squatter, not a tenant?" Chance looked angry. "What do you want?" "Could I see the file?" "No." "Why not?" "I'm very busy. Will you please leave?" "If he was a squatter, there's no problem. Why can't I see the file?" "Because it's mine, and I said no. How's that?" "Maybe that's not good enough." He stood, his hands shaking as he pointed to the door. I smiled at him and left. The legal assistant from the hall had heard everything, and we exchanged looks and smiles as I passed his desk. "The man's a fool," he said very quietly. I smiled again. Yes. But what was Chance hiding? There was something wrong, and it was in that file. I had to get it. I went back to my office to think. The phone rang. It was Claire. "Why are you at the office?" She spoke very slowly, and her voice was colder than the snow outside. I looked at my watch. I remembered we had arranged to have dinner together at the apartment. A client called from the West Coast. I had used this lie before. It didn't matter. "I'm waiting, Michael. Should I start to eat?" "No, I'll be back at the apartment as fast as I can." I ran from the building into the snowstorm, but I didn't really care that another evening together had been ruined. A few hours later, Claire and I were having our coffee by the kitchen window. The snow had finally stopped. I had an idea. "Let's go to Florida," I said. She gave me a cold look. "Florida?" "Okay, the Bahamas. We can leave tomorrow." "It's impossible." Not at all. I don't have to work for a few days. Why not? Because I'm going crazy. And at Drake and Sweeney, if you go crazy, then you get a few days off. You are going crazy. I know. It's fun, actually. People are nice to you. They smile. Polly brought me cookies today. I like it. The cold look returned, and she said, I can't. And that was the end of that. I knew she couldn't do it. She was a doctor. People had appointments with her. But also, she didn't want to go with me. Okay, I said. Then I'm going to Memphis for a couple of days to see my parents. Oh, really? She said. She didn't even sound interested. I need to see my parents. It's been almost a year, and this is a good time, I think. I don't like the snow, and I don't feel like working. Like I said, I'm going crazy. Claire got up and went to bed. Well, call me, she said over her shoulder. I knew that was the end of my marriage. And I hated to have to tell my mother. My parents were in their early 60s and trying to enjoy not working for the first time in their lives. Mom had been a bank manager. Dad had been a lawyer in Atlanta. They had worked hard, saved hard, and given me the best of everything. Dad always wanted me to be a lawyer, like him. I rented a car at Memphis Airport and drove east to the rich part of the city where the white people live. The blacks had the center of the city, and the whites the area outside. Sometimes the blacks moved out from the center into a white area, and then the whites moved further out. My parents lived on a golf course in a new glass house. You could see the golf course from every window. I had called from the airport, so Mom knew I was coming. What's wrong? She asked me when she saw me. Nothing. I'm fine. Where's Claire? You guys never call us, you know. I haven't heard her voice in 2 months. Claire's fine, Mom. We're both alive and healthy and working very hard. Are you spending enough time together? No. Are you spending any time together? Not much. I saw the tears in her eyes. I'm sorry, Mom. It's lucky we don't have kids. To talk about something else, I told her the story of Mister. Are you all right? She asked, a look of shock on her face. Of course. I'm here, aren't I? The company wanted me to take a couple of days' holiday, so I came home. You poor thing. Claire, and now this. Later that afternoon, my dad and I played golf. Dad, I'm not very happy at Drake and Sweeney, I said. I don't like what I'm doing. Welcome to the world, son. You think the guys in factory jobs like what they're doing? You're getting rich. They aren't. Be happy. He was happy. He was winning at the golf. 10 minutes later, he said, Are you changing jobs? I'm thinking about it. Why don't you just say what you're trying to say? As usual, I felt weak and like I was running away from something. I'm thinking about working for the homeless, I said. As a lawyer, I added quickly. Dad didn't stop playing. He hit a ball into the distance. I'd hate to see you throw it all away, son, he said. You'll be a partner in a few years. We walked after his ball. A street guy's killed in front of you and you have to change the world? You just need a few days away from work. Is that all? Chapter 5. Lonte Burton. Inside were a young mother and her children, all dead. The mother had started the engine of the old car and left it running. Of course, the apartment was empty when I returned Friday night, but there was a note in the kitchen. Just like me, Claire had gone home to her parents in Providence for a couple of days. I knew Claire wanted to end the marriage, too. I just didn't know how badly. I went for a long walk. It was very cold outside, with a strong wind. I passed beautiful homes with families in them, eating and laughing and enjoying the warmth. Then I moved on to M Street. Friday night on M was always fun time. The bars and coffee shops were full, and people were waiting in line to get into the restaurants. I stopped at the window of a music club, listening to sad music with snow over my feet, watching the young couples drink and dance. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel young. I was 32, but in the last 5 years I had worked more than most people do in 20. I was tired. Those pretty girls in there would never look at me now. I went back to the apartment. At some time after 9, the phone rang. It was Mordecai Green. "Are you busy?" he asked. "To do what?" "To work. The shelters are full. We don't have enough helpers." "I've never done that kind of work." "Can you put butter on bread?" "I think so." "Then you're the man for us. We're at a church on 13th and Euclid." "I'll be there in 20 minutes. I changed into the oldest clothes I had, jeans and an old blue jacket, and took most of my money out of my wallet. As I closed the apartment door behind me, I was excited, and I didn't exactly know why. I parked the Lexus opposite the church. The attack I half expected didn't happen. No gangs. The snow kept the streets empty and safe for now. I went into the church, down into a big room below it, and entered the world of the homeless. It was unbelievable how many people were in that room. Volunteers were giving out blankets and apples. Mordecai was pouring fruit juice into paper cups and talking all the time. A line waited patiently for food at a table. I went to Mordecai, and he said hello like I was an old friend. "It's crazy," he said. "One big snowstorm, and we work all night." He showed me the bread, the butter, the meat, and the cheese. "It's real complicated. You do 10 with meat, and then 10 with cheese. Okay?" "Yeah." "You learn fast." Then he disappeared. I made 10 sandwiches quickly, then I slowed and watched all the people. Most of the homeless looked down at the floor. Most of them said thank you to the volunteers when they got the food. Then they ate slowly. Even the children were careful with their food. Mordecai came back and started making sandwiches next to me. "Where does the food come from?" I asked him. "Food bank. People give it. Tonight we're lucky because we have chicken. Usually it's just vegetables." "How many shelters like this are there in the city?" "This isn't actually a shelter. The church kindly opens its doors when the weather's bad. When the doors close, they go out again." I tried to understand this. "Then where do these people live?" "Some are squatters. They're the lucky ones. Some live on the streets, some in parks, some in bus stations, some under bridges. Usually it's okay, but they can't stay out in the open tonight. It's too cold. They have to go to one of the shelters." "How many shelters are there?" "About 20. 2 are closing soon. No money." "How many beds?" "About 5,000. "And how many homeless?" "Good question. They're a difficult group to count. Maybe 10,000. I thought about that. Then I asked Mordecai about himself. "You have a family?" "Yes. A wife, 3 sons. One's in college, one's in the Army, and we lost our 3rd boy on the streets 10 years ago. He was killed. Gangs. What about you?" "Married. No kids." Mordecai disappeared again. A helper brought cookies. I took 4 of them and walked to a corner where a young mother was asleep with a baby under her arm and 2 small children half asleep under blankets. The oldest boy's eyes opened wide when he saw the cookies in my hand. I gave him one. His eyes shone as he took it and ate all of it. Then he wanted another one. He was small and thin, no more than 4 years old. The mother woke up, saw the cookies, and smiled. "What's your name?" I said to the boy. After 2 cookies, he was my friend for life. "Ontario." "How old are you?" He showed me 4 fingers. "4?" I said. He said yes and put his hand out for another cookie, which I gladly gave him. I wanted to give him things, anything he wanted. "Where do you live?" I whispered. "In a car," he whispered back. "You got more apple juice?" "Sure." I went to the kitchen and got him a cup of apple juice and more cookies. The mother was sleeping again. Like many homeless people, she moved a lot in her sleep. She was cold. I took my jacket off and put it over her. Then the baby cried and woke her. Without thinking, I took the baby, smiling at the mother all the time. She was happy to let me hold it so she could get some sleep. I stayed there until 3 in the morning. The next day was Saturday. Since Tuesday, when I met Mr., I hadn't worked even 1 hour for Drake and Sweeney. I lay in bed. I hated the work at Drake and Sweeney. I didn't want to go back, ever. I had breakfast at a cafe on M and wondered what Ontario was having for breakfast. Then I went shopping. Candy and small toys for the kids, soap for them all, warm clothes in lots of children's sizes. I'd never had so much fun spending $200. And I wanted to spend more. I wanted to put that family in a hotel for a month. I wanted to start a lawsuit against the person who had made them homeless. I couldn't wait to have Ontario's family as my clients. I went back to the church, leaving all the toys and clothes in the car. But Ontario's family weren't there. I asked Mordecai where they were. "Who knows? The homeless go from kitchen to kitchen, shelter to shelter." Next morning, Sunday, I had the small television in the kitchen on while I ate breakfast. But the TV news stopped me from eating. I heard the words, but I didn't want to believe them. I walked toward the television. My feet were heavy. My heart was cold. My mouth was open in shock and disbelief. Sometime around 11 p.m., Washington police found a small car near Fort Totten Park, in a gang area in the northeast of the city. It was parked on the street. Inside were a young mother and her children, all dead. The mother had started the engine of the old car and left it running to keep the family warm. The air in the car poisoned them while they slept. They gave the mother's name. It was Lonte Burton. The baby was Tomiko. The other children were Alonzo and Ontario. Their candy and toys and soap and clothes were still in my car. Chapter 6. A New Person. Now I, too, carried my photograph of a 22-year-old black mother who had died for nothing in a car. I was at the 14th Street Law Center. "How much would a funeral cost?" I asked Mordecai. "I don't know. Are you interested?" "I want them to have a good funeral." "Okay, then. Let's arrange it now." We got into Mordecai's old Ford Taurus. The Burton family's bodies were in the morgue of the General Hospital. Mordecai entered like he owned the place. "I'm Mordecai Green, lawyer for the Burton family," he informed an anxious young man behind the desk. A doctor from the hospital arrived, and Mordecai pushed open the big metal door. Inside the white room were lines of bodies covered in sheets. Their names were on little pieces of paper tied to their toes. We stopped in a corner. "Lonte Burton," said the doctor, and pulled the sheet down to her waist. It was Ontario's mother, all right, in a white dress. She looked the same as when I saw her alive a few days ago. She looked like she was sleeping. I couldn't stop staring at her. "That's her," said Mordecai in a confident and loud voice, like he'd known her for years. Only one sheet covered the children. They were lying in a line with their hands by their sides like little soldiers. I wanted to touch Ontario. I wanted to tell him I was sorry. I wanted to wake him up, take him home, give him some food, give him everything he could ever want. "That's them," said Mordecai. I looked up to heaven, and I heard a voice in my head say, "Don't let it happen again." The doctor took us to an office. We helped the assistant make a list of everything that had been found with the family. My old blue jacket was the best thing they owned. "Do you want it back?" Mordecai asked me. "No." I waited outside in the car while Mordecai arranged the funeral in another office. He told me the price would go up if they saw my expensive clothes. In less than a week, I had seen 5 dead street people. First, Mr. had changed my life. Now Ontario had broken my heart. There was a knock on the car window. I jumped. "It's $5,000, all 4, Mordecai shouted through the closed car window. Yeah, I said, and he disappeared back into the hospital. Soon he was back, driving fast. "The funeral will be Tuesday at the church here at the hospital. The newspapers will be there, and television. It's a big story." "Thanks, Mordecai," I said. "After the funeral, there's going to be a march to the government buildings on Capitol Hill for the Burton family. Television is going to film it. The newspapers are going to write about it. Are you okay?" "No." I called in sick Tuesday. At 10, I left for the funeral. It was a very nice church. Beautiful. It didn't open its doors to the homeless, and I could understand why. I sat alone. I could see Mordecai with 2 people I didn't know. The TV people were in one corner. I could also see the coffins. The baby's coffin was very small. Ontario's coffin and his brother's were bigger, but not much bigger. Lonte Burton's parents were dead, but her grandmother was there. She put flowers on the coffins, and for a terrible second I thought she was going to open them. I had never been to a black funeral before, and I didn't know what to expect. But I had seen old film of coffins open at funerals. After the funeral, there was the march to Capitol Hill. There were big photos of Lonte Burton everywhere, and under her face the words, "Who killed Lonte?" On Capitol Hill, Mordecai spoke to the people. He didn't talk about the homeless. He talked about the last hours of the Burton family. He talked about the baby's last meal in the church. He talked about the cookies the boys had eaten. He described how the little family left the church and went back onto the streets, into the snowstorm where Lonte and her children lived only a few more hours. Mordecai described things he didn't actually know had happened, but I didn't care, and the crowd didn't either. When he described the family trying to get warm before they died, I heard women crying around me. If this man, Mordecai Green, could make a crowd cry like this, he must be a great lawyer. When Mordecai finished, we marched to the Capitol, the government building, carrying the coffins. I had never been on a march like this before. Rich people don't march. Their world is safe and clean, and there are laws to keep them happy. But now I, too, carried my photograph of a 22-year-old black mother who had died for nothing in a car. I wasn't the same person as I had been before Mr. and Ontario came into my life, and I could never be that person again. So I accepted when Mordecai Green phoned me a few days later and invited me to a restaurant near DuPont Circle. And when he invited me to join the 14th Street Law Center, I accepted his offer of a job, too. "We can pay you $30,000 a year," smiled Mordecai. "You'll be a partner. Let's see Drake and Sweeney beat that." I smiled, too. I nearly told him about the file I needed from Drake and Sweeney, the file that would give us the story of Devon Hardy's eviction, but I didn't. That night, I told Claire my news. It was almost 10, and we were sitting in our favorite chairs with glasses of wine. After a few minutes, I said, "We need to talk." "What is it?" she asked, unworried. "I'm thinking of leaving Drake and Sweeney." "Oh, really?" She either expected this or wanted to seem calm. I had told her all about Lonte Burton and her family. "Yes, I can't go back there." "Why not?" "The work's boring and unimportant. I want to do something to help people. I told you about Mordecai Green. His law center has offered me a job. I'm starting Monday." "How much did he offer you?" $30,000 a year. "That's $90,000 a year less than you earn now." "You don't do work for the homeless for the money." As young law and medical students, we had wanted to help people. We told ourselves then that money was not important. And now? "I'm tired," she said. She finished her wine and went to the bedroom. The next day, she visited a divorce lawyer. I promised to leave the apartment by the weekend. Chapter 7. Braden Chance and River Oaks. The note read, "Top key is to Chance's door. Bottom key is to the file drawer under the window." I went back to Drake and Sweeney for my last day. They didn't want me to leave. There was a lot of work, and they didn't want to find someone new. I was invited to breakfast with Arthur Jacobs in the partner's private dining room on the 8th floor. How could I turn my back on a world of breakfasts in the partner's dining room? That was the idea. Over breakfast, Arthur suggested that I could stop working at Drake & Sweeney for a year and work pro bono at the law center. He said that Drake & Sweeney should do more pro bono work. He offered to pay the difference between the law center's $30,000 a year and what I earned at Drake & Sweeney. I smiled. I would be Drake & Sweeney's pro bono boy for a year, and they could all feel good about themselves. During that year, a partner would take my clients. I would return after a year, happy, and take my clients back. Actually, I didn't say no immediately. They had at least tried. Arthur often talked about pro bono work, though clients and their paid hours always came first. But I thought about the offer, and then I said no. By now, I hated my old work too much to go back to it. I didn't like the old me that had done the work very much either. I was trying to explain to Arthur that I was a different man now, when Braden Chance sat down at a table not far from ours. He didn't see me at first, but then I saw him staring at me. "Good morning, Braden," I said loudly. Arthur turned around to see who I was talking to. "You know him?" he asked quietly. "We've met," I said. "He's a fool," said Arthur very quietly. It was the same word the legal assistant had used about Chance. When I got back to my office, there were 2 files on my desk. They hadn't been there before my breakfast with Arthur. In the first one, there was a list of names headed People Evicted, River Oaks. Number 4 was Devon Hardy. Number 10 was Lonte Burton and 3 children. I sat there for 2 or 3 minutes in silence. Why would anyone put something like this on my desk if the information wasn't true? At the bottom of the page, someone had written a few words in pencil. The eviction was wrong. I opened the second file. There were 2 keys in it and a typed note. The note read, "Top key is to Chance's door. Bottom key is to the file drawer under the window." I put the files away. I had to do some work. I also had a working lunch that day. Working lunch meant that the client was paying, but the law had never seemed so unimportant and boring. I got through the day only because I knew it was my last at Drake & Sweeney. It was almost 5 before I got a few minutes alone. I said goodbye to Polly and locked the office door from the inside. I took the files out again and began to think and make notes. I had an idea who had sent the files. The young legal assistant who had called Chance a fool. Legal assistants did the evictions, and it was his job to put documents in the file. I phoned another legal assistant and asked him for the name of Chance's assistant. The guy was called Hector Palma. He had been with Drake & Sweeney about 3 years, all in real estate. We met in the library on the 3rd floor. Hector Palma was very nervous. "Did you put those files on my desk?" I asked him. There was no time to play games. "What files?" His eyes went around and around the room, looking at everything except me. "The River Oaks eviction. You were there, right?" "Yeah," he said. "What's in the River Oaks file?" "Bad stuff." "Tell me." "I have a wife and 4 kids. I need this job." "You'll be okay. You're leaving. What do you care? I wasn't surprised, he knew. People talked. I was news. So, before I leave, you want me to go into Chance's office and take a file? And I can't be sure what's in it? Do what you want. And he ran out of the library. I went back to my office and made some more notes. I would lose my job if I was caught taking the file, but I was already leaving. It would be much worse if I was caught in Chance's office with a key that wasn't mine. I didn't like the idea at all. Then there was the problem of copying the file. Some Drake and Sweeney files were very thick. I would have to stand in front of a photocopier for a long time. And also, our photocopiers worked from a plastic card that had our names on it. Drake and Sweeney knew exactly who copied what. I could use a photocopier somewhere else, but it was illegal to take the file from the building. And I was a lawyer. But couldn't I just borrow the file? I only needed it for half an hour to photocopy it. I could take it to the 14th Street Law Center, photocopy it, and bring it back immediately. That made me a little less of a thief. It was now getting late, this Friday night. I was starting work with Mordecai on Monday. It was now or never. But I hadn't got a key to the 14th Street Law Center. I looked at my watch. It was 6:30. I drove to 14th Street. My partners were still there. Sophia actually smiled at me, but only for a second. "Welcome to your new job," said Mordecai seriously, like I needed all the luck in the world. "How about this?" he said, pointing at my new office. "The best office in the area." "Beautiful," I said, stepping inside. My new office was about half the size of the one I had just left. My Drake and Sweeney desk would be too big to go in there. There was no phone. "I like it," I said, and I did. "I'll get you a phone tomorrow," said Mordecai. It was dark, and Sophia wanted to leave. Mordecai and I ate some sandwiches he had bought. He made us both coffee. I looked at the copier. It was about 10 years old, but I knew it worked. "What time are you leaving tonight?" I asked Mordecai with my mouth full of sandwich. "I don't know. In an hour, maybe. Why?" "I'm going back to Drake and Sweeney for a couple of hours. I have some last-minute stuff they want me to finish. Then I'd like to come back here late. Would that be possible?" Mordecai was eating his sandwich. He reached into a drawer and threw me a key. "Come and go as you please," he said. "Will it be safe?" "No, so be careful. Park as close to the door as you can. Walk fast. Then lock yourself in." I walked fast to my car at 7:30. The sidewalk was empty. My Lexus was fine. Maybe I would be okay on the streets. The drive back to Drake and Sweeney took 11 minutes. If it took 30 minutes to copy Chance's file, then it would be out of his office for about an hour, and he would never know. Real estate was empty. I knocked on Chance's door. No answer. I used the key to his door and went in. Should I turn on the light? It was dark. I would have to. I locked the door, turned on the light, went to the bottom file drawer under the window, and unlocked it with the second key. I found the River Oaks file and was reading through it when a voice outside shouted, "Hey!" and I jumped. A conversation started outside. Two guys were talking baseball. I turned off the lights, listening to their talk. Then I sat on Chance's sofa for 10 minutes. I could put the file back. If they saw me leaving Chance's office, nothing would be done. It was my last day. But if they saw me taking a file, that was very different. Be patient, I told myself. After baseball, they started talking about girls. I think they were a couple of young legal assistants working late. Then finally, it was quiet. I locked the drawer in the dark, opened the door, and went out. "Hey!" shouted someone behind me. I ran. I ran to the back of the building, got into the Lexus, and drove off. That was stupid, I thought. Why did I run? Why didn't I talk to the guy? I still worked at Drake and Sweeney, didn't I? That was my last thought before the Lexus was hit by a Jaguar speeding down 18th Street. I remember a voice saying, "I don't see any blood." And then I remember Claire sitting by my bed at the George Washington University Medical Center. End of CD 2. Chapter 8. Hector Palma. Michael, you won't be a lawyer when they've finished. Not here, not anywhere. You're going to lose your license. I woke up at 7 in the morning, and a nurse gave me a note from Claire. It was a really sweet note. It said that she had to go to work and that she had spoken to my doctors and I probably wouldn't die. Claire and I must look like a happily married couple to the doctors and nurses. Why were we getting a divorce? My left arm was blue. My chest hurt when I breathed. I looked at my face in the bathroom. There were some small cuts, but nothing that wouldn't disappear over the weekend. A nurse told me the Jaguar had been driven by a gang member who sold drugs. Welcome to the streets, I thought, as I tried not to breathe too much. The doctor came at 7:30. No bones were broken. They wanted me to stay in hospital for one more day just to be safe, but I said no. I had to find a new apartment. The first real estate office sent me to an apartment at Adams Morgan, north of DuPont Circle. It was 3 little rooms at the top of a house. Everything in the bathroom worked, the floor was clean, there was a view over the streets. I took it. That evening, I went back to my old apartment to see Claire. We ate a Chinese carryout. Our first ever meal together had been a carryout, and this was our last meal together as husband and wife. Claire had the divorce papers waiting for me on the table, and I signed them. In 6 months, I would be single. "Do you know someone called Hector Palma?" she asked halfway through the Chinese dinner. My eyes opened wide. "Yes?" "He called an hour ago. Said he had to talk to you. Who is he?" "A legal assistant with Drake and Sweeney. He wants me to help him. He has a problem." "Must be a big one. He wants to meet with you at 9 tonight, at Nathan's on M Street." "Why a bar?" I said, half to myself, half to Claire. "He didn't say. He sounded strange on the phone." Suddenly, I wasn't hungry. I finished the meal only because I didn't want to look worried in front of Claire. But it wasn't necessary. She wasn't even looking at me. I walked to M Street. Parking is impossible on a Saturday night. It was raining and my chest hurt. As I walked, I thought about what to say. I thought of lies I could tell. After taking the file, it seemed easier to lie. Hector might be there for Drake and Sweeney. He might be wired to record what I said. I would listen carefully and say little. Nathan's was only half full. I was 10 minutes early, but he was there, waiting for me at a table in the corner. As I came in, he jumped up from his seat and put his hand out. You must be Michael. I'm Hector Palma from real estate. Nice to meet you. Huh? Didn't we meet in the library? We sat down. He started kicking me under the table. I understood. He was wired, and they were watching. A waiter came. I ordered black coffee, and Hector asked for a beer. I'm a legal assistant in real estate, Hector explained as the drinks arrived. You've met Braden Chance, one of our partners? Yes, I said. As they were recording everything I said, I would say as little as possible. I work mainly for him. You and I spoke for a minute one day last week when you visited his office. If you say so, I don't remember seeing you. He smiled, and I kicked him back under the table. We both understood the situation now. Listen, I asked you to meet me because a file is missing from Braden's office. And you think I took it? Well, no, but it could be you. You asked for that file when you went into his office last week. So you do think I took it, I said angrily. Well, go to the police. Hector Palma drank some of his beer. Drake and Sweeney have already gone to the police, he said. The police found an empty file in your desk with a note about 2 keys. One to the door, the other to a file drawer. They also found your fingerprints on the file drawer. I hadn't thought about fingerprints. Drake and Sweeney took everybody's fingerprints when they joined the company. But that was 5 years ago, and I had forgotten about it. We might want to speak to you about all of this again later, said Hector Palma. I picked up my coat and left. I spent my first working day at the 14th Street Law Center getting the file back from the wreck of the Lexus. Mordecai helped me. We had to go to Georgia Avenue, where the police keep wrecked cars. I told Mordecai that the file was important, but not what was in it. Back home in my new apartment, I looked at the file. River Oaks was a real estate company. They wanted to build a new mail office for the Washington Post Office and then rent the building to them. They had bought the warehouse where Devon Hardy and Lonte Burton lived, and they wanted to pull it down and start rebuilding. They were in a hurry. They wanted to start pulling the warehouse down in February. On January 27th, Hector Palma visited the warehouse. His note about that visit was on the list of documents in the file, but it wasn't actually in the file. Somebody had taken it out. Almost certainly Chance, after Mr. had visited us. On Friday, January 31st, Hector Palma returned to the warehouse with the police and evicted the people who were living there. The eviction had taken 3 hours. Hector Palma's note about it was 2 pages long. Although he tried to hide what he felt, it was clear that he disliked being part of the eviction. He described how Lonte Burton had fought with the police. My heart stopped when I read, the mother had 3 children, 1 a baby. She lived in a 2-room apartment with no bathroom. They slept on the floor. She fought with the policeman while her children watched. In the end, she was carried out of the building. I drove to 14th Street and copied the file. Then I went back to my old apartment. Claire was at the hospital. I took my sleeping bag, a few suits, my radio, the small TV from the kitchen, my CD player and a few CDs, a coffee pot, a hairdryer, and 3 blue towels. I left a note telling her I was gone. I didn't know what I felt. I had never moved out before. I wasn't sure how it was done. As I drove away, I didn't feel happy to be single again. Claire and I had both lost. Back at the 14th Street Law Center, my first visitor was my old friend Barry Nuzzo. He sat down carefully in the chair opposite my desk. He didn't want to get dirt on his expensive suit. Was he wired, like Hector Palma? Maybe they had sent Barry because he was my friend and also one of Mister's guests that Tuesday afternoon. "So, you're here for the money," he said. Joke. "Of course." "You're crazy. They're gonna come after you, Michael. You can't take a file." "You mean a criminal lawsuit for theft?" "Probably. And they talked to the Bar Association. Rafter's working on it." "Michael, you won't be a lawyer when they've finished. Not here, not anywhere. You're going to lose your license." I wasn't ready for that. "I have the file. The file has plenty of information about Drake and Sweeney in it." "You can't use the file, Michael. You can't use it in a lawsuit because you took it from our offices, and that's theft." I said nothing. I didn't know what I was going to do. But I knew I couldn't give the file back now. I had nothing else in the fight against Drake and Sweeney. Barry stood up to leave. "Will you phone me sometime, Michael?" he said at the door. Chapter 9. The Homeless. "I'm Michael. Where do you live, Ruby?" "Here and there." The building had been a department store many years ago. Now the sign on it said Samaritan House. "It's a private shelter," Mordecai said. 90 beds. The food's okay. Some churches in Arlington got together and they pay for everything. We've been coming here for 6 years." Inside, we used a bedroom as an office. "This is a good office," Mordecai said. "We can be private here." "What about a bathroom?" I asked. "They're in the back. You don't get your own bathroom in a shelter." I could hear radios. People were getting up. It was Monday morning, and they had jobs to go to. "Is it easy to get a room here?" I asked Mordecai, although I already knew the answer. "Nearly impossible. There's a long waiting list." "How long do they stay?" "Maybe 3 months. This is one of the nicer shelters, so they're safe here. After 3 months, the shelter tries to find them an apartment." "And our clients all come from shelters?" I asked. "Half come from the shelters," Mordecai said. "The other half from the streets." "We take anybody?" "Anybody who's homeless. The people here at this shelter have jobs, but they don't earn enough to pay rent for an apartment. So when they get one, they lose it again. One missed paycheck, and they lose their homes." My first client was called Waylene, age 27, 2 children, no husband. Her problem wasn't complicated. She had worked in a fast food restaurant. She started to tell us why she left her job, but Mordecai said that the reason didn't matter. She hadn't had her last 2 paychecks. Because she had no address, the restaurant had sent the checks to the wrong place. The checks had disappeared, and nobody at the restaurant cared. "Will you be here next week?" Mordecai asked. Waylene wasn't sure. Maybe here, maybe there. She was looking for a job. She might move in with someone or get her own apartment. "We'll get your money, and we'll have the checks sent to our office," said Mordecai. He gave her the address of the 14th Street Law Center. She said thanks and left. "Call the fast food restaurant," Mordecai told me. "Tell them you're Waylene's lawyer. Be nice at first. If they don't send the checks, stop being nice. If necessary, go there and get the checks yourself." I wrote down everything Mordecai said, like it was complicated. Waylene's paychecks were for $210. My last client at Drake & Sweeney was trying to get $900 million. But I was happy enough when I got home at the end of the day. My new apartment now had some old chairs in it, and the TV was on a box. I smiled at my furniture. My mother had called. I listened to her voice on the answer phone. She and Dad wanted to visit me. That evening I watched basketball on TV and had a few beers. At 11:30 I called Claire. We hadn't talked in 4 days. Why shouldn't we talk? We were actually still married. I thought maybe we could have dinner soon. The phone rang and then a voice said, "Hello?" It was a man. I couldn't speak. I had been gone less than a week, and Claire had a man in the apartment at 11:30? I almost put the phone down, but then I said, "I'd like to speak to Claire, please." "Who's calling?" "Michael, her husband." "She's in the shower," he said. He sounded pleased with himself. "Tell her I called," I said. I walked around the room until midnight. Then I went for a walk in the cold. Why did our marriage go wrong? Who was that guy? Was he someone she had known for years and I didn't know about him? I told myself it didn't matter. We weren't divorcing because of other people. We were divorcing because of us. And if she was free to find another guy, then I was free to find someone too. Yeah, right. At 2 a.m., I was walking around DuPont Circle, stepping over people sleeping in the street. It was dangerous, but I didn't care. After a couple of hours, I went home and got some sleep. Then I wanted to work. I got to 14th Street before 8 that morning, ready to start. As I walked through the snow, making my way to the law center, I thought of my clients. By now I had a few. There was Waylene and her paychecks. There was also Marvis. Like me, Marvis wanted a divorce. His wife was on drugs. She had taken everything he had, including their 2 children. Marvis wanted them back. "How long will a divorce take?" Marvis had asked me. 6 months, I told him. Marvis was clean, he didn't drink, and he was looking for work. I enjoyed the half hour I spent with him, and I wanted to help him. Another client was a 58-year-old woman. Her husband was dead, and the government was sending her money to the wrong place. I could get all her money back and then get it sent to the right place. A lot of my clients had problems like that. They were just not getting money, often from the government, that should be theirs. When I reached the law center, a little woman was sitting against our door. The office was still locked. It was below freezing in the streets. When she saw me, she jumped to her feet and said, "Good morning. Are you a lawyer?" "Yes, I am." "For people like me?" She looked like she was homeless. "Sure. Come in." I opened the door. It was colder inside than outside. I made some coffee and found some old cookies. I offered them to her, and she quickly ate one. "What's your name?" I asked. We were sitting in the front office next to Sophia's desk, waiting for the coffee and for the office to get a little warmer. "Ruby," she said. "I'm Michael. Where do you live, Ruby?" "Here and there." She was between 30 and 40, dressed in a lot of old clothes. She was very thin. "Tell me," I said. "I need to know. Do you live in a shelter?" "Not now," she said. "I live in a car. I sleep in the back." I poured 2 large paper cups full of coffee, and we went into my office. "What can I do for you?" I asked. With both hands on the coffee cup to keep warm and without looking at me, she told me her story. She and her son Terrence lived in a small apartment. When Terrence was about 10, she went to prison for 4 months for selling drugs. Terrence lived with her sister those 4 months, but when Ruby came out of prison, they had lost the apartment. She and Terrence slept in cars, warehouses, and under bridges in warm weather. When it was cold, they went to the shelters. She couldn't stop taking drugs. A few years back, she had worked for a couple called Rowlands. Their children were grown and away from home. Ruby offered to pay Mr. and Mrs. Rowlands $50 a month if Terrence could stay with them. The Rowlands weren't sure at first, but in the end they agreed. Terrence had a small bedroom at the Rowlands' house. He started to get good grades at school. The Rowlands were good people. Ruby was allowed to visit Terrence for an hour each night. With great difficulty, she managed to pay each month as agreed. She was pleased with herself. Until she went to prison again. She couldn't stop taking drugs. And now Terrence didn't want to talk to her. He wanted to join the army. Mr. Rowlands was an army man. One night, Ruby took some drugs and then went to the Rowlands' house. She screamed and shouted, and the Rowlands and Terrence threw her out. The next day, the Rowlands started a lawsuit. They wanted Terrence to become their son. Ruby wasn't allowed to visit him until she stopped taking drugs.
"I want to see my son," she said. "I miss him so bad."
"You won't see Terrence until you stop the drugs," I said, trying to say it nicely. I had to get her onto a drugs program. Sophia knew where Ruby should go. Sophia knew everything and everybody. She made a phone call, and then Ruby and I were on our way to Naomi's Women's Center on 10th Street. It opened at 7, closed at 4, and between those hours helped women with a drug problem. I spoke with Megan, the young woman in charge of Naomi's. We had a long talk. It was the first long talk I had had with anyone in a long time. Chapter 10. Chicago. "There's going to be a lawsuit, Hector," I said, "against Drake and Sweeney. You can't hide from that." I was sleeping on the floor at the apartment. I liked it down there, and it helped me understand my new clients. In the middle of the night, the phone rang. It was Claire. The police were in her apartment, wanting to search it for the file. I looked at my watch. It was 1 a.m. "I'll be right there." The door was open, and I ran in. There were 3 policemen in there, and I shouted at the nearest one, "I'm Michael Brock. Who are you?" "Lieutenant Gasco," said the policeman, not very nicely. "Claire," I shouted, "get the video camera. There's going to be a lawsuit, Lieutenant Gasco." Lieutenant Gasco showed me a document. "It's signed by a judge," he said, "and it says we can search for the file." But he knew I was a lawyer, and he didn't look very happy. "The file's not here because I don't live here," I said. "Now give me your names and then go." Claire was filming it all with the video camera. Their document was fine, and I knew that. But the 3 policemen gave me their names and then left.
"Can they come back?"
asked Claire. "No."
"That's good."
"Did you tell them where I live?" I asked her.
"Michael, I don't know where you live. You just gave me a phone number."
I said good night without touching or kissing her. I knew that was what she wanted. I thought hard. Now I had to tell Mordecai everything. It was possible that the police would come to the law center looking for the file. Next morning, I tried to phone Hector Palma from the law center. His secretary said he had left the Washington office. I put the phone down. Now what? I stared at the ceiling. Mordecai came into my office. I started my story. My wife and I aren't together. I moved out of our apartment. "I'm sorry," said Mordecai. What else could he say? "Don't be. Early this morning, the police tried to search the apartment where I used to live. They were looking for a file that I took when I left Drake and Sweeney." "What kind of file?" "The Devon Hardy and Lonte Burton file." "I'm listening." "I don't think that Devon Hardy and Lonte Burton and the others were squatters. I think they were tenants, and if they were tenants, the eviction was illegal." "It sure was. Can't evict tenants without warning. But do you know? Or are you guessing?" I told Mordecai the story of the River Oaks file. I told him that something, probably a note dated January 27th, was missing from the file. "And what do you think is in this note?" he asked. "I can't be sure, but I think it's a note from Hector Palma. I think he knew they were tenants, and he said that in the note. But River Oaks wanted them out quickly so they could start pulling the warehouse down. They wanted to start the new building for the post office in February. I think Hector Palma's note of January 27th was removed from the file so Drake and Sweeney could evict Devon Hardy and Lonte Burton and the others as squatters." "Good," said Mordecai. "So we start a lawsuit for the family of Lonte Burton and the other people who were evicted." "Yes," I said. "That way, Hector Palma has to tell the judge what he knows." "I'll contact Lonte Burton's parents," Mordecai said. "They would be our clients in the lawsuit." "Her parents are dead, but she has a grandmother." "Fine. She'll be our client. But first, we need to find Hector Palma." "I think Drake and Sweeney will keep him in the company. If he leaves the company, they lose control of him. But they want him out of Washington. I think he's working for Drake and Sweeney in another city, probably a new job with more money." "Sophia!" shouted Mordecai, loud enough to be heard on Capitol Hill. "Sophia! We're looking for someone." Sophia came in with paper and a pencil. "I know," she said. "I heard." She turned to me. "I can help. Tell me everything you know about this person." I told Sophia Hector Palma's name, address, and job. I described him and said he had a wife and 4 kids. "Age?" "Maybe 30.
How much did he get a month at Drake and Sweeney?"
"As a legal assistant, $3,000.
"He has 4 kids, so 1 or more will be in school. He can't send kids to a private school on $35,000. We'll start with the schools, then the churches."
She went back to her desk, and she was on the phone for an hour. Each time she said hello in English, asked for the person she wanted, and then the conversation was in Spanish. An hour later, she came back into my office.
"They moved to Chicago. Do you need an address?" "But how did you—" "Don't ask. A friend of a friend in their church. They moved to Chicago last weekend. I can get you an address, but it will take longer."
"I don't need an address. I've been to Drake and Sweeney's Chicago office a couple of times." 2 days later, I was there again, but I hadn't flown first class as in the old days. I waited outside the Drake and Sweeney building from 7 in the morning while 106 lawyers, the 3rd highest number after Washington and New York, arrived for work. At 8:20, Hector Palma arrived, and I followed him into the building. He got off on floor number 51. There was a phone there. I phoned Mordecai and told him about my progress. Then I phoned Megan at Naomi's Women's Center. Ruby was still there, doing okay. Hector Palma wasn't going anywhere for the next 10 hours, so I had another long talk with Megan. There was a list of partners' names on each floor. I chose one. "I have an appointment with Dick Healy," I said loudly as I passed the desk, and then I walked past the desk down the hall. Hector had his own office in Chicago. "Hello, Hector," I said as I walked in. "So, how's Chicago?" What are you doing here?" I sat on Hector's desk. "There's going to be a lawsuit, Hector," I said, "against Drake and Sweeney. You can't hide from that." I didn't feel as confident as I tried to sound. "And who's starting this lawsuit?" "Lonte Burton's grandmother, and later the other people who were evicted when we find them." Hector just looked at me. "You remember Lonte, don't you, Hector? She was the young mother who fought with the policeman when you were evicting everyone. You felt bad about it because you knew she was a tenant, so you wrote that in a note dated January 27th, and you put that in the file. But Braden Chance took your note out again. That's why I'm here, Hector. I want a copy of that note." "Why would I have a copy?" "Because you're smart, Hector. You knew that Drake and Sweeney's evictions were illegal. You knew how important your note was. Maybe you even guessed Braden Chance would remove it." Hector thought about that. I guessed he wouldn't be happy hiding in Chicago. The evictions were wrong, and he knew it. He had tried to help me once before. "Meet me at 12 in front of the building," he said. He was there on time. "I have 4 children. Please protect me," he said as he gave me an envelope. I thanked him, got a taxi, and opened the envelope. The note was dated January 27th. It said that the tenants were paying $100 a month rent on the 15th of every month to a man called Johnny. There was even a copy of a receipt signed by Johnny saying that he had received $100 rent from Lonte Burton on January 15th. It couldn't be any clearer. They were tenants. The eviction was illegal. At Chicago O'Hare Airport, I faxed copies of the note and the receipt to Mordecai. Then I caught the next plane back to Washington. A taxi from the airport took me back to 14th Street, where Mordecai and Sophia weren't looking as happy as I had expected. Lieutenant Gasco was in the office, waiting for me. As he took me out to the police car, Sophia was phoning fast and talking fast, first in English, then in Spanish. But she and Mordecai couldn't stop Lieutenant Gasco taking me to Central Police Station like any other criminal. Drake and Sweeney said I had taken their file, and that was theft. Chapter 11. Megan. Her eyes held mine for a second, and I thought, no wedding ring on her finger. It was Friday afternoon. I knew Mordecai could get me out on bail, but some very bad things could happen to a good-looking white boy in prison over the weekend. In the police car to Central, I tried to think about all the great people who had spent some time in prison, like Martin Luther King. But then I thought of my parents. Their son in prison would be the end of their world. My friends already thought I had ruined my life. I didn't know what Claire would think, especially as she had a new man now. At Central, Gasco led me like a lost dog. They took everything I had in my pockets, and I signed for it. Then my photograph and fingerprints were taken. There were police everywhere, but only one other white face, a man who was very drunk. We were walking to the cells. I was scared. "Can I get bail?" I asked. "I think your lawyer's working on it," Gasco said. The cell door closed behind me. There were 5 other prisoners in the cell with me, all black, all much younger than me. I sat on the floor. In the cell opposite, I could see the drunk white guy and hear him shouting. 2 large black men had him in a corner of the cell. They were hitting his head. Minutes passed. One of the young guys in my cell walked over to me. This was the end.
Nice jacket,
he said, touching my jacket with his foot as I sat on the floor. Thanks, I said, trying to sound like I meant it. He was 18 or 19, thin, probably a gang member who had spent his life on the streets.
I could use a jacket like that,
he said, giving me a kick with his foot. You shouldn't be a low-life street gang member then, I thought. Would you like to borrow the jacket? I asked. I wasn't going to fight back. If I did, the other 4 would help the first one.
What did you say?
I said, would you like to borrow? The kick caught me in the head, and I shouted from the shock.
My friend said he could use a jacket like that, said one of the other 4. A gift would be nice.
I quickly took off my jacket and held it toward the young gang member who had kicked me.
Is this a gift?
He said, taking it. It's whatever you want it to be. He kicked me again, hard in the head.
Is this a gift?
Yes.
Thanks, man.
I sat in a ball on the floor. My face hurt. The floor was getting cold. What would happen when I needed the toilet?
Nice shoes,
said a voice above me. I gave them to him. Mordecai got me out on bail at 7 p.m. My bail was $10,000. My friends at Drake and Sweeney had told the newspapers about my stay in prison. Lawyer out on bail. Was it theft? I read the next day. They took a photo of me when I first joined Drake and Sweeney, and that was there too. They were trying to ruin my life. I wondered which client was paying for all the hours Rafter and Arthur Jacobs were spending on me. A client was definitely paying. A client paid for every hour of every lawyer's time. River Oaks, probably. I went in to work at 14th Street. Ruby was asleep in front of the door. "Why are you sleeping here?" I asked. She didn't answer. She was hungry. I unlocked the door, made coffee, and went to find the cookies. The phone rang. It was Megan. Ruby had left Naomi's. "Are you taking drugs again?" I asked Ruby. She didn't look at me.
"No,"
she said. "Yes, you are. Don't lie to me, Ruby. I'm your friend and your lawyer, and I'll help you see Terrence. But I can't help if you lie to me. Now, will you go back to Naomi's?"
"Yes."
"Good. I'll take you."
"Okay."
She took another cookie, her fourth. On the way back to Naomi's, she said,
"You were in prison."
"How did you know?"
"You hear stuff on the street."
When we arrived, Megan took Ruby into the women's group and then asked me to stay for coffee. She threw a Washington Post to me. "Bad night, huh?" she said with a smile. There was my photo again. It wasn't too bad. "What's this?" she asked, pointing at my face. A guy in my cell wanted my shoes. He took them. She looked at my shoes. Old Nikes.
"Those?"
"Yes. Good shoes, aren't they?"
"How long were you in there?"
"A couple of hours. And I got my life together. I'm a new man now." She smiled again. A perfect smile. Her eyes held mine for a second, and I thought, no wedding ring on her finger. She was tall and a little too thin. Her hair was dark red and short and well cut. Her eyes were light brown, very big and round, and nice to look at. She was very attractive, and I wondered why I hadn't noticed it before. I told her about me. She told me about herself. Her father was in the church in Maryland. He liked baseball, and he loved Washington. As a teenager, Megan had decided to work with the poor. It was a job, but a job she liked. I told her the story of Mr. and how I had started working with the homeless. She was very interested and asked lots of questions. Then she asked me to come back later for lunch. If the sun was shining, we could eat outside. I liked that. I thought it was romantic. You can find love anywhere, even in a shelter. Chapter 12. The Washington Post. The photographs said it all. Because of Drake and Sweeney, these poor people were dead. The file was thick. Rafter had worked very hard. It was my copy of Drake and Sweeney's complaint to the Bar Association. In one sentence, I had stolen their file, so now I should lose my license. But it was a shock. Drake and Sweeney wanted blood, my blood. It was frightening. Since I had started law school 10 years earlier, I had never thought of any other kind of work. What would I do without a law license? But there was one thing Drake and Sweeney didn't know yet. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, Mordecai and I were starting a $4 million lawsuit against them for the death of the Burton family. I went into Mordecai's office. "What do I do?" I said. He smiled. "Same as they did. Call the Washington Post. I was at college with Tim Clausen. He's one of the best journalists." Next morning, we told Tim Clausen about the lawsuit against Drake and Sweeney. The Burton story was already big as a result of the march and my night in prison, and this made it even bigger. He asked us a lot of questions, and I was happy to answer. Drake and Sweeney went to the newspapers first. The story was in the newspaper the next day. For an old law company like Drake and Sweeney, it was the worst thing in the world. Arthur Jacobs' photo appeared next to Devon Hardy's. There were also photographs of Lonte Burton taken from the march. You didn't even have to read the story. The photographs said it all. Because of Drake and Sweeney, these poor people were dead. The next day, it got even worse for Drake and Sweeney. The post office didn't like all these stories in the newspapers, and they didn't want River Oaks as their real estate company. That left River Oaks with nothing. River Oaks told the Washington Post they didn't know the evictions were illegal. A $1 million lawsuit for lost business by River Oaks against Drake and Sweeney was becoming possible. Arthur Jacobs phoned Mordecai at the law center. He wanted to meet Mordecai at Drake and Sweeney's offices to talk about the lawsuit. Without me. Mordecai smiled at me. "This could be the meeting," he said. "Maybe," I replied. My future could depend on Mordecai's talk with Arthur Jacobs. That night, I couldn't sleep. Mordecai was enjoying himself. He told me afterward that he couldn't believe Arthur Jacobs was nearly 80. The old man told Mordecai immediately that Braden Chance was gone. He didn't choose to leave Drake and Sweeney. They told him to go. Chance had been the only one who knew those people were tenants. I believed that. Mordecai showed Arthur Jacobs the missing note from the file and the receipt. Rafter was at the meeting, too, with some other lawyers, and for a long time none of them said a word. Then Arthur Jacobs made a suggestion. He said he wanted to meet with us and a judge. With the judge there, we could decide everything on one day. The Burton lawsuit, the theft of the file lawsuit, and the Bar Association complaint. The judge would be Judge Diorio, who Mordecai knew was a fair judge.
"What do you think?" Mordecai asked me. "What do you think?" "I say we do it. I'll call Judge Diorio."
Chapter 13. Burton against Drake and Sweeney. You put this family on the street. You've told us you did, and that's where they died. We were in Judge Diorio's room, but this wasn't a court. There were 2 lawyers from River Oaks. From Drake and Sweeney, there was Arthur Jacobs, Rafter, Nathan Malamud, and Barry Nutso. Why Malamud and Nutso, who were not going to speak for Drake and Sweeney? Then I understood. Malamud and Nutso had gone back to work after that Tuesday with Mister. They were fine, so why wasn't I? Judge Diorio said good morning, and then gave Mordecai 5 minutes to make the complaint against Drake and Sweeney in the Burton lawsuit. Mordecai needed just 2 minutes. He explained clearly how Drake and Sweeney's illegal eviction led to the deaths of Lontai Burton and her children. Arthur Jacobs spoke for Drake and Sweeney. He didn't disagree with Mordecai about what had happened to Lontai and her children, but he said it was, in part, her own fault. "There were places for her to go," Arthur said. "There were shelters open. She spent the night before in a church with many other people. Why did she leave? Her grandmother has an apartment in Northeast. Why didn't this mother do more to protect her little family?" "Why was she in the street at all?" Diorio asked, and I almost smiled. Arthur stayed calm. "The eviction was wrong," he said. "We are not arguing with Mr. Green about that. We are saying that events after the eviction were partly the mother's fault." "How much of it was her fault?" asked Judge Diorio. "At least half." "That's too high." "We don't agree, Judge Diorio." "Mr. Green?" Mordecai stood, shaking his head in disbelief. Like Arthur, was a first-year law student. "These people have nowhere to live, Mr. Jacobs. That's why they're called homeless. You put this family on the street. You've told us you did, and that's where they died. We could go to court. Would you say the same thing there? Stand up in court, Mr. Jacobs, say it was the mother's fault her family died." Arthur and the rest of the Drake and Sweeney lawyers looked scared enough at the idea of telling a court full of black people that the Burton family's death was, in part, Lontai's fault. "Drake and Sweeney are guilty of an illegal eviction," said Judge Diorio. "That's clear. I wouldn't advise you to blame the mother in a court." Mordecai and Arthur sat down. We had won the Burton lawsuit without going to court. Now we would discuss how much Drake and Sweeney should pay. Rafter stood up. He talked about how much money you usually got for dead children in lawsuits. He had read a lot of these lawsuits across the U.S. He offered $50,000 for each child. He became boring. He started to discuss the amount of money Lontai had lost because she died and so she didn't go to work. That was added to the money you usually got for dead children. In total, he offered $770,000. "Is that your final offer, Mr. Rafter?" asked Judge Diorio. He looked like he hoped it wasn't. "No, sir," Rafter said. "Mr. Green?" Mordecai stood again. "We do not accept their offer, Judge Diorio. Sir, this talk of the value of each child means nothing to me. I know how much I can get if this comes to court and the people of Washington decide.
and that is a lot more than Mr. Rafter is offering. These children were, of course, homeless black children. Mr. Rafter, you have a son at private school. Would you take $50,000 for him?"
Rafter looked down and didn't reply.
"I can walk into a Washington court and I can get $1 million each for Lontai Burton's little children. That's the same as any child in an expensive school in Virginia or Maryland."
The defense team looked at each other. They all had kids in expensive schools in Virginia and Maryland. Mordecai then talked about the last hours of Lontai Burton and her family as he had at Capitol Hill. He was a born storyteller, and he had a good story to tell. His voice went up and then down in anger. At the end, he pointed at the Drake and Sweeney lawyers, speaking for them.
"Those people in that warehouse," he shouted, "they're just a bunch of squatters. Throw them out."
He asked for $4 million. It was silent in the room when he finished. Judge DiOrio made some notes. The next thing to discuss was the file. "Do you have the file?" Judge DiOrio asked me. "Yes, sir." "Will you give it to me?" "Yes, sir." Mordecai gave Judge DiOrio the file, and we all sat and watched for 10 minutes while the judge read it. When he had finished, he said, "The file has been returned, Mr. Jacobs. There was a criminal lawsuit about its theft. What do you want to do now?" "If we can agree on the Burton lawsuit, we will stop the criminal lawsuit against Mr. Brock for theft of the file." "Mr. Brock, is that acceptable to you?"
"Yes."
"Yes, sir, it is." "Next, we have the complaint to the Bar Association by Drake and Sweeney against Michael Brock. Mr. Jacobs?" Arthur stood up again. He talked about why it was wrong for a lawyer to steal a file from his own company. He didn't seem to be enjoying it, and he didn't take too long about it. But I had been one of them, and then I had damaged them. They wouldn't forgive me for that. The complaint to the Bar Association wouldn't be stopped. I wasn't a criminal, Arthur said, so they would stop the theft lawsuit. But I was a lawyer, and a good one, and so the complaint should go to the Bar Association. The lawyers from River Oaks didn't speak, but it was clear they agreed. It was, of course, their client's file I had taken, and Arthur spoke so well that actually I agreed with him too. "Mr. Brock," said Judge DiOrio, "do you have anything to say?" I hadn't prepared anything, but I wasn't afraid to say what I felt. I looked Arthur in the eyes and said, "Mr. Jacobs, I have always had a very high opinion of you, and I still do. I was wrong to take the file, and I am sorry I did it. I was looking for information, and I was going to put the file back, but all that is no excuse. I apologize to you, to Drake and Sweeney, and to your client, River Oaks." Mordecai told me afterwards that he knew immediately Drake and Sweeney would agree to his next suggestion. The anger had gone out of the situation. Mordecai suggested $25,000 each to all the people evicted by Drake and Sweeney when we could find them. He suggested $3 million for the Burton lawsuit, paid at $300,000 a year. And after a lot of talk, we agreed that I would lose my license for 9 months. Chapter 14. A New life. "I'm thinking about my new life," I said, and we both smiled. Early Friday, I was happily helping homeless people at the 14th Street Law Center, though not, of course, speaking as a lawyer, when Arthur Jacobs suddenly appeared at my door. I said hello nicely, though I couldn't imagine what he wanted. He said no to coffee. He just wanted to talk. Arthur said that the last few weeks had been the most difficult of his 56 years as a lawyer. Drake and Sweeney was okay again now, but he still couldn't sleep. He felt guilty about the deaths of the Burton family, and he would never forget it. And he was tired of chasing money. I was too surprised to say much, so I just listened. Arthur was suffering, and I felt sorry for him. He asked about the law center and the work we did. How long had the center been there? How many people worked there? Where did the money come from? This gave me an opportunity, and I took it. I told Arthur that because I couldn't work as a lawyer, I was starting a pro bono program. I was going to use lawyers from the big Washington law companies. These volunteer lawyers would work a few hours a week, and I would tell them what to do. We could reach thousands of homeless people. Arthur liked the idea. As we discussed it, the program grew larger. After a few minutes, he was talking about sending all 400 of his Washington lawyers to do pro bono work for a few hours a week. "Would 400 lawyers be too many?" Arthur asked. "No," I said, "but I'll need help from inside Drake and Sweeney. I know someone. He's at the Chicago office, but I'm sure you can get him back." As I had guessed, Arthur knew nothing about Hector Palma or how he had helped me get the River Oaks file. Hector would be back in Washington in a month, working with me. Arthur stayed in my office for 2 hours. He was a much happier man when he left. He had a purpose in life. I walked him to his car and then ran to tell Mordecai the good news. We could help as many homeless people as we needed to. Megan's uncle owned a house near Fenwick Island, right near the ocean, a perfect place for a weekend break. We left Washington Friday afternoon. I drove, and Megan told me where to go. And Ruby sat in the back seat, eating cookies, excited by the thought of spending a few days outside the city. Megan had told me very clearly that there were 3 bedrooms in her uncle's house, 1 for each of us. It rained Saturday, a cold shower that blew in from the ocean. Megan and I sat and watched it out of the window, sitting close together on the couch. "Where's our client?" I asked.
"Ruby? Watching TV." "What are you thinking?" she asked quietly.
Everything and nothing. 32 days earlier, I had been married to another woman, living in a different apartment and doing different work. I didn't even know the woman whose head was now on my shoulder. How could life change so much in a month? "I'm thinking about my new life," I said, and we both.
Chapter 1. Mitchell McDear. Mitchell Y. McDear was 25 years old. He was about to graduate in the top 5 from Harvard Law School. He had a beautiful wife, Abby. He was white, handsome, tall, and physically fit. He didn't take drugs or drink too much. And he was hungry. He wanted it all: money, power, a big house, a fast car. He urgently wanted to succeed. In other words, he was perfect for the Memphis law firm of Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. Every one of the 20 partners in the firm was given a thick file on him. They knew that he had been born in poverty in Kentucky and brought up by his mother after his father's death. They knew that she had wasted the money the Army gave her after her eldest son's death in Vietnam, and that only the other brother, Ray, had cared for him. They knew that he had won a place at Western Kentucky University because he was good at football and had graduated top of his class. They could see the poverty hurt, and that he wanted to climb away from it. Now he was about to leave Harvard. 2 firms in New York and 1 in Chicago were interested in him, according to the file. The highest offer was $76,000, and the lowest was $68,000. All the partners agreed that he was the one they wanted. They needed a new associate this year, and they wanted it to be him. The first interview, in a hotel near Harvard, went well. Oliver Lambert took with him Lamar Quinn, an associate who had been with the firm for 7 years, and offered Mitch $80,000, a new BMW, and help in buying a house. Mitch was interested, of course. Lambert invited him down to Memphis to visit the firm. He said he would send the air tickets. The figure of $80,000 started Mitch and Abby dreaming. $80,000 in Memphis is the same as $120,000 in New York, Mitch said. We'll be able to afford almost anything we want. And it's only the money I'll start at. In 2 years, I'll be into 6 figures. They say that on average, an associate becomes a partner in about 10 years. And then I'll be earning about $500,000 a year. And what about the car and the house? Who wants New York? Abby said, smiling, and thinking about their rusty Mazda, and about new furniture in a big old house, and dreaming of babies. What sort of work is it? Taxes, Mitch said, which is what I enjoy. And we both hate the cold weather in the Northeast. The firm specializes in international tax law. Bendini started it in 1944. He had a lot of clients in the South, so he moved down to Memphis. And obviously, everyone who works there loves it. They say that members very rarely leave the firm. And you'd be closer to Ray. True. If they're offering so much, why doesn't everybody know about them and try to work there? Lambert says they like to stay small. There are only 41 members in all. They get 1 new member every 2 years, and they approach him rather than the other way round. Why would they help us with a house? Abby asked. It's important to the firm that their members stay happy and look rich. It helps to bring business in. Memphis, here we come, said Abby. I like this firm already. Chapter 2. Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. Bendini had loved the firm's office building. He had also loved secrecy. Before his death in 1970, he had filled the 100-year-old building with electronic surveillance equipment, as well as with every luxury money could buy. Only a few special members could enter certain parts of the building. In 20 years, Bendini built the richest law firm in Memphis. It was also definitely the quietest. every associate hired by the firm was taught the evils of a loose tongue. Everything was secret, especially clients' business. Young associates were warned that talking about the firm's business outside the firm could delay the prize of a partnership. Nothing left the building on Front Street. Wives were told not to ask questions, or were lied to. The associates were expected to work hard, keep quiet, and spend their healthy incomes. Lamar Quinn met Mitch at the entrance to the building. After an embarrassing speech by Oliver Lambert in front of all the other associates in the second-floor library, Lamar took him on a tour of the office. There were excellent libraries on the first 4 floors of the 5-floor building, so that no member needed to leave the office to find out anything. The first 4 floors were almost the same. The center of each floor was filled with secretaries, their desks, and the necessary machines. On one side of the open area was the library, and on the other were offices and smaller conference rooms. Partners got the large corner offices with wonderful views over the river and the city. "You won't see any pretty secretaries," Lamar said softly as they watched them work. "These are the best legal secretaries in Memphis. But they also have to be over a certain age. The firm likes its members to have steady marriages. Babies are encouraged. Of course, wives are not forbidden to work." "I hope not," said Mitch, puzzled by the word forbidden. He decided to change the subject. "Does every lawyer get his own secretary?" "Yes, until you're a partner. Then you'll get another, and by then you'll need one. Nathan Locke has 3, all with 20 years' experience, and he keeps them busy. You'll find that the work takes at least 80 hours a week at first, and there's always more if you want it. Everyone works 100 hours a week during tax season. We get well paid, all right, but we earn it, believe me." "What about holidays?" 2 weeks a year for the first 5 years. I know that doesn't sound like very much, but the firm does own a couple of beach houses in the Cayman Islands, and you can usually get one for your holiday, as long as a partner doesn't want it, of course. We do a lot of business in the Caymans as well, because the islands are tax-free. Nathan Locke's there at the moment, in fact, which is why you can't meet him today." Mitch had lunch with the partners in their special dining room on the 5th floor. Again, the generous public praise was embarrassing, but pleasing. Mitch wanted a beer to help him feel comfortable, but looking round, he saw that no one had any alcohol, and he learned that drinking at lunchtime was not liked by the firm, nor was heavy drinking at any time. They wanted members they could rely on. That was all right with Mitch. He was determined to succeed. By the time Mitch left the building in the evening, after a meeting with Royce McKnight to discuss further details of his contract, he had decided there could be no better offer in the whole country. Chapter 3. The 5th Floor. There were no law offices on the 5th floor of the Bendini building. The partners' dining room and kitchen filled the west end. Then, in the center, there were some empty rooms. And then there was a wall. In the center of the wall was a small metal door with a button beside it and a camera over it. This opened onto a small room where an armed guard watched the door and studied a large number of television surveillance screens. A hall went past the offices and workrooms of a number of men whose job was to watch and to gather information. The windows to the outside world were painted over. Devasher, the head of security, had the largest of these small, plain offices. On the Monday after Mitch McDear's visit, Oliver Lambert stood in front of the small metal door and stared at the camera over it. He pushed the button, waited, and was finally allowed in. He walked quickly along the hall and entered Devasher's office. They talked a bit about McDear. Devasher reported that, as far as he and his men could tell, Mitch would not be a security risk for the firm. He played Lambert a tape of phone calls from Mitch's hotel room in Memphis to Abby in Massachusetts. "Very loving conversations, you see, Ollie," Devasher said, with an evil grin on his face. "They're just like a newly married couple. I'll try to get you some bedroom pictures later. I know how much you enjoy those." "She is lovely." "Shut up, Devasher," Lambert said. And then, after a pause, "I wish we could find his brother Ray. We know everything about his family, and hers. But we just can't find this brother." "Don't worry, Ollie," Devasher said. "We'll find him." Devasher closed the McDear file and opened another, much thicker one. Lambert stared at the floor. "What's the latest?" he asked softly. "It's not good news, Ollie. Kaczynski and Hodge are definitely working together now. Last week, the FBI checked Kaczynski's house and found our bugs. Kaczynski told Hodge when they were hiding in the third-floor library. Now they think everything's bugged, and they're very careful where they talk." "Which FBI agent is involved?" "Terrence. He seems to be in charge." "How often has he talked to Kaczynski?" "There's no way to know. We know of 4 meetings in the last month, but I suspect more. They're being real careful." "How much has he given them?" "Not much, I hope. They're still trying to persuade him. He's frightened. Hodge hasn't talked to the FBI yet, I don't think. He'll do whatever Kaczynski does." "What have you told Lazarov?" "Everything. That's my job. They want you in Chicago the day after tomorrow. They want answers. And plans." "What plans?" "Plans to get rid of Kaczynski, Hodge, and Terrence, if it becomes necessary." "Terrence? Are you crazy? We can't get rid of an FBI agent." "Lazarov is stupid, Ollie. You know that. And that's what he wants from you. Of course, if he does kill Terrence, the FBI will be all over the place, and all of you lawyers will suddenly have to leave the country." "Try to argue with him, will you? And watch McDear for another month." "Okay, Ollie. Don't worry." Chapter 4. Sad News. When the McDears moved down to Memphis, they stayed with the Quinns. The 2 couples became good friends. It didn't take Mitch and Abby long to find a house to buy on a street called East Meadowbrook. After they moved in, they were completely happy. The new house was everything they had dreamed about: large, comfortable, and in a good neighborhood. Abby went mad buying furniture, while Mitch drove the new black BMW all around town, getting to know the area. The Thursday before Mitch was due to start work, they drove over to the Quinn's house for dinner. "Now that you've spent next year's income on furniture," Mitch said on the way there, "what next?" "Oh, I don't know," Abby said. "How about babies?" "Hey, slow down. Let me get settled first." Abby laughed and sat back in her seat. Mitch admired her legs. "When did I last tell you you were beautiful?" he asked. "About 2 hours ago." 2 whole hours? How thoughtless of me. Right. Don't let it happen again. They parked behind the Quinns' 2 Mercedes. Kay met them at the front door. Her eyes were red from crying. "Oh, Kay, what's the matter?" Abby asked. There's been a tragedy," she said. "Who is it?" Mitch asked. Kay wiped her eyes and breathed deeply. "2 members of the firm, Marty Kozinski and Joe Hodge, were killed today. We were very close to them." Mitch remembered them from his visit to the firm. "What happened?" he asked. "No one's sure," Kay said. "They were on Grand Cayman, diving. There was some kind of explosion on the boat, and we think they drowned. A boatman was also killed. There was a meeting in the firm a few hours ago, and they were all told about it. Lamar could hardly drive home." "Where is he?" Mitch asked. "By the swimming pool. He's waiting for you." Lamar was just sitting there, deep in shock. Mitch sat down next to him and waited. Lamar shook his head and tried to speak, but no words came. His eyes were red, and he looked hurt. Finally, Mitch said, "Lamar, I'm so sorry. I wish I could say something." "There's nothing to say. Marty Kozinski was one of my best friends. He was going to be the next partner. He was a great lawyer, one we all admired. Our children always played together." Mitch and Abby drove home in silence. 4 days later, instead of starting behind his desk at the office, Mitch and his lovely wife joined the remaining 39 members of the firm and their lovely wives, and said goodbye to Marty Kozinski and Joe Hodge. Oliver Lambert gave such a beautiful speech that even Mitchell McDear, who had buried a father and a brother, was moved close to tears. Abby's eyes watered at the sight of the widows and children. Chapter 5. Long Hours. Mitch learned fast. He was appointed to work with one of the partners, Avery Tollison, and helped him with several of his clients. He learned to respect Avery's talent for hard work. Avery taught Mitch all about billing clients for his time. As an associate, he could bill $100 an hour. His future progress at the firm, he was warned, depended on how much income he made for the firm. He learned that it was acceptable to bill clients more than he actually worked. "If you think about a client while you're driving over to the office in the morning," Avery told him, "add on another hour." he could bill clients for 12 hours a day, even if he never worked 12 hours a day. Mitch also learned that Avery liked to bend the firm's rules. His marriage was breaking up, and his eyes followed every good-looking woman he saw on the streets. He also drank at lunchtimes. From Avery and the other partners, Mitch learned the way things were done at Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. He learned that secrecy was valued highly. He learned to talk to no one outside the firm, not even Abby. Mitch was determined to become a partner in less time than anyone else ever had before. He was determined to earn the firm more money than any associate ever had before. He had heard the stories about how many hours people worked. Even 16 hours a day was not unknown in the firm. It was said that Nathan Locke started work at 6 a.m. every day. On his first full day, Mitch arrived at the office at 5:30. No one else was there. He climbed the stairs to his office on the second floor, made himself a cup of coffee, and began to work. After a while, he got up from his desk and went over to the window. It was still dark outside. He didn't notice the figure suddenly appear at his door. "Good morning." Mitch turned round from the window. "You frightened me," he said. "I'm sorry. I'm Nathan Locke. I don't believe we've met." "I'm Mitch McDear, the new man." They shook hands. "Yes, I know." Mitch could not stop himself staring at the man's eyes. Nathan Locke's eyes were cold and knowing. They were the most evil eyes he had ever seen. "I see you're an early riser," Locke was saying. "Yes, sir." "Well, it's good to have you in the firm." After a few days, Devasher, Lambert, and Locke had a meeting. They were sure Mitch could not keep going. Nobody could work 100 hours a week for more than a few months. "How's his wife taking it?" Lambert asked. "This will change, but at the moment, I can only hear his side of the conversations," Devasher said. "She's not delighted. She's practicing her cooking for the first time, and he's getting sandwiches from the shops because he's never home in time for dinner." "What do you mean, this will change?" asked Locke. "I mean, Chicago is still worried, you know? We don't think Kozinski and Hodge told the FBI anything important, but Lazarov wants to be safe. He wants the homes of all associates bugged." "Don't you think that's going a bit too far?" asked Lambert. "Chicago doesn't think so." "All of them? Even McDear?" "Yes. I think Terrence will try again. Oh, and before I forget, we found McDear's brother Ray. Or, rather, McDear led us to him. He's in Brushy Mountain Prison, near Nashville. He accidentally killed someone in a bar fight, and the court gave him 15 years. He's done 4 of them. McDear went to visit him last Sunday. I wonder if we could use this as a lever against McDear, if we ever need to." Chapter 6. A Tiny Microphone. Mitch didn't slow down. He became a machine. He had never needed as much sleep as other people, and now This was to his advantage. However much work Avery Tollison threw at him, he managed to get through it. Sometimes he worked all through the night and found an unsmiling Abby waiting for him when he came home at dawn for a quick shower before returning to the office. Oliver Lambert invited the McDeers, the Quinns, and 2 other associates and their wives to dinner one Saturday at Justine's, his favorite restaurant. Not long after Mitch and Abby entered the restaurant, 2 men, with the correct key, entered the shiny black BMW in the car park of Justine's. They drove away from the restaurant to the new home of Mr. and Mrs. McDeer. They parked the BMW in its usual place. The driver got another key out of his pocket, and the 2 men entered the house. They worked quickly and quietly. A tiny microphone, no bigger than a fingernail, was stuck into the mouthpiece of each phone in the house. The signals from these microphones would go to a receiver in the space under the roof of the house. Then the men turned their attention to each room. A small hole was made in the corner of every room, high up, where no one would notice it. A tiny microphone was placed inside each hole. A wire, no thicker than a human hair, and completely invisible, ran from each microphone to the receiver. The receiver looked exactly like an old broken radio, and it joined other old objects that were already there in a corner under the roof. It would not be noticed for months, maybe years. And if it was noticed, it would simply be thrown away as rubbish. The receiver, of course, would also send signals from the house back to the 5th floor at Bendini, Lambert and Locke. Just as the fish was served at Justine's, the BMW parked quietly next to the restaurant. The driver locked the car door. It was the Mayans next. At least, they lived closer to the restaurant than the McDeers, and had a smaller house, so the work would be easier. On the 5th floor of the Bendini building, Devasher stared at rows of lights and waited for some signal from 1231 East Meadowbrook. The dinner party had finished 30 minutes earlier, and it was time to listen. A tiny yellow light shone weakly, and he put a pair of headphones on. He pushed a button to record. He waited. A green light, marked McD6, began to shine. It was the bedroom. The voices started to come in loud and clear. "I don't like Jill Mahan," the female voice, Mrs. McDeer, was saying. "Her husband's okay, but she's really unpleasant." "Are you drunk?" asked Mr. McDeer. "Almost. I'm ready for sex." Devasher bent his head closer towards his surveillance equipment to listen better. "Take your clothes off," Mrs. McDeer demanded. "We haven't done this for a while," said Mr. McDeer. "And whose fault is that?" she asked. "I haven't forgotten how." "You're beautiful." "Get in the bed," she said. Devasher closed his eyes and watched them. Chapter 7. Terence. On the first Monday in August, a general meeting was called in the main library on the 1st floor. Every member was there. The mood was quiet and sad. Beth Kosinski and Laura Hodge were politely brought in by Oliver Lambert. They were seated at the front of the room. In front of them, on the wall, were pictures of their husbands. Oliver Lambert stood with his back to the wall and gave a speech. He almost whispered at first, but the power of his voice made every sound clear throughout the room. He looked at the two widows and told of the deep sadness the firm felt, and how they would always be taken care of as long as there was a firm. He talked of Marty and Joe, of their first few years with the firm, of their importance to the firm. He spoke of their love for their families. The widows held hands and cried softly. Kaczynski's and Hodge's closest friends, like Lamar Quinn and Doug Turney, were wiping their eyes. After the speech, Mitch went over to look at the pictures. There were 3 other pictures on the wall as well. One was of a woman. Underneath the picture were the words, Alice Nouse, 1948 to 1977. He had heard about her, the only woman ever to become a member of the firm. She was killed in a car crash just 3 years after joining. The other 2 pictures were of Robert Lamb and John Mickle. He asked Avery about them. Lamb was out hunting in Arkansas one day in 1970 and didn't return. He was found eventually with a bullet in his head. Everyone supposed it was a hunting accident. Mickle shot himself in 1984. 5 dead lawyers in 15 years. It was a dangerous place to work. Mitch was always the first to arrive at the office, and often the last to leave as well. The partners were delighted with his progress and rewarded him with extra money. Abby got a job as a teacher at a local school, so that she wasn't just sitting around the house, bored. Mitch's ability to work long hours was already a legend. But she didn't want to be married to a legend. She wanted a flesh-and-blood person next to her. Recently, Mitch had started having his lunch sometimes in a small cafe about half a mile from the Bendini building. It was a dark hole in the wall with few customers and bad food. He liked it because no one else from the firm went there, so he could sit quietly and read legal documents while he ate. He could always bill the client for his time. One day, while he was there, a stranger approached his table and stood next to it. Mitch put down his document. "Can I help you?" he asked. The stranger said, "You're McDear, aren't you?" Mitch studied him. Judging by his accent, he was from New York. He was about 40, with short hair, and was wearing a cheap suit. "Yeah," he said. "Who are you?" In reply, the man pulled a badge out of his pocket. "Wayne Tarrance, FBI." He waited for a reaction. "Sit down," Mitch said. "Thanks." After he sat down, Tarrance said, "I heard you were the new man at Bendini, Lambert & Locke." "Why would that interest the FBI?" "We watch that firm quite closely." "Why?" "I can't tell you at the moment. We have our reasons. But I didn't come here to talk about them. I came here to meet you and to warn you about the firm." "I'm listening," Mitch said. 3 things. First, don't trust anyone. Second,
Every word you say, at home or in the office, is probably being recorded. Mitch watched and listened carefully. Terrence was enjoying this. And the third thing? He asked. Money doesn't grow on trees. What do you mean by that? I can't say more at the moment. I think you and I will become very close. I want you to trust me, and I know I'll have to earn your trust. So I don't want to move too fast. We can't meet at your office or at my office, and we can't talk on the phone. So from time to time, I'll come and find you. For now, just remember those 3 things, and be careful. Here's my home phone number. You won't want to call me yet, but you'll need it sometime. But call me only from a payphone. If I'm not in, leave a message on the machine. Mitch put it in his shirt pocket. There's one other thing, Terrence said as he stood up. You had better know that Hodges and Kozinski's deaths weren't accidental. He looked down at Mitch with both hands in his pockets, smiled, and left before Mitch could ask any more questions. The next day, Mitch had an opportunity to go and see Lamar. He walked into his office and closed the door. We need to talk, he said. If he believed Terrence, the office was bugged, and the conversation would be recorded. He was not sure whom to believe. You sound serious, Lamar said. Did you ever hear of someone called Wayne Terrence? No. FBI? Lamar closed his eyes. FBI, he whispered. That's right. He had a badge and everything. Where did you meet him? He found me in Lansky's cafe on Union Street. He knew who I was. Have you told Avery? No. No one except you. I'm not sure what to do. Lamar picked up the phone and spoke to Avery Tollison. Within a few minutes, Mitch and Lamar were up in Lambert's office. Avery, Lambert, Royce McKnight, Harold O'Kane, and Nathan Locke were there, sitting around a conference table. Have a seat, said Locke with a false smile. What's that? Mitch pointed to a tape recorder in the center of the table. We don't want to miss anything, Locke said. Okay, Mitch said. He repeated his conversation with Terrence. Locke stared at Mitch with his dark eyes while he was speaking, and as soon as he had finished, he asked, Have you ever seen this man before? Never. Whom did you tell? Only Lamar. Your wife? No. Did he leave you a phone number to call? No. The tape recorder was switched off. Locke walked to the window. Mitch, he said, we've had trouble with the FBI and the tax people for several years now. Some of our clients like us to take risks for them. We do things for them which are not quite illegal, but which are close to the edge. And like any firm of tax lawyers with clients as rich as ours, the FBI occasionally has to investigate some of our clients. Naturally, they investigate us at the same time. Terrence is new down here, and he's trying to score a big win. He's dangerous. You are not to speak to him again. How many of our clients have the courts found guilty? Mitch asked. Not a single one. What about Marty and Joe? What did happen? That's a good question. We don't know. It's true that it was possibly not an accident. The boatman, who was with them, seems to have been a drug smuggler, according to the police there. I don't think we'll ever know, McKnight added. We're trying to protect their families, so we're calling it an accident. Don't mention any of this to anyone, Locke said. Not even your wife. If Terrence contacts you again, let us know immediately. Understand? Yes, sir, Mitch nodded. The grandfatherly warmth returned to Oliver Lambert's face. He smiled and said, Mitch, we know this is frightening, but we're used to it. We can look after it. Leave it to us, and don't worry. And stay away from Terrence. Further contact with Terrence will put your future in the firm at risk, Locke said. I understand, Mitch said. That's all, Mitch, Lambert said. You and Lamar can go back to work now. As soon as they were out of the room, Lambert called Devasher on the phone. Within 2 minutes, Lambert and Locke were sitting in Devasher's office. Did you listen? Locke asked. Yeah, of course. We heard every word the boy said. You handled it very well. I think he's frightened and will run from Terrence. But I've got to tell Lazarov. He's the boss. I hope I can still persuade him not to kill Terrence. God, yes, Lambert said. But why did they choose McDear, do you think? Because he's young, and because he's a good person. The kind of person who wouldn't like what's going on here. I suggest you keep McDear so busy he doesn't have time to think. And it would be a good idea for Quinn to get closer to him, too, so that if McDear does want to tell anyone anything, he'll naturally turn to Quinn. Did he tell his wife last night? Asked Locke. We're checking the tapes now, Devasher said. It'll take about an hour. We've got so many bugs in this city, it takes 6 computers to find anything. I'll let you know if I find anything. But he and his wife don't talk that much anymore. McDear had better visit the Caymans, though. Can you arrange it? Of course, said Lambert. But why? I'll tell you later. Chapter 8. 4 people, 3 of them dead. That Sunday, Mitch went to visit his brother Ray in prison again. There was some information he wanted. They chatted for a while, and then Mitch said, You once told me in a letter that you knew a prisoner who used to be a cop in Memphis and now works there as a private investigator. I can't remember his name. Eddie Lomax. Yeah. Cops are hated in here. I helped him out once in a fight. They were killing him. We became friends. He still writes to me. He's been out about 3 years now. Thanks. Why do you need him? A lawyer friend's wife is cheating on him. Is Lomax good? Yeah, I think so. He's made some money anyway. You'll find him in the phone book. A guard walked by and reminded them that it was nearly time for visitors to leave. "Is there anything I can send you?" asked Mitch. "Any language tapes?" Ray had learned several languages while he was in prison. "Yeah, something on Greek, please. And a picture of Abby, and of your house. You're the first McDeer in 100 years to own a house." "Okay. I'll see you next month." Lomax's secretary, Tammy, was blonde, about 40 years old, but still sexy. She wore short skirts and a low-cut blouse. She kept crossing and uncrossing her legs while Mitch was waiting for Lomax to get off the phone. When Mitch eventually got into the office, Lomax stood up behind his desk and held out his hand. "So, you're Mitchell McDeer. It's good to meet you." "My pleasure," Mitch said. "I saw Ray on Sunday. I feel like I've known you for years. He talked about you all the time. You look just like him, too. Now, what can I do for you? Have you got trouble with your wife?" "No, nothing like that. I need some information about 4 people. 3 of them are dead." Mitch told him about the 3 dead lawyers from Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. "I want to know if there's anything odd about their deaths," he said. "Sounds interesting. What about the 4th person?" "He's called Wayne Terrence. He's an FBI agent here in Memphis." "FBI? That'll cost you more." "Okay. This must all be absolutely secret, Eddie. I'm trusting you. And don't call me at home or at the office. I suspect I'm being watched very closely." "By whom?" "I wish I knew." Chapter 9. Grand Cayman. A week later, Avery Tollison and Mitch left for the Cayman Islands to do some tax work for a client. It was the first time in his life that Mitch had left the country. They landed on Grand Cayman, a jewel of land surrounded by clear blue sea. Hardly anyone lived on the other 2 islands, Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, Avery told him. And on Grand Cayman, there were only 18,000 people, but 12,000 businesses had their head offices there, on paper, and there were 300 banks. They settled into the firm's apartments on 7 Mile Beach, and Avery suggested they go to Rumhead's, an open-air bar on the beach. As night fell, Avery was drinking heavily, and a pair of sisters joined them at their table. They were dressed only in bikinis. Soon, one of them was sitting on Avery's knees, and the other one was trying to persuade Mitch to dance with her. He pushed her away roughly and went for a walk along the beach. In the darkness, all alone on the beach, with only the stars in the sky and the lights of a few boats far away out on the water, another beautiful woman approached him. She reminded him of Abby. They lay on the sand and talked. She quietly took off her bikini, not that there was much of it, and asked Mitch to look after it while she went for a swim. When she came back, rising out of the water and brushing her long wet hair off her face and body. They made love. Who will ever know? Mitch thought. I'm not doing anyone any harm. In the morning, neither of them felt like doing business. In the taxi to the Royal Bank of Montreal, where they had an appointment, Avery cheerfully explained that he was different from the rest of the partners in the firm, because he liked drinking and women. After they had completed their business at the bank, Avery went off to meet the woman he had spent the night with, leaving Mitch to wander around the town. They had another appointment at 3 in the afternoon. Mitch went to the library and found a newspaper for the 27th of June of that year. He sat down beside a window to read it. He looked out of the window and saw a man getting out of a car and crossing the street towards the library. He recognized the car. He had also seen it near the bank in the morning. Mitch got up from the table and pretended to be looking at a business magazine in another part of the room. The man, who was small and dark, came into the library. In a few minutes, he appeared in the room where Mitch was. He walked past Mitch, paused as if to check what he was reading, and left the room. When Mitch returned to the window, he was back in the car, smoking a cigarette. Mitch read the newspaper story about the explosion on the boat, which had killed 2 American lawyers and their diving guide. He left the library and, without looking back, walked quickly along narrow, crowded streets and in and out of shops until he was sure no one could be following him. Then he caught a taxi to Abanks Diving School. The newspaper had said that the guide who was killed was Philip Abanks, the son of Barry Abanks, who owned the diving school. Abanks agreed to speak to Mitch. He was certain Philip had nothing to do with drugs. The accident had surprised him because the boat was found a long way from where it was supposed to be. But Philip hadn't used the radio to tell the school about their new position, as an experienced boatman like himself would. He also hadn't radioed about any engine trouble. The boat's engine exploded, but the 3 bodies were found unharmed, in full diving clothes. They had just drowned, although all 3 were experienced divers. A few days later, in Memphis, DeVasher studied the photographs on the desk in front of him. They were of a very high quality. The long-distance night sight camera had worked well, and the girl was excellent. He would use her again. "Mitchell McDear," he said to himself with a smile, "now you are ours. Now you'll do anything for us." Chapter 10. Dangerous Waters. 2 weeks before Christmas, Mitch and Eddie Lomax met on a bridge in a park in the freezing rain. They had both made sure that they were not followed. Lomax's news was very interesting. All 3 of the dead lawyers had died in mysterious circumstances. The lorry which killed Alice Nouse had been stolen in St. Louis 3 days earlier. The driver drove straight into her car and then ran away. He was never found. The hunter, Robert Lamb, was almost certainly murdered. It didn't look like a hunting accident because his body was found in a part of the forest where there were few animals and the hunters didn't usually go. There were two strange things about Mickle's death. First, the letter to his wife was typed, not handwritten. Second, he had never bought a gun in his life, and yet the gun that killed him was an old gun, which the police thought criminals had used in the past. Where did a respectable lawyer get such a gun? Your firm has lost 5 lawyers in 15 years, Lomax ended. And you're acting as if you're going to be the next. I'd say you've got problems. What about Terrence? I don't have very much. He's one of their best men. He came down here from New York about 2 years ago. Thanks. I'll do anything I can to help Ray McDeer's little brother. It seems to me that you're swimming in dangerous waters. Mitch nodded slightly, but said nothing. Mitch sat in the corner of Paulette's, a French restaurant in the middle of Memphis. At 7 o'clock, Abby rushed in from the cold and joined him at his table. "What's the special event?" she asked. Mitch had said hardly anything on the phone when he invited her to meet him here. He was very careful about what he said on the phone these days. "Do I need a reason to have dinner with my wife?" "Yes. It's 7 o'clock on a Monday night, and you're not at the office. That's very unusual." A waiter came to their table, and they ordered 2 white wines. As the waiter went away, Mitch noticed the face of a man at another table that looked familiar. Before Mitch could think about it, the man hid his face behind a menu. "What's the matter, Mitch?" He put his hand on hers and said, "Abby, we've got to talk." "What about?" she asked, worried. "About something very serious," he said quietly. "But we can't talk here. There's a back door near the washrooms. I want you to go to the washroom and then leave by the back door. I'll meet you there. I'll bring your coat. Trust me, please." Abby left. Mitch waited until the man with the menu was busy talking to a waiter, and then he followed her. Outside, they walked to a bar and sat down in a dark corner inside. "What's this all about?" demanded Abby, when they had their drinks. "I met an FBI agent today. A man called Terrence. It's the second time he's spoken to me." "FBI?" "Yes, with badges and everything." He told her about the first meeting with Terrence and what the partners had said about it. "What do the FBI want?" "I don't know, Abby. I'm just eating lunch when someone comes up and tells me that my phones are bugged, my home is bugged, and someone at Bendini, Lambert, and Locke knows everything I do. I don't know what they want, Abby, but they've chosen me for some reason." "Did you tell anyone at the office?" "No, I haven't told anyone except you. And I don't intend to tell anyone either." Abby drank from her glass of wine. "Our phones are bugged?" "According to the FBI. But how do they know?" "They're not stupid, Mitch. If the FBI told me my phones were bugged, I'd believe them. I don't know who to believe. Locke and Lambert were very believable when they explained how the firm fights with the tax people and the FBI. But if the firm did have a rich client whom the FBI was investigating, why would they choose me, the new man in the firm, to talk to? What do I know? I've seen no signs of any criminal acts. All the files I work on are clean. But someone is bugging you. Even the car, Terrence said. Mitch, this is amazing. Why would a law firm do that? I have no idea. I feel much better now that I've told you. From now on, I'll tell you everything. I didn't tell you sooner because I kept hoping it would all go away. And there's more to tell you. He told her about Eddie Lomax and the 5 dead lawyers, and how he suspected that none of their deaths was quite what it seemed to be. I feel weak. Abby, we have to be careful. We must continue to live as if we suspect nothing. This is unreal, Mitch. I can't believe I'm sitting here, listening to you saying all this. Do you expect me to live in a house where everything's bugged? Do you have a better idea? Yeah. Let's hire this Eddie Lomax to inspect our house. I've thought of that. But what if he finds something? Think about it. What if we know for sure that the house is bugged? What then? What if he breaks one of the bugs? Then whoever put them there will know that we know. And that could be dangerous. You're right. Anyway, you're hardly home for me to talk to. They'll only hear me talking to myself a lot these days. Chapter 11. A Professional Job. A day or two after Christmas, Eddie Lomax was called out on an urgent job. A man, calling himself Al Kilbury, said that his wife was about to meet a man in a hotel in South Memphis, and that he needed Lomax to take photographs. He tempted him with an offer of generous payment. They drove to the hotel together and waited in the car park. Another man silently opened the back door of the car and put 3 bullets into the back of Lomax's head. It was a professional job. The killer and the man, calling himself Al Kilbury, left together. Mitch found the bar near the airport where Tammy had asked him to meet her. He looked again at the letter she had pinned to the back door of his house. Dear Mr. McDear, please meet me at Ernie's Bar on Winchester Avenue late tonight. It's about Eddie Lomax. Very important. Tammy Hemphill, his secretary. Tammy arrived soon after he had ordered a beer. Thanks for coming, she said. What's the matter? She looked round. We need to talk, but not here. Where do you suggest? Why don't we drive around? We'll take my car. In the car, she took a long time to say what she wanted to say. Eventually, it started to come out. You heard about Eddie? She asked. Yes. When did you last meet him? A couple of weeks before Christmas. I thought so. He didn't keep any file about the work he was doing for you. There was a pause. Eddie and I we were lovers. My marriage isn't so great, and my husband has other women friends. Anyway, Eddie told me a little about you, and he said that lawyers from your firm kept dying. So much for secrecy, Mitch thought. Anyway, just before Christmas, he told me he thought he was being followed, and that he thought it was connected to the work he was doing for you. Eddie was good at his job. It wouldn't be easy to follow him. They were professionals, whoever they were, as professional as the killer. I'm frightened, Mitch. Can I call you Mitch? Of course. I haven't been back to the office since his death. They probably think I know whatever it is that he knew. You're right not to take any chances, Mitch said. We can disappear for a while, my husband and I. He works as a singer in nightclubs, and he can always get work somewhere else. That sounds like a good idea. Where will you go? Here and there, she said. They've killed all those lawyers, and they've killed Eddie. And next, they want you and me. We need to keep in touch, Tammy, Mitch said. But you can't talk to me on the phone, and we shouldn't meet. Write to me once a week from wherever you are. What's your mother's name? Doris. Fine. Sign your letters Doris. Do they read your mail, too? Probably, Doris. Probably. Chapter 12. Denton Voiles. Mitch flew into Washington on the firm's private jet. DeVasher didn't want him to go. Chicago had given orders that McDear was not to leave Memphis on firm business, except with at least 2 partners. But the firm had arranged months ago for Mitch to go to this conference on taxes in Washington. DeVasher couldn't argue against it, because as far as he knew, Terrence had only met Mitch that one time, and Mitch had immediately reported it. So Mitch seemed to be a loyal member of the firm. His first morning at the conference, surrounded by strangers, a man whispered, "Harbison, FBI," and passed him a note. The note read, "Dear Mr. McDear, I would like to speak to you for a few minutes during lunch. Please follow Grant Harbison's instructions. Thank you for your cooperation. F. Denton Voiles." Voiles was the almost legendary boss of the FBI. Harbison arranged a meeting in the men's room. He went first, and Mitch followed after 20 minutes. "What does Voiles want?" he asked. "Something important. It's not my job to tell you," said Harbison. "When the conference breaks for lunch, you'll find a taxi, number 8667, outside the hotel. It will take you to the meeting. Be careful. 2 of the boys from Memphis followed you here. They're in the bedroom next to you in the hotel." Mitch followed his instructions. The driver of the taxi spoke to others constantly on his radio. When he was certain that no one was following them, he stopped acting like a tour guide and took Mitch directly to his meeting with Voiles in another hotel. Terrence was waiting in the hotel room. After a few minutes, Voiles walked in with another agent. Voiles offered his hand, and Mitch stood up to shake it. "Thank you for coming," Voiles said. "This is very important to us." Mitch breathed deeply. "Sir, do you have any idea how confused and frightened I am? I really need an explanation. What's happening?" "Mitch, what I'm about to tell you will certainly shock you. You won't want to believe it, but it's all true. And with your help, we can save your life." Mitch waited. "No lawyer has ever left your firm alive," Voiles went on. 3 have tried, and they were killed. 2 others were about to leave, and they died last summer. When a lawyer joins Bendini, Lambert, and Locke, he never leaves, unless he retires and keeps his mouth shut. And by the time they retire, they are part of it all and cannot talk. The firm has a major surveillance operation on the 5th floor. Your house, car, and phones are bugged. Your desk and office are bugged. Almost every word you speak is heard and recorded on the 5th floor. They follow you, and sometimes your wife. You see, Mitch, the firm is not what it seems. It is not owned by the partners. It is part of a very large and very illegal business. The firm of Bendini, Lambert, and Locke is owned by the Moralto crime family in Chicago. The Mafia. "I don't believe it," Mitch said, frozen with fear. His voice was weak. Voiles smiled. "Yes, you do, Mitch. You've suspected something for some time. That's why you talked to A-Banks in the Caymans. That's why you hired that investigator and got him killed by those boys on the 5th floor. You know the firm is rotten, Mitch." Mitch rested his head in his hands and stared at the floor. "As far as we can see," Voiles said, "about a quarter of the firm's clients and businesses are legal. There are some very good lawyers in the firm, doing tax work for rich clients. It's a very good cover. Most of the files you've worked on so far are okay. That's how they operate. They bring in a new man, throw money at him, buy the car and house, take him to the Caymans, and put him to work on their legal clients. Then after 5 or 6 years, when the money is really good, when you and your family have become completely used to this rich way of living, they tell the truth. By then, you can't get out, even if you want to. They'll kill your wife or one of your children. They don't care. So you stay. You can't leave. If you stay, you make $1 million and retire young with your family, safe. If you try to leave, your picture will hang in the 1st floor library." "You mean that every partner?" Mitch couldn't finish. "Yes, they all know, and they all do what they're told. We suspect that most of the associates know as well. We don't think the wives do. We really want these people. We could destroy the Moralto family. We could arrest hundreds of them." "How do they help the Moraltos?" Mitch asked. "To be honest," Voiles said, "we don't know everything. We've only been watching them for about 7 years. and very little information gets out. But here's an example. A partner takes several $1,000,000 in dirty money to the Caymans on the firm's private jet. Mitch thought of all the journeys the partners kept making to the Caymans. Voiles continued his story. Then, the same partner, or one of the others, forms a legal company back in the States to buy some land, perhaps. The money is wired through from the Caymans to... What's the name of that bank in St. Louis, with whom the firm does a lot of business? Commercial Guarantee? That's the one. The Mafia own it. So the money arrives back in the States and is used legally. Suddenly, dirty money is clean. That's why Bendini was sent down there in 1944. Locke grew up working for the Maroltos. He's a criminal first and a lawyer second. Lambert is the perfect cover for the firm. He looks and sounds like everyone's idea of a lawyer. But the next time you see him in the office, Mitch, remember that he's a killer. What about the secretaries and support staff? Good question. We think some of them are part of it too, but some of them don't know anything. That's how they operate as two firms at once. A lot of the people there really are doing legal business. But Hodge told Terrence that there's a group of support staff who work only for the main partners of the firm. They probably do all their legal work, so that the partners are free to do the Maroltos' dirty business. If you know so much, why don't you just go in there and arrest them all? Asked Mitch. We need evidence, Voiles said. That's where you come in. We want you to photocopy files, bank records, all those documents which we can't reach from the outside, but you can. We need the names of all the staff. We need to know who works on which files. We need all the information you can give us about every part of Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. And then eventually, we'll want you to appear in court and be a witness, our most important witness. You must decide whether or not you'll cooperate, Mitch. Tell us soon. If you decide not to help us, we'll find someone else who will, sooner or later, and we'll put you in prison, along with the rest of them. If you choose to help us, we can negotiate a price. And then we'll look after you. Send you and your wife anywhere in the world you want to go. But the Mafia never forgets, Mitch said. I've heard stories of witnesses hidden by the FBI whose car suddenly explodes. You people are capable of mistakes. One day, in 10 years' time, one of you will talk to the wrong person. If I help you, I'll always live in fear. I'll never be able to practice law again. Abby and I will have to change our faces and become Mr. and Mrs. Ordinary in Nowhere Town. It's true, Mitch, Voiles said. They never forget. But I promise you, we will look after you and your wife. We have about 2,000 witnesses living all over the country, under new names, with new homes, and new jobs. Now you had better get back to your hotel. Terrence will make contact with you soon. Chapter 13. Shopping for Shoes. Abby met him at the airport, and in the bar, he told her everything that had happened. She was frightened and close to tears, but neither of them could see any way out. They couldn't just run away, and they couldn't do nothing. Even while they were talking, Mitch saw a tall, fair-haired man with a mustache at the bar, whom he remembered from the hotel in Washington. They were following him all the time. Terrence didn't wait long. A week after Mitch returned to Memphis, about the same time that Doris got in contact, Terrence met him as he was walking back from a meeting and suggested they turn into a shoe shop together to get off the street. He started to say that it was time for Mitch to decide what to do, but he suddenly stopped. "What is it?" Mitch demanded. "I just saw someone walk by the shop and look in at us. Listen carefully, Mitch. We'll walk out together, and as soon as we're outside, you push me away and shout at me. Then run in the direction of the office." Mitch did exactly as Terrence suggested. As soon as he got back to the Bendini building, he went to Avery Tollison's office and reported that the same FBI agent had contacted him again. By the time they got to Locke's office, Lambert and McKnight were there as well. He pretended to be frightened and upset, and demanded to know why the FBI had now contacted him twice. Lambert told him the same story as before. Mitch hardly heard him. He watched his lips moving and thought of Kaczynski and Hodge and their families. Then Locke asked him what had happened today. "Terrence pushed me into the shoe shop. I tried to run away, but Terrence followed me and grabbed me. I pushed him away and ran back here. That's all that happened. What shall I do?" "Nothing, Mitch," said Lambert. "Just stay away from this Terrence. If he even looks at you, report it to us immediately." "That's what he did," said Avery. Mitch tried to look as pitiful as possible. "You can go, Mitch," Lambert said. "He's lying. I'm sure he's lying," Devasher said. They were all in Devasher's office. "What did your man see?" asked Locke. "Something slightly different, but at the same time very different, you know? He says McDear and Terrence walked together into the shoe shop. He didn't see Terrence grab McDear. They're in the shop for a couple of minutes. Our man walks by and looks inside. Next minute, they're fighting on the street. Something isn't right, I tell you." The partners thought for a while. Finally, Oliver Lambert said, "Look, Devasher, it's possible that McDear is telling the truth and that your man got the wrong signals. You don't know of any contact since last August." "No, but we can't watch anybody absolutely all the time. We didn't know about those other two until it was almost too late." "But because you don't know of any recent contact, you shouldn't doubt what McDear's saying." "I'm not sure," said Devasher. "I think McDear and I should have a little talk." "About what?" Lambert asked nervously. "Just leave it to me. If you fools were in charge of security, we'd all be in prison by now. Lazarov is getting really worried, but he thinks he can get someone in the FBI to talk. Then we'll know whether McDear is lying. Mitch was alone in his office late that night when a short, fat man walked in. "My name's Devasher," he said. "What can I do for you?" Mitch asked. "You can listen for a while. I'm in charge of security for the firm." "Why does the firm need security?" Mitch asked. "Bendini was crazy about security. Anyway, we believe the FBI are trying to get a man inside the firm to help in their investigations of some of our clients. It's important that you tell us whenever they attempt to make contact with you." "Yes, I already know that." Suddenly, Devasher was smiling evilly. "I brought something with me to show you," he said. "Something that will keep you honest." He reached inside his jacket and pulled out an envelope. Mitch opened it nervously. Inside were 4 photographs, black and white, very clear. On the beach, the girl. "Oh, my God! Who took these?" Mitch shouted at him. "What difference does that make?" Mitch tore the photographs up and let the pieces fall onto his desk. "We've got plenty more upstairs," Devasher said calmly. "We don't want to use them. But if we catch you talking to Mr. Terrence or some other FBI agent, we'll send them to your wife. How would you like that, Mitch? The next time you and Terrence decide to shop for shoes, think about us, Mitch, because we'll be watching." Chapter 14. 2 Black Briefcases. "So, you want to rent a small office?" the agent said as they rode up in the lift. He was admiring the tight jeans on the blonde. She smiled and nodded. The lift stopped, and they got out. He showed her the small 2-room office. She liked it. They negotiated a price, a good price, for even a small office on the 9th floor of the famous cotton shipping building. She signed the forms Doris Greenwood. By noon the next day, the furniture was in place. There was a knock at the door. "Who is it?" she asked. "It's your photocopier," a voice answered. She unlocked the door and opened it. 2 men wheeled in a big machine, and she pointed them towards the spare second room. "It's a big copier for such a small office," one of them remarked. "This is the most modern machine we've got. It does 90 copies a minute." She smiled and said it would do fine and signed the documents. After they had gone, she locked the door behind them and walked to the window. She looked north, along Front Street. A quarter of a mile away, on the opposite side, the Bendini building was visible. On a Tuesday morning, Mitch's secretary checked that he had everything for his meeting with Frank Mulholland in 15 minutes. Mitch, sitting at his desk, pointed at a large black briefcase. He finished signing the letters on the desk in front of him, picked up the briefcase and a thin document case, and left the building. He checked that the briefcase was in his right hand and the document case in his left. That was the signal. On the 9th floor of the cotton shipping building, Tammy moved away from the window, put on her coat, and left the office. Mitch entered the building and went straight to the lifts. Mulholland's office was on the 7th floor. Mitch pushed the button. He was not alone in the lift, but he didn't think they had followed him here. He put the briefcase down on the floor by his foot. Tammy got into the lift on the 4th floor. She had brought with her exactly the same kind of briefcase that Mitch had. She didn't look at Mitch, but stood next to him and put her briefcase down on the floor next to his. On the 7th floor, Mitch picked up her briefcase and left the lift. On the 9th floor, Tammy picked up his briefcase and went to her office. The briefcase was full of files from Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. Tammy locked the door behind her. There were 7 thick files. She laid them on the table next to the copier. She took the papers out of the first file and put them into the copier. She pushed the print button and watched the machine make 2 perfect copies of every page. Mitch's meeting with Mulholland went well. They shook hands at the end and arranged another meeting next week. The lift stopped on the 5th floor, and Tammy walked in. It was empty, except for Mitch. When the door closed, he said, "Any problems?" "No, 2 copies are locked away." "How long did it take?" 30 minutes. The lift stopped on the 4th floor, and she picked up the empty briefcase. "Midday tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes," he replied. The door opened, and she disappeared onto the 4th floor. He rode alone down to the ground floor and walked, with a briefcase in each hand, looking just as a lawyer should, back to his office. Chapter 15. Secret Talks. A week later, Mitch was having lunch with the partners in their 5th floor dining room. Each year, every associate member was invited twice. Throughout lunch, Mitch knew that he was being watched very closely. They were looking for any signs that he was a less keen member of the firm than he used to be. So he forced himself to smile and to eat the food they offered him. It was impossible for him to forget the pictures of him and the girl in the sand. Had they all seen the pictures? Had they passed them around this table? Oliver Lambert had never been so charming. He told stories about past members of the firm, congratulated Mitch on the hours he was working, and the amount of money he was earning the firm, and said he deserved the holiday he was taking next week. "You and your wife are off to the Caymans, I hear," Royce McKnight said. "You'll love it there." "Do you dive?" asked Lambert. "No, but we plan to do plenty of swimming," Mitch said. "If you want to learn to dive," Lambert went on, "there's a man called Adrian Bench who has an excellent diving school on the north end of the island. It's worth a visit." In other words, stay away from A-Banks, Mitch thought. "Thanks. I'll remember that," he said. "But be careful, Mitch," Lambert said. "It brings back memories of Marty and Joe." The partners looked down sadly at their plates. Mitch felt sick. They had killed Marty and Joe for doing exactly what he was doing. He wanted $2 million from the FBI. There were a couple of other things he wanted too. At the same time that Mitch was having lunch with the partners, Tammy Greenwood Hemphill parked her dirty brown Volkswagen behind the shiny Peugeot in the school car park. She left the engine running. She got out of the car, pulled a key from her pocket, opened the back of the Peugeot, and took the heavy black briefcase out. Then she drove away in her own car. At a small window in the teacher's lounge, Abby drank coffee and stared through the trees into the car park. She smiled and checked her watch. 12:30, as planned. Tammy drove back to her office. No one followed her. No one knew of her existence. There were 9 files this time. He had said there would eventually be about 40. She copied them all. On the way back to the school, she took all the copied files to the small storage room she had rented in her name. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Mitch got quietly out of bed and got dressed. Without a word, he kissed Abby, who was awake, and left the house. He had a meeting at an all-night cafe 25 miles out of town. At this time of night, no one would follow him. Terrence and he completed their negotiations. They agreed on $2 million. "I want $1 million now and $1 million later," Mitch said. "I'm already copying all my files. No lawyer is allowed to do that. As soon as I give them to you, it's the end of my career. So when I give them to you, I want the first $1 million. We'll discuss the details later." "How are you going to get the files to us?" Terrence asked. "You can't just walk around with them." "That's right," Mitch said. "When I hear that the first $1 million has gone where I want it to go, then I'll give you the key to a storage room somewhere in the Memphis area." "And the second $1 million?" Terrence asked. "When you and I and Voiles decide that I've given you enough documents to make the arrests you want, then I get half. After I appear in court as a witness for the last time, I get the other half." "Agreed," Terrence said. "And there's one other thing I want, Terrence." "Yeah?" "I want my brother Ray out of Brushy Mountain Prison." "That's ridiculous, Mitch. We can't do that." "You can find a way. If you can't do it by bending the rules, then you can help him escape. But you can do it. The FBI can do anything, remember?" "I'll see what I can do," Terrence said helplessly. "But Voiles isn't going to like it. Tell him that he doesn't get to see anything, not a single file, unless he promises to get my brother out. Not even a file on one of my clean clients. I don't know why you want those files anyway." "Because when we've got them," Terrence said, "we've got you. Actually, you're probably already working with criminal clients without knowing it. It makes it easier for the firm to persuade you later to do whatever they say, because they'll tell you that you've already done enough to go to prison." Chapter 16. No Kiss. At 8 o'clock on the morning after Mitch and Abby returned from the Caymans, Oliver Lambert and Nathan Locke were allowed through the metal door on the 5th floor. They went to Devasher's office. "I talked to Lazaroff yesterday in Las Vegas. He's still worried. He wants you to make sure that any associates who don't know about our real business here work only on clean files." "Okay. What about McDeer?" Lambert asked. "He had a wonderful week with his wife. They stayed in the other house, of course. You should see her in a string bikini. We took some pictures, just for fun." "I didn't come here to look at pictures," Locke said angrily. All right. They spent a whole day with our friend A. Banks. We don't know what they talked about. Whenever we got someone close to them, they were only talking about fishing or something. But I don't like it at all." "What can they talk about?" said Lambert. "Of course they'll talk about Hodge and Kozinski, but there's no harm in that. They can't find anything out, can they?" "No," Devasher admitted, "but I still don't like it. I know McDear tells lies. I know he lied about that shoe shop. And Chicago is worried. So I'm worried. That's my job. As long as the FBI are around, I'll be worried." It was very unusual for wives to appear at the Bendini building. Abby arrived there unexpectedly. The receptionist phoned up to Mitch's office, and his secretary came down to explain that Mitch was in a meeting. "He's always in a meeting," Abby replied. "Get him out of it." She waited in Mitch's office. He was on the 3rd floor, in Avery's office, helping him prepare for another visit to the Caymans. Probably taking cash for the Maroltos, Mitch thought. His secretary found him there and told him about Abby. He walked down to his office, where Abby was walking up and down. "Mitch, I have to go and see my parents," she said. "My father just called me at school. My mother's ill. She's got to have an operation tomorrow." "I'm sorry," Mitch said. He didn't touch her. She wasn't crying. "I've told the school I'll be away for a while," she said. "How long?" "I don't know. Mitch, we need some time away from each other. I think it will be good for both of us." "Let's talk about it." "You're always too busy to talk." "I've been trying to talk to you for 6 months, but you can't hear me. I'll be back. I promise. I just don't know when. I love you, Mitch." He watched her open the door. There was no kiss. On the 5th floor, an engineer pushed the emergency button for Devasher's office. He came immediately and put headphones on. He listened. "When did this happen?" 2 minutes ago. In his office. 2nd floor. She's leaving him, isn't she? Hell, she's our best lever. What good are those photographs if she's leaving him anyway? Abby started for Kentucky, but didn't arrive there. She made sure that she wasn't being followed, and then went to Nashville Airport. From there, she flew to the Caymans. Avery finished his business at the Royal Bank of Montreal, and after changing his clothes, made his way to Rumhead's bar. Just after he arrived, Tammy nervously entered the crowd and sat at the bar. She was wearing a bikini which hardly covered her body. She was 40, but 20 pairs of hungry eyes followed her to the bar, where she ordered a soft drink and lit a cigarette. She went over to Avery's table and asked if she could sit down. He couldn't believe his luck. Of all the men in the bar, she had picked him. "I'm Avery Tollison, from Memphis." "Nice to meet you. I'm Libby." "What brings you here?" Avery asked. "Just looking for fun," she said, with a suggestive look in her eyes. For 3 hours they dined, drank, and danced, each time a little more closely. She got him drunk. At 10 o'clock, she led him from the bar to the firm's beach house, where he was staying. He attacked her at the front door, and they kissed long and deeply. When they were inside, she suggested that they should have one more drink. He left the room to go to the washroom. She took a small plastic packet from her bag and dropped some sleeping powder into his drink. Mitch had told her it was enough to put him to sleep for 10 hours. When he returned, she watched closely as he swallowed his drink. He was too drunk to taste a thing. Within minutes, he was in a deep sleep. She pushed him off the chair and pulled him into the bedroom. She laid him on the bed and took his clothes off. She kissed him good night. In his jacket pocket, she found 2 key rings with 11 keys on them. Downstairs in the hall, between the kitchen and the sitting room, she found the mysterious metal door which Mitch had noticed when he stayed in this house with Avery last year. From the arrangement of the upstairs rooms, Mitch guessed that there was a small room behind the door. She opened the door, waited a full 10 minutes for any alarm, and then turned on the light. Inside the room were 12 cupboards for files, a desk, and 3 large briefcases. She checked that Avery was still deeply asleep. Then she went back downstairs, grabbed the 3 briefcases, turned off the lights, and left through the front door. It was a short walk across the car park to where the neighboring hotel started. She was sweating from the weight of the briefcases by the time she reached room 188 and knocked on the door. Abby opened the door. "Any problems?" she asked. "No." Tammy put the briefcases on the bed and went to get a Coke. "Where is he?" "In bed. I think we've got until 6 in the morning. There are a hell of a lot of files in that room. We'll be lucky to finish by 6. Room 188 was a single hotel room. All the furniture had been pushed against the walls to make room for the photocopier Abby had rented. Tammy began to photocopy the files from the briefcases while Abby went out in her car and had the keys copied by a man she had found earlier. When she came back, she continued with the photocopying, while Tammy went back to the beach house. She filled 2 suitcases with files from the cupboards. By the time she got back to the hotel, Abby had finished with the briefcases, and Tammy took them back. Her arms soon ached from carrying the suitcases full of files from one place to the other. They managed to copy the files from 10 of the cupboards before Avery showed any signs of beginning to wake up. She left the files they were copying with Abby, went back to the beach house, locked the metal door, and returned the keys. Then she took off her bikini top, got into bed beside him, and waited. Avery finally woke up a few minutes after 9. He felt terrible. He was late for an appointment. "Hello, big boy," Tammy said. "You were wonderful." Avery tried to remember something about last night. He failed. "Was I?" he said. "Yeah, the best," she said. He began to believe her. "Listen," he said, "I have to take a shower and then go to work. Shall we meet tonight at the bar?" "I'll be there, lover," she said. He went off to the shower. She slid across the bed to the phone and called Abby. "He's in the shower. Are you okay?" "Yeah. He couldn't do it if he had to." "Does he suspect anything?" "I don't think so. He's in pain." How long will you be? About 10 or 15 minutes. Okay, hurry. They put their phones down. Under the roof, a recorder switched itself off and was ready for the next phone call. Chapter 17. Tarry Ross. While Avery was at work, the two women finished the last two cupboards of files. They had a mountain of photocopied pieces of paper. By 2:30 in the afternoon, it was all in boxes in a storage room in Georgetown. Over the next few days, Tammy flew in and out of the Caymans and carried the papers to a one-room apartment in Brentwood, near Nashville. There, she started the long job of listing and describing all the contents. Mitch had told her it was urgent. Terence was surprised when Abby came to the meeting instead of Mitch, but she was no less efficient. She gave him the instructions for wiring the first $1 million to a bank in Freeport, in the Bahamas. "And when do we get the files?" Terence asked. "As soon as we hear the money's in Freeport, we'll send you a key to a storage room somewhere in Memphis. Any questions?" "Yes. Are you making progress in getting the dirty files?" She smiled. "We already have most of what we need. By the time we finish, we'll have 10,000 dirty files for you." Terence was excited. "Where are they?" "Not with the clean files, I promise you." "But you have them?" "Yes. Would you like to see a couple?" "Of course." "You can. As soon as Ray is out of prison." Tarry Ross was known to the Palumbo family as Alfred. The fewer people who knew his real name, the better. Then his employers, the FBI, would never hear about his profitable extra work. The Palumbo family decided to help the Marolto family. Lazarov told them he wanted some information out of the FBI. The Palumbos said they would do it for $500,000. Lazarov agreed, and Vinnie Kotso from the Palumbo family met Ross. "Make it quick, Kotso," Ross said nervously. "Did you ever hear of the Bendini firm in Memphis?" Kotso asked. "No." The rule was always to say no at first, and always make them wait. That way, the price went up. Of course he'd heard of Bendini, Lambert, and Locke. Vinnie went on. "There's someone down there named Mitchell McDear who works for this Bendini firm. We want to know if he's been talking to your people. We think he's selling information to the FBI. We just want to know if we're right, you know? That's all." Ross listened with a straight face, though it wasn't easy. He knew everything about McDear. He knew that McDear had met Terence 6 times now. He knew that tomorrow, McDear was suddenly going to get $1 million. "I'll see what I can do," he said. "How much?" $200,000. "In cash?" Ross said in amazement. "Yeah. You can see we're real serious about this. Can you do it?" "Yes." "When?" "Give me 2 weeks." Chapter 18. Fitting the Pieces Together. In the weeks before the end of the tax year, everyone in the firm was especially busy. With no wife to go home to, Mitch worked later than anyone else. Besides, he had extra work to do. One night, at 3 a.m, he unlocked Avery's office on the 4th floor with one of the keys Abby had given him. He remembered a lot of the names of the files on Tammy's list. He unlocked the file cupboards and found what he was looking for. He carried the papers over to the photocopier near Avery's office. Every file in the firm had a number, and none of the copiers in the building would start until they were programmed with a file number. Mitch programmed the machine with the number of an innocent file, which was sitting on his desk downstairs, and copied all 128 pieces of paper. He returned this file to Avery's office and came back with another one. He programmed in a different number. That night, he used 18 file numbers from his own files, and 3 he borrowed from Lamar Quinn's files. A wire led from the copier through a hole in the wall and down the inside of a cupboard, where it joined wires from 3 other copiers on the 4th floor. This new larger wire ran down to the 3rd floor, where a computer recorded every copy made within the firm so that they could bill the proper client. An innocent-looking gray wire ran from this computer up through the 4th floor to the 5th, where another computer recorded the same information and added the details of which machine was used to make the copies. Devasher was trying to fit the pieces together. Something was wrong, but he couldn't work out what it was. He voiced his thoughts to Lambert and Locke. His wife leaves, saying her mother's got to have an operation and that she's tired of him, right? But from the conversations we've recorded, things weren't that bad between them. And why can't we find a hospital that's heard of Maxine Sutherland? We've checked every hospital in Kentucky, Indiana, and Tennessee. Doesn't that seem odd to you? Not really, Lambert said. People often use hospitals on the other side of the country, if that's where the specialist doctor is. And her parents are rich people. They'd find the best medical help, wherever it was. Locke nodded and agreed. How much has he talked to her? She calls about once a day. All they talk about is her mother and his work and stuff like that. Hasn't she mentioned the name of the hospital? Asked Locke. Not once. Sometimes I think it's a trick to get her out of town, to protect her. I can't believe that, Lambert said. There's no proof of that. Devasher looked angrily at them and walked nervously up and down behind his desk. About 10 days ago, someone made a lot of unusual copies on the 4th floor at 3 o'clock in the morning. At the time, only McDeere and Scott Kimball were in the building. Neither of them has any business on the 4th floor. 21 file numbers were used. 3 belonged to Lamar Quinn's files, and the other 18 all belonged to McDeere's files. None belonged to Kimball. The copier used was the one nearest to Avery's office, and McDeere works closely with Avery. Who do you think made the copies? How many? Just over 2,000. Which files? His own tax clients. At this time of year, that seems fine, doesn't it? But 5 days later, his secretary used the same 18 file numbers to make 300 copies. It seems to me that 300 copies is what you'd expect for tax clients at this time of year. But 2,000? Locke and Lambert were listening closely now. So, what was he copying? Devasher continued. I don't know. But Avery's got cupboards in his office where the real files are kept. He couldn't copy those files, Lambert said. What else was he copying, Ollie? If he and Terrence are talking, what else would he want from Avery's office? How could he get Avery's keys? Locke asked. That's the question, isn't it? Devasher said. Avery says he keeps them with him all the time. He also says that when he was on the Caymans 3 weeks ago, he slept alone both nights. But he's lying. Listen to this. He played them the recorded phone conversation between Tammy and Abby. Who are those women? Locke demanded. We don't know. The one in his house must be someone he brought home from a bar. But why is she calling a friend? It's too much to think that these women took his keys and managed to copy them in the middle of the night without his knowing anything about it. And that they are friends of McDear's. I agree, said Lambert. What about all the secret files in the beach house? Asked Locke. I've thought about that, Nat. Let's say she had the keys, though that's unlikely, and let's say she opened the room and found the files. What's she going to do with them in the middle of the night with Avery asleep upstairs? She could read them. I don't think so. There are too many of them. She could be working for the FBI. No, definitely not, Devasher said. She's no professional. No professional would make a phone call like that. I can only think that she and her friend were after his wallet and something went wrong. Locke and Lambert agreed. But we've got to be safe, Devasher said. I want all the locks changed on the 3rd and 4th floors and in the beach house. I want everyone on Grand Cayman who can copy keys questioned. And Avery's a risk. I want him to leave for a while. Pretend he's ill or something and has to take time off work. On Saturday, Mitch went to visit Ray in prison. By talking in Spanish, and when the guards were nowhere near them, Mitch warned him to be ready to escape in a few days' time. When he got back to Memphis, he parked his BMW in the center of town. The fair-haired man with a mustache, whose name was Aaron Rimmer, called Devasher. He's only gone shopping, he said. I'll stay with the car until he comes back for it. Mitch walked into a shop and used a payphone to call for a taxi to meet him at the side entrance in 10 minutes. The taxi took him to the apartment at Brentwood. He knocked on the door. Who is it? A nervous female voice asked from inside. He heard the voice and felt weak. Barry A. Banks, he said. Abby opened the door and rushed into his arms. After an hour on the bed, the pain of loneliness was forgotten. They walked through the small apartment, holding hands and kissing. Mitch saw for the first time the enormous amounts of paper. He had seen Tammy's notes and lists, but not the actual papers. One day, soon, he would spend hours here, studying the papers, and preparing his evidence. Chapter 19. Avery's Illness. On Monday morning, Mitch's secretary told him that Lambert wanted to see him. "But don't forget that you're due at Mulholland's office in the Cotton Shipping Building soon," she added. Up in Lambert's office, they talked for a while about Avery's illness. Lambert sounded worried about him. "I visited him in hospital yesterday," Mitch said. "He seemed okay. It's his heart," the doctor said. "Anyway," Lambert said, "he's going to be away for 2 months. While he's away, I want you to work with Victor Milligan. But before you start, Avery's got some unfinished business in the Caymans. I want you to go down there tomorrow on the private jet. Tomorrow morning, I'll give you a file about the clients to read on the jet. Okay?" "Of course. No problem." But he was thinking, something is wrong here. He met Tammy in her office in the Cotton Shipping Building. "I want you to call Terrence," he said. "Ask him to investigate Avery Tollison's illness. I'm not sure it's real." "Okay." "Did you talk to A. Banks?" "Yes." "Did he get the money?" "Yes, it was wired on Friday." "Is he ready?" "He said he was." "Good. What about the man who's making us new documents?" "They call him the Doctor. I'm meeting him this afternoon. He's an old friend of Eddie's. Eddie said he was the best in the country." "I hope so. We need new names. Are you okay for money?" "I've nearly finished the 50,000 you gave me." "How about another 50,000? "Fine." They smiled at each other as he left. Late that night, Ray McDear walked out of prison. It was as easy as that. A guard came to fetch him. "I don't know who your friends are," he said, "but they must be important." He took him out to the prison walls. "The lights are going to go off for a while," he said. "You'll find a rope ladder on the wall. All you have to do is climb over the wall. Someone will meet you on the other side. I don't believe this. Your face will be all over the papers tomorrow. But tonight, you can do what you want." 12 hours later, Ray was in Mobile, Alabama. Chapter 20. Major Trouble. On Wednesday morning, Terry Ross climbed the stairs to the 4th floor of the hotel. Vinnie Cozzo opened the door at his knock. "Good morning, Alfred," he said warmly. "Would you like some coffee?" "I didn't come here for coffee," said Ross. "Where's the money?" "First, you have to talk to me," Cozzo said. "Okay. We've given McDear $1 million already. We paid it into a bank in the Bahamas, but he's already moved it out of there, and we don't know where. Another $1 million is on the way. He's delivered 1 lot of Bendini documents and says he has 10,000 more. He's talked to our agents many times in the last 6 months. He'll give evidence at the trials and then disappear as a protected witness." "Where are the other documents?" "He isn't saying, but he's ready to deliver them." As soon as Ross had left, Vinnie Kotzo called Lazarov. Tarry Ross walked hurriedly down the hall. He had almost reached the lift when a hand reached out of nowhere and pulled him into a room. He was thrown to the floor, and his briefcase full of money was emptied onto the bed. "You disgust me, Ross," said Voiles. "I can't believe it's you. What did you tell Kotzo?" Ross began to talk. Devasher ran down the stairs to the 4th floor and burst into Locke's office. Half the partners were there, and the rest were on their way. He quickly told them what Kotzo had told Lazarov. "The FBI have had plenty of our files for about a week already. They haven't moved. That must mean that this first lot of files is clean. McDear was just warming them up. He's in it for the money. But we have to suppose that the next lot of files will destroy us. Where is McDear?" Milligan spoke. "In his office. I just talked to him. He suspects nothing." "Good. He's due to leave in 3 hours for Grand Cayman, isn't he, Lambert?" "Yes, around midday." "The jet will never arrive. There'll be an explosion." "The jet?" asked one of the partners. "Yeah, the jet. Don't worry, we'll buy you another toy. Lazarov is on his way. As soon as we've got rid of McDear, we're going to look long and hard at this operation and make whatever changes are necessary." Locke stood up and said to Lambert, "Just make sure McDear's on that jet." Mitch's secretary picked up the phone. "Mr. McDear's office," she said. "I need to speak to him," the man's voice said. "I'm sorry. He's busy at the moment." "Listen, young lady, this is Judge Henry Hugo, and he was supposed to be in my courtroom 15 minutes ago. We're waiting for him. It's an emergency." "There's nothing in his diary for this morning." "That's your fault. Now let me speak to him." She ran to Mitch's office and said, "There's a Judge Hugo on the phone? He says you're supposed to be in his court." Mitch jumped to his feet and grabbed the phone. He was pale. "Yes?" he said. "Mr. McDear," Terrence said. "Judge Hugo. You're late for my court. Get over here." "Yes, sir." He dropped the phone and grabbed his coat and briefcase. He was out of the office in 2 minutes. Judge Hugo was the name Terrence had told Mitch he would use if something went wrong, and the boys on the 5th floor were after him. He ran east for about half a mile. He made sure that no one was following him, and then called Terrence from a payphone. "What's happening, Terrence?" "Voiles just called me from Washington. One of our men has talked." "God! I knew this would happen. I knew I should never trust you. You people are inefficient fools," Mitch shouted. "Don't worry, Mitch. We can protect you." "Yeah? I've heard that before. For some funny reason, I just don't trust you at the moment, Terrence. You tell me you're going to protect me for the rest of my life. Then I'm nearly gunned down in my own office. That's great. From now on, I go my own way, Terrence." "What about the documents?" "We paid you." "Wrong, Terrence. You paid me for what you've already got. Remember? Goodbye, Wayne." He put the phone down. At the other end, Terrence threw his phone against the wall. Mitch had another call to make. "Hi, Tammy," he said when she picked up the phone. "Hi. What's the matter?" "Major trouble. No time to explain. I'm running, and they're right behind me. Call Abby at her parents' house. Tell her to drop everything and get out. She doesn't have time to pack a suitcase. Tell her to catch a plane to Mobile. There she signs in at the Perdido Beach Hilton under the name of Rachel James." "Okay. Anything else?" "Yeah. Get the documents from the doctor, then fly to Nashville and stay in the Brentwood apartment. Do not leave the phone. Then call Abanks." "Okay. What about you?" "I'll be coming to Nashville, but I'm not sure when. Listen, Tammy, tell Abby she could be dead within the hour if she doesn't run. Move." "Okay, boss." At the airport, Mitch bought several tickets in his own name for various destinations around the country. In the name of Sam Fortune, and in cash, he bought a ticket for Cincinnati. Lazarov entered the corner office on the 4th floor, and no one could meet his eyes. "We can't find him," Devasher said. "You mean he just got up and walked out of here?" Lazarov asked. There was no answer. None was needed. "All right, Devasher. This is the plan. Send every man you've got to the airport. Check with every airline. Where's his car?" "In the car park." "He walked out of here on foot? Joey's gonna love this. How many partners have we got?" 16 who are here. Divide them up in pairs and send them to all the major airports in the country. Go and get his wife. Don't hurt her yet. Just bring her in. Hurry." Voiles had also come down to Memphis. At that moment, he was in Terrence's office, giving very similar instructions to his men as Lazarov was giving to his. Chapter 21. On the Run. From Cincinnati, Mitch flew to Nashville. He hired a van and drove to the apartment. On the way, he bought some equipment from a photography shop. When he arrived, Tammy gave him some food. At 10, he called the Perdido Hilton. He asked for Rachel James, but she hadn't arrived. He asked for Lee Stevens. After a few moments, someone picked up the phone. "Yeah?" "This is Mitch. Congratulations." Ray fell on the bed and closed his eyes. "It was so easy, Mitch. How did you do it?" "I'll tell you when we have time. But at the moment, there are a lot of people trying to kill Abby and me. We're on the run. Don't ask me about it now. It's the Mafia and the FBI." "Is that all?" Mitch laughed. "Abby will be arriving at your hotel soon. Check that she isn't being followed, okay? She's calling herself Rachel James." He gave Ray the number of the Brentwood apartment. "Remember that number, Ray. If I'm not here, someone called Tammy will be. You can trust her. Take care of my wife, and call me when she gets there." "Okay, Mitch. And thanks." Abby arrived an hour later in a hired car. She parked and walked towards the front door of the hotel. She stopped for a second and looked behind her. 2 minutes later, a yellow taxi from Mobile also parked. Ray watched the taxi. A woman got out of the back and walked into the hotel. Ray followed her. The woman approached the counter and asked for a room. Then she said, "What's the name of that lady who just signed in here? She seemed familiar. I think she's an old friend." The clerk looked through his cards. "Rachel James," he said. "Yeah, that's her. What room is she in? I'd like to say hello." "I can't give room numbers," said the clerk. The woman pulled 2 20s from her purse and slid them across the counter. "I only want to say hello." The clerk took the money. "Room 622. "Where are the phones?" the woman asked. "Around the corner," said the clerk, and pointed. Ray got there first. He grabbed the phone and pretended to be talking to someone. He heard only a few words of the woman's conversation. "Mobile, room 622. Send some help. An hour? Okay." 10 minutes later, there was a knock at the door of her room. The woman jumped up from the bed, grabbed her gun, and stuck it into her trousers under her shirt. She cautiously opened the door. Ray burst in and knocked her against the wall. He jumped at her, took her gun, and pinned her to the floor. With her face in the carpet, he pushed the gun into her ear. "If you move or make a sound," he said, "I'll kill you." He opened her suitcase. "Open your mouth," he said, and pushed a pair of socks in. He tied her up tightly with clothes from her case and slid her under the bed. Then he left with her gun. The phone went at 1 a.m., and Mitch was not asleep. He was studying documents. "Hello?" he answered cautiously. "It's Ray." "Where are you, Ray? I can hear music." "In a bar. We had to move out of the hotel. Abby was followed." "Abby's there? She's safe?" "Yeah." "Now what?" "Drive to Panama City Beach and get 2 rooms at the Holiday Hotel. Call me when you're there." "I hope you know what you're doing." "Trust me, Ray." "I do. But I'm beginning to wish I was back in prison." "You can't go back, Ray. We either disappear or we're dead." Chapter 22. The Hunt Gets Closer. The taxi stopped in the middle of Nashville, and Mitch got out. He entered the Southeastern Bank building and asked to see Mr. Laycook. He had learned a lot over the last few weeks. He knew all the right dates and numbers to pass the bank's tests. They let him wire $10 million out of the Royal Bank of Montreal in Grand Cayman into their bank. As soon as it arrived, he moved $1 million to his mother's bank, $1 million to Abby's parents' bank, and $1 million for Tammy. The other $7 million joined what was left of the FBI money in his bank in Zurich. On the top floor of the Royal Bank of Montreal in Grand Cayman, Randolph Osgood was informed, as was proper, of the movement of a large amount of money. He picked up the phone and called Memphis. A receptionist told him that Mr. Tollison was not available. "Then Nathan Locke?" he asked. "Mr. Locke is out of town." "Victor Milligan?" "Mr. Milligan is away too." Osgood decided to try again tomorrow. Next day, the hunt got closer. The police were looking for a man who had attacked a woman in the Perdido Beach Hilton. When Ray McDear's picture appeared in the papers as an escaped murderer, the hotel clerk connected him with the attack and told the police that he was with a woman called Rachel James. The victim of the attack, Karen Adair, supported by her boyfriend, Aaron Rimmer, agreed that the criminal was Ray McDear. Then the clerk remembered that Rachel James was driving a white Cutlass. The police began to search for the car. It took 17 trips from the apartment to the van with all the boxes. Then, Mitch sat in the apartment and wrote down instructions for Tammy. He also told her that there was $1 million waiting for her in her bank. He spoke to Abby at the Holiday Hotel in Panama City Beach. She told him about the police hunt for Ray, which was in all the newspapers. "Where's Ray now?" "On the beach, trying to brown his face. I've told him everything. He's also had a haircut." "Good idea. Abby, you must cut your hair and color it blonde. But first, you must get out of there. Just walk out. Make it look as if you're going for a walk on the beach. But a mile east along the beach is a small hotel called the Blue Tide. Sign in there as Jackie Nagel. I'll be there soon. Don't worry. There are so many hotels and buildings along the beach there that it'll take them a year to search them all." 12 hours later, the three of them were together. Chapter 23. Panama City Beach. Joey Marolto flew down with 40 of his men. He settled himself in the Sandpiper Hotel. The first thing he did was get all the available partners and associates from Memphis to come to Alabama. These people knew McDear. They could recognize him. 3 miles along the beach, F. Denton Voiles and Terrence were sitting in their hotel, waiting for news. They had 60 FBI agents and hundreds of local cops searching for the car. The white Cutlass was found at 9 in the morning in the car park of an apartment building in Panama City Beach. Voiles immediately moved all his men down there. A local cop phoned that nice Mr. Rimmer to tell him the news, so that he and his pretty girlfriend would feel better. Mr. Rimmer called Lazarov at the Sandpiper. Rimmer and Lazarov immediately moved all their men down to Panama City Beach. It took only a few minutes for the van to become hot news. The man who had rented it to Mitch was reading his morning paper, and he remembered the name McDear. He looked through his records and phoned the police. A short while later, Voiles and Terrence got the news. They realized that the van must be for carrying the files. At 9, Mitch called Tammy. She had the new documents and passports. Mitch told her to send them to Sam Fortune at the Blue Tide Hotel and gave her the address. He told her to make sure they arrived the next day. Finally, he told her to leave Nashville, drive to Knoxville, and call him from there. By midday, all the roads to the coast around Panama City Beach were closed by the police. Lazarov and Maralto were in the Best Western Hotel, while their men were out searching. At 4 p.m, a clerk in the Holiday Hotel told the police that Abby McDear was probably the woman who had paid cash for 2 rooms for 3 nights, but hadn't really used either of them. At 4:58, a police car stopped in the car park of a cheap hotel and found the van Mitch had rented. It was empty. Andy Patrick had first gone to prison for 4 months when he was 19. Since then, he had committed plenty of minor crimes. He hated violence. He hated cops. A cop had once beaten him so badly that he lost one eye. 6 months ago, he found himself in Panama City Beach and got a job as a clerk at the Blue Tide Hotel. Around 9 on Friday night, he was watching TV when the cop walked in. "We're looking for some people," said the cop, and laid pictures on the counter. "Seen any of them?" Andy studied the pictures. He thought he recognized the one of Mitchell Y. McDear. His criminal's mind began to work. "I haven't seen them," he said. "I'll tell you if I do." "They're dangerous," said the cop. "You're the dangerous one," Andy thought. As soon as the cop had left, Andy went and knocked on the door of room 38. He could see the red lights of police cars passing on the road behind the hotel. "Who's there?" a woman's voice said. "The manager," Andy replied. Mitch opened the door. Andy could see he was nervous. "What is it?" he asked. "The police were just here," Andy explained. "They showed me some pictures. I said I couldn't recognize them." "Do you know what I mean?" "They said one of these people had been in prison. I've been in prison too, and I think everyone should escape. Am I making myself clear?" "Yes," Mitch said. "What's your name?" "Andy. Andy, I'll give you $1,000 now and another 1,000 tomorrow if you're still unable to recognize any of the faces in the pictures." $5,000 a day, Andy said. "Okay. And I'll give you another 5,000 to bring me a small packet that will arrive tomorrow morning." "Good." Andy went back to his counter. Back in the room, Mitch said, "I think our luck has just changed for the better." Chapter 24. On the floor among the boxes. "Why here?" Lazarov asked. "Why did they choose Panama City Beach? They're trapped here. The cops have got the whole place covered. There are only about 60 of our men, and the cops have got hundreds. So the chances are that they'll find them before we do." Maralto nodded. "So we've got to improve our chances." "Leave that to me," Devasher said. "But why here? It's good for them that there are a lot of small hotels, but we can still send our people to search them, room by room. It'll take time, but we can do it." "The water!" Marolto suddenly shouted. "They're going to try to escape by sea, in the dark." "That makes sense to me," Devasher said. "So where are our boats?" Marolto said. Lazarov jumped from his seat and began shouting orders down the phone. He wanted his men to hire every available boat and stay out at sea, waiting. Devasher gave his own orders to Rimmer and his men. Rimmer drove up to Tallahassee and phoned the police from there. "Listen," he said excitedly. "I just saw those 3 people you're after. They're driving a green Ford van. They're going south." 5 minutes later, Fat Tony Verkler did exactly the same from a few miles further south. Within a couple of hours, nearly all the local cops had returned to their stations, and all the FBI agents were traveling south. Mitch, Abby, and Ray watched the news on TV. Now that the police search had moved away from Panama City Beach, it was more dangerous for them. The police only wanted to arrest them. Marolto's men wanted to kill them. Early the next morning, Mitch sat back down on the floor among all the boxes. He nodded at Abby, who was operating the camera. He continued giving evidence. After 16 hours, he had nearly finished. With the help of Tammy's lists, he told the court where they could find $900 million of mafia money in banks. He then explained how the whole system worked and who the most important figures were. For 6 hours, he explained the various methods the Maroltos and their lawyers used to turn dirty money into clean. He knew that the evidence was incomplete, but when the FBI had these films, they could easily get permission to search the whole Bendini building and all its computer records. At 10:35, Andy Patrick received the envelope addressed to Sam Fortune. He started to take it over to room 38, but stopped when he saw 2 men knocking at the doors to the rooms. He went back to the reception desk and phoned room 38. "Mr. Fortune? I think you should know there are 2 men coming your way. They're knocking on all the doors." "Are they cops?" "I don't think so. They didn't come and see me first." "Thanks. We'll switch the lights off and not answer the door. They'll think the room's empty." "What about the packet?" "It's here." "Okay. Can you bring it over as soon as it's safe?" "Yeah." In room 38, they admired the new documents and passports. The doctor certainly knew his work. "We have to celebrate," Ray said. "Besides, I'm going crazy in here. I'm going to get us some beers." "Ray, no," Mitch said. "There's no need to take chances." But Ray wasn't listening. He stayed close to the walls until he reached the end of the hotel. There was a row of shops next to the hotel. He waited until he was sure no one was looking, and then went into the supermarket. In the car park in front of the shops, Lamar Quinn saw Ray enter the shop. The way the man moved was familiar. He walked over to the shop and went inside. He took a Coke and waited to pay for it until he came face to face with the man. It wasn't Mitch McDear, but he looked just like him. It was Ray. It had to be. The face was darker than his prison photograph, and he was wearing sunglasses. But this was definitely a McDeer. "How's it going?" Lamar said to the man. "Fine. You?" Even the voice was similar. Lamar paid for his drink and returned to the car park. He calmly put the Coke in his car. Then he went to the next shop to continue his search for the McDeers. Chapter 25. The Pier. The Dan Russell Pier was the one which was furthest west of the 3 piers on Panama City Beach. It was about half a mile east of the Blue Tide. At 11:30, Abby left room 38 and began walking east along the beach. 5 minutes later, Mitch left. While Abby was dressed to look like a tourist, Mitch was dressed all in black. So was Ray, who left 5 minutes after Mitch, locking the door behind him. At midnight, Abby stood at the end of the pier. Mitch sat on a chair at the beach end of the pier. Ray was standing on the sand about 50 yards away. Abby hid as much of her torch as possible in her coat and pointed it out to sea. She switched it on and off, on and off. There was no reply. She tried again. Again, there was no reply. From the corner of his eye, Mitch saw someone jump onto the pier and walk quickly towards Abby. It was Rimmer. Mitch was up and running silently after him. Rimmer walked up behind Abby and called her name. She turned round and started to scream. Rimmer jumped at her, and at the same time, Mitch dived headfirst into his legs. All 3 fell down onto the hard surface of the pier. Rimmer hit Mitch hard in the eye and reached for his gun. He never found it. Ray charged into him and hit him again and again until he was unconscious. "Switch on the torch again, Abby," Ray said as he unwrapped the rope from his waist. She turned out to sea and did as he said. "What are you going to do?" Mitch whispered, watching Ray and the rope. "We can either shoot him or drown him," Ray said. "We have to do one or the other." "Oh, my God," said Abby. "Don't fire the gun," Mitch whispered. "I agree," Ray said. He twisted the rope around Rimmer's neck and tightened it. Rimmer didn't move. After 3 minutes, Ray slid the body at the end of the rope down into the water. Abanks was late, but he found a way through the small boats which were waiting out at sea. None of Marolto's men even saw him come, and none of them saw him go with his 3 new passengers. At 6 in the morning, Tammy phoned Terrence, just as Mitch had said she should. "You can have the files now, Wayne," she said. "They're in room 38, Blue Tide Hotel, Panama City Beach. The clerk is called Andy, and he'll let you into the room. Be careful with the files, Wayne. We've taken a lot of time and trouble getting them all neat for you." And you'll find 16 hours of film there, too. I have just one question, Tarrant said tiredly. Where is he? By now, said Tammy, they're on a plane to South America. I've got to go. Goodbye. The boat A. Banks had bought them was perfect. With it and the money, they could spend the rest of their lives sailing in luxury among the thousands of islands in the West Indies. They could have homes on 2 or 3 of the smaller ones, like Little Cayman, where no one ever came. A. Banks taught them all he knew about boating and about the islands. They knew from newspapers that the firm and the Moralto family were finished. 51 present and past members of the firm were arrested, and the Moralto family trials would go on for years. The Memphis newspapers listed the names of all the arrested lawyers. As Mitch read their names, he saw their faces. He almost felt sorry for some of them, and he pitied their wives and children. What a waste of talent. I love you, Mitch. Abby was standing behind him. We'll be okay. As long as we're together, we can handle anything. I never really wanted to be a lawyer anyway, Mitch said. I always wanted to be a sailor.
Chapter 1. The Last Day. It's the last day, even the last hour now. I'm an old man, lonely and unloved, sick and hurting, and tired of living. I am ready for death. It has to be better than this. I own this tall glass building, the land around it, and the 2,000 people who work here. I own silver in Nevada, coffee in Kenya, and coal in Angola. My company owns businesses that produce electricity, make computers, and print books. I'm worth more than $11 billion. The money is my greatest problem. I had 3 families, 3 ex-wives, who had 7 children. They're gathering here today because I'm dying, and it's time to divide the money. I don't care who gets the money, but I do care very much who doesn't get it. My first wife was Lillian. We married young. I was 24 and she was 18. And had 4 children. Her oldest boy is now 47. Troy Jr., or TJ, was thrown out of college when he was 19 for selling drugs. I gave him, like the others, $5 million on his 21st birthday. It ran like water through his fingers. TJ's brother, Rex, is 44. Our oldest daughter is Libigail, a child I loved desperately until she went to college and forgot about me. She married an African, and I took her name out of my will. Our younger daughter, Mary Ross, is married to a doctor. He wants to be super rich, but they're heavily in debt. All Lillian's children are the same. They're in debt and unemployable, and they want my money. After Lillian, I married my secretary, Janie, a beautiful young thing, 22 years younger than me. She had 2 children. The younger one, Rocky, was killed in a car with 2 of his friends. Her daughter, Gina, is married to a fool who could lose $500 million in 3 years. I married Tira when I was 64. She was 23 and pregnant with Ramble. He's now 14 and has already been arrested once for theft and once for possession of drugs. He has rings in his ears, eyebrows, and nose. Like the others, he expects to get rich, to get a fortune because I'm his father. I know these people. I watch them. Sneed appears from another room. He's been my servant for almost 30 years now. "How are you, sir?" he asks. I say nothing because I'm neither required nor expected to respond to Sneed. "Some coffee, sir?" "Lunch." Sneed expects to get rich, too. He wants me to die because he expects a few million. The trouble with having money is that everybody wants a little of it. Sneed's name is not mentioned in my will. He brings in my lunch, the final meal. Later, Sneed pushes my wheelchair out of the apartment, down the hall, through another door. The room is full of lawyers and psychiatrists who will decide whether I'm sane. There are cameras pointing at me. Every whisper, every move, every breath will be recorded. I'm sitting here to prove to the world that I am sane enough to make a new will. Each family has hired a psychiatrist. Their names are printed on cards in front of them. Dr. Zadell, Dr. Flo, Dr. Tyson. I study their eyes and faces. They expect me to be crazy, but I'm going to prove them wrong. Josh Stafford is speaking. "My name is Josh Stafford, and I am the lawyer for Mr. Troy Phelan. The psychiatrists in this room will examine Mr. Phelan. If they believe that he is wholly sane, then he intends to sign a new will." Stafford taps his pencil on the thick will lying before us. My families haven't seen the will, so they can only guess what it contains. They believe that the money will be divided fairly among the children, with generous gifts to my ex-wives. Stafford prepared the will, and, with my permission, this is what he has implied. The psychiatrists begin their examination. Zadell goes first. "Mr. Phelan, can you tell us the date, time, and place?" I drop my chin to my chest like a fool and think about the question. "Monday, December 9th, 1996. The place is my office." "The time?" "About 2:30 in the afternoon," I say. "And where is your office?" "McLean, Virginia." They ask many more questions. Then Tyson says, "What is your current physical condition?" "I'm sick. I have cancer. My doctors say I won't live more than 3 months. I can feel their excitement. The rumor has been confirmed. "Are you under the influence of drugs or alcohol?" "No." Back to Zadell. "Mr. Phelan, you have about $11 billion. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Do you intend to sign a new will today?" "Yes, I do." "Is that the will on the table in front of you?" "It is." "Does that will leave a large part of your estate to your children?" "It does." Zadell places his pen on the table and looks at Stafford. "In my opinion, Mr. Phelan is mentally capable of signing his will." Do you all agree? Stafford asks the other lawyers. Yes, absolutely. They nod their heads as fast as they can. Stafford slides the will to me and gives me a pen. I turn to the back and sign a name that nobody can read, then place my hands on top of it. This meeting is over, Stafford says, and everyone quickly leaves the room. One camera remains on me. I tell Sneed to take a seat at the table. Stafford and one of his partners, Durbin, are also seated. When we're alone, I produce an envelope from my pocket. I remove from it 3 pieces of yellow legal paper. Stafford, Durbin, and Sneed look confused. This is my real will, I announce, taking a pen. I wrote it a few hours ago, dated today, and now signed today. I write my name again. This replaces all previous wills, including the one I signed less than 5 minutes ago. I put the papers back in the envelope and push it across the table to Stafford. At the same time, I rise from my wheelchair. My legs are shaking. Just seconds now. Surely I'll be dead before I hit the ground. Hey, someone says, Sneed, I think. But I'm moving away from them. I walk, almost run, past a row of chairs to the big sliding doors which are unlocked. Stop! Someone shouts, and they're moving behind me. I grab the handle and open the door. The air is very cold. I step onto the narrow balcony and, without looking down, I throw myself over the edge.
Chapter 2. Troy Phelan's Testament. Sneed reached the balcony just in time to scream in horror. Then he watched helplessly as Mr. Phelan fell silently, growing smaller and smaller until he struck the ground. Sneed stared in disbelief. Then he began to cry. Josh Stafford was a step behind him and witnessed most of the fall. It took him a minute or two to recover from the shock and start thinking like a lawyer again. He watched the family down below collect around Phelan's body. Then he went back into the room. The camera was still on. Sneed faced it, raised his right hand and swore to tell the truth, then explained what he'd just witnessed. Stafford opened the envelope and held the yellow sheets of paper close enough for the camera to see.
Yes, I saw him sign that, Sneed said, just seconds ago. Did he say this was his last will and testament? He called it his testament.
Stafford made Durbin repeat the same statement, then placed himself in front of the camera and gave his version of events. When he finished, he told Sneed to leave the room. Stafford turned back to the camera and looked at the sheets of yellow paper. The first sheet was a letter. Stafford spoke to the camera.
This letter is dated today, Monday, December 9th, 1996. It is addressed to me from Troy Phelan. I will read it in full. Dear Josh, I am dead now. These are my instructions, and I want you to follow them closely. First, I want a quick examination of my body. Second, there will be no funeral. I want to be cremated and my ashes scattered from the air over my ranch in Wyoming. Third, I want you to keep my will secret until January 15th, 1997. The law does not require you to produce it immediately. Goodbye, Troy. Stafford carefully picked up the second piece of paper. This is a 1-page document. It is the last testament of Troy L. Phelan. I will read it all. The last testament of Troy L. Phelan. To each of my children, Troy Phelan Jr., Rex Phelan, Libigail Jeter, Mary Ross Jackman, Gina Strong, and Rambo Phelan, I give enough money to pay off any debts they have today. Their future debts will not be covered by this gift. If any of these children attempt to contest this will, then they will receive nothing. To my ex-wives, Lillian, Janie, and Tira, I give nothing. They were adequately provided for in the divorces. The rest of my estate I give to my daughter, Rachel Lane, born on November 2nd, 1954 in New Orleans, Louisiana, to a woman named Evelyn Cunningham, who is now dead. Stafford had never heard of these people. He paused, then went on. I appoint my trusted lawyer, Josh Stafford, to carry out this will. Signed, December 9th, 1996, 3 p.m., by Troy Phelan. Stafford placed it on the table and picked up the third sheet. This is a note addressed to me again. I will read it. Josh, Rachel Lane is a World Tribes missionary on the Brazil-Bolivia border. She works with an Indian tribe in a region known as the Pantanal. The nearest town is Corumbá. I couldn't find her. I've had no contact with her in the last 20 years. Signed, Troy Phelan. Stafford put down the last piece of paper and turned to Durbin. He thought of everything. He's a very cruel man, Durbin said. Can you imagine the money those fools will spend in the next month? It seems a crime not to tell them. We can't. We have our orders. Outside Lillian's large house in Falls Church, a group of journalists waited on the street for a family member to come out. Inside, Phelan's 4 eldest children gathered. They tried to be serious and sad. It was difficult. Fine wine was served, lots of it. By midnight, TJ and Rex were drunk, celebrating their fabulous new wealth. The following day, Stafford met Tip Durbin, and together they drove to the medical examiner's office in McLean. The cause of death is obvious. There's no trace of alcohol or drugs, the medical examiner said. And there was no sign of cancer. Troy was in good health at the time of his death. Did he tell you he had cancer? Durbin asked Stafford on the drive back. Yes, several times. Why did he lie? Who knows? Everybody thought he was dying. Why did he jump? He was a very lonely old man. It seems like a nasty trick, Durbin said. He promises money to his family. The psychiatrists say that he isn't crazy. Then at the last minute he signs a different will. Why did he hate them so much? They embarrassed him. They fought with him. They never earned an honest dime, and they spent many of his millions. Troy never planned to leave them anything. Back at his office, Stafford talked to members of his team. You have to find a person who, I suspect, does not want to be found. He told them what he knew about Rachel Lane. There wasn't much. First, find out about the World Tribes missions. Who are they? How do they operate? How do they pick their people? Where do they send them? Everything. Find out about her mother, Evelyn Cunningham. She's dead now. Find out all you can. TJ nursed a sore head until noon, then drank a beer. He walked around his dirty apartment. He couldn't find his wife. He and Biff had been through 3 fights already that day. He opened another beer and looked at himself in the mirror in the hall. Troy Phelan, Jr., he said. son of Troy Phelan, 10th richest man in America, worth $11 billion. Yes! He dressed in his best suit, a gray one he'd worn yesterday when dear old Dad faced the psychiatrists and performed so wonderfully. "Armani, here I come," he whistled joyfully. Life had been soft and luxurious for the first 20 years, and then he received his inheritance. His $5 million had disappeared before he reached 30, and his father hated him for it. "What can I do with $500 million?" he asked himself as he drove along the highway. 500 million tax-free! He began to laugh. His first stop was a BMW Porsche garage run by his friend Dickie. "Biff would like a Porsche, a red 911. "When?" Troy stared angrily at him. "Now!" "Sure, TJ. What about money?" "I'll pay for it the same time I pay for my black one. Also a 911. How much are they?" "About 90,000 each." "No problem. When can we have them?" "In a day or two." "When will you have the cash?" Dickie asked. "In a month or two, but I want the cars now." Dickie looked away. "Listen, TJ, I can't hand over 2 new cars without payment." "Fine. I'll go somewhere else. I could buy this whole garage, you know. I could walk into any bank right now and ask for 10 million or 20 million and buy this place. They would happily give me the money. Do you understand?" Dickie's eyes narrowed. "How much did he leave you?" "Enough to buy the bank. Are you giving me the cars or shall I go down the street?" "Let me find the cars." Ramble spent the day in his room, smoking, listening to music, and ignoring everyone. He hadn't been to school for weeks. His lawyer had told him that the money would go into a trust until he was either 18 or 21. Until then, he would get a generous amount of money to spend every month. He would form a band called Ramble. He would play guitar and sing and chase girls. 2 floors up, Tira, his mother, spent the day on the phone chatting with friends. Most of them gossiped long enough to ask how much she might get from the estate, but she was afraid to guess. When she divorced Troy, she got $10 million and the house. She was now down to her last $2 million. Her needs were so great. Her friends had beach houses in the Bahamas, and she had to stay in luxury hotels. They bought their clothes in New York. She picked her clothes up locally. Their children went to the best schools, out of the way. Ramble was in the basement and wouldn't come out. Gina Phelan Strong was 30 and married to Cody, husband number 2. He had big dreams, but after 6 months, his businesses had made huge losses. The $5 million Troy gave Gina on her 21st birthday had shrunk to less than $1 million, and their debts were growing. Then Troy jumped from the window. They spent the morning looking for homes in Swink's Mill, the place of their grandest dreams. By dusk, they were looking at an empty house priced at $4.5 million, and seriously considering making an offer. Rex, age 44, brother of TJ, was under criminal investigation. A bank had failed, and the FBI was making fierce inquiries. He owed more than $7 million. Now Troy was dead, Rex could stop worrying. He could pay his debts and play with his money. He spent the day with Hark Geddes, his lawyer. He wanted the money quickly, desperately, and he pressured Geddes to call Josh Stafford. We have to see that will, he shouted at Hark throughout the day. Hark calmed him with a long lunch and good wine. Amber, Rex's wife, dropped by and found them both drunk. She wasn't angry. She loved Rex more than ever now. Hark Geddes was excited. The old man was dead, and his crazy family was a lawyer's dream. This was his chance to start his own company and to make a lot of money. He wanted a long fight over the will, a fight that would make him famous and rich. According to the Internet, the World Tribes Mission's headquarters was in Houston, Texas. Their goal was to spread Christianity around the world, and they had 4,000 missionaries working with native peoples. 28 Indian tribes in Brazil were being ministered to by World Tribes missionaries. These missionaries received training in living in the jungle, languages, and medical skills. So Rachel lived in a hut and slept on a bed she'd built herself and cooked over a fire. She ate food she'd grown or trapped and killed, and taught Bible stories to the children and the adults. She knew nothing and certainly cared nothing for the worries and pressures of the world. "We may never find her," Durbin said. "No phones, no electricity. You have to climb through the mountains to get to these people." "We have no choice," Josh said. "We called the World Tribes Missions, and they won't tell us anything. They wouldn't even confirm that this woman exists. But I have an idea. We have to send someone to find Rachel Lane, right? And we can't just send anyone. It has to be a lawyer, someone who can explain what's happening. And it has to be someone from our company. But it's not going to be a quick trip. Brazil's a big country. We're talking jungles and mountains. These people have never seen a car. It might take at least a week." "So, who do we send?" Durbin asked. "What about Nate?" Nate O'Reilly was a partner who was at the moment locked away in a private hospital in the Blue Ridge Mountains. In the past 10 years, he'd been a frequent visitor to this hospital, each time trying to stop drinking and taking drugs. Now, at the age of 48, he had no money, was twice divorced, and the government was chasing him for non-payment of taxes. "He used to be an outdoor type, didn't he?" Durbin asked. "Oh, yeah. Rock climbing, diving, all that crazy stuff. Then the slide into alcoholism began, and he stopped all that." The slide had begun in his mid-30s. He was a star in the legal practice, but he began drinking heavily and using drugs. He ignored his family, and then he lost a lawsuit and fell apart. The firm sent him to a hospital to recover. He could stay clean for months, even years, but he always crashed. 4 months earlier, he'd locked himself in a hotel room with a bottle of vodka and a sack of pills. Josh sent him to the hospital for the 4th time in 10 years. "It might be good for him," Durbin said. "You know, to get away for a while." Chapter 3. Nate's Mission. Nate walked to his window and looked at the Shenandoah Valley 1,000 meters below. It was covered with new snow. He remembered that it was almost Christmas, and the thought saddened him. The kids were gone now, either grown or taken away by their mothers. The last thing Nate wanted was another Christmas in a bar with other drunks. Breakfast was black coffee, which he had with his nurse, Sergio. For the last 4 months, Sergio had also been his best friend. He knew everything about the miserable life of Nate O'Reilly. You have a guest today. Mr. Stafford, Sergio said. Wonderful. Josh had visited once a month. Nate was resting in his room when Josh arrived. You look great, Josh said. How you doing? I need to get out of here, Josh. Your doctor says another week or two. Great. Then what? Can I come back to the company? Not so fast, Nate. You have a couple of problems. We can deal with the bankruptcy, but that still leaves the problem of your taxes. From 1992 to 1995, Nate had failed to report about $60,000 in other income. So what am I supposed to do? Nate asked. Do you think I'm going to prison? Troy Phelan died, Josh said. And it took Nate a second to understand. I didn't know. When did he die? 4 days ago. Jumped out of a window. He'd just signed 2 wills. The first prepared by me, the second and last he wrote himself. Then he jumped. He left everything to an illegitimate daughter I've never heard of. I want you to find her. Me? Yes. We don't know where she is. How much did he? About $11 billion before taxes. Does she know it? No, she doesn't even know he's dead. Where is she? Brazil, we think. She's a missionary working with a tribe of Indians. How long will I be gone? Nate asked. It's a wild guess, but I'd say 10 days. There's no hurry, and she might be hard to find. What part of the country? West, near Bolivia. This mission she works for sends its people into the jungles, where they minister to Indians from the Stone Age. You want me to find the right jungle, then walk into it to find the right tribe of Indians. I tell them I'm a friendly lawyer from the States, and they should help me find a woman who probably doesn't want to be found. Something like that. Think of it as an adventure. Someone has to go, Nate. A lawyer from our firm has to meet this woman face to face, show her a copy of the will, explain it to her, and find out what she wants to do next. It can't be done by a Brazilian lawyer. And if I say no? Nate asked. Josh smiled. We'll find someone else. Think of it as a vacation. You're not afraid of the jungle, are you? Of course not. Then go have some fun. You can leave next week. I'll be there for the holidays. That's a great idea. You want to miss Christmas? What about your kids? There were 4 of them, 2 by each wife. 1 in graduate school and 1 in college, 2 in middle school. I haven't heard from them. I'm sorry, Josh said. He'd certainly heard from the families. Both wives had lawyers who'd called to ask for money. Nate's oldest child needed money for college fees. He'd called Josh not to ask about his father's health, but more important, to ask about his father's share of the firm's profits last year. Is it in the Amazon? No, the Pantanal, the largest wetlands in the world. What happens when I get back? Do I have my office? Am I still a partner? I don't know, Nate. This is your 4th time in the hospital in 10 years. If you went back now, you'd go back to the office and be the world's greatest lawyer for 6 months. You'd ignore the old friends, the old bars, the old neighborhoods. You'd work, work, work. Then there'd be a crack somewhere. An old friend might find you, a girl from another life. You'll slide again. I don't want that to happen. A couple of weeks in the Brazilian wetlands is beginning to sound good, Nate said. So you'll go? Yes. Josh left him a thick file on the Phelan estate and its mysterious new heir. And there were 2 books on the Indians of South America. Nate read for 8 hours. He was suddenly anxious to begin his adventure. When Sergio checked on him, he was sitting on the bed, papers around him, lost in another world. "It's time for me to leave," Nate said. "Yes, it is," Sergio replied. The heirs collected huge debts. They signed contracts for new houses. New cars were delivered. They hired people to find the right private jet and give advice about what horse to buy. Several lawyers were fired, and new ones were brought in to replace them. The Phelan case landed on the desk of Judge F. Parr Wycliffe. He was thrilled to get such a famous lawsuit, and called Josh Stafford to introduce himself. "Is there a will?" Wycliffe asked. "Yes, there is a will." "Where is it? When will the money be released?" "I have it," Josh said. "My client asked me to wait until January 15th. "Why?" The reason was simple. Troy wanted his greedy children to spend a lot of money before they found out he hadn't left them anything. "I have no idea," Josh said. "What's in the will?" "I can't tell you." "I'm a little sympathetic to the Phelan family," Wycliffe said. "They have a right to know what's in the will. I think we should read it to them on December 27th. Josh wanted to laugh. Gather them all together, the Phelans and their lawyers and their new friends. Make sure the newspapers know about it. He could hear the crying and the cursing as the Phelans tried to understand what their father had done to them. Suddenly, Josh couldn't wait. "The 27th's fine with me," he said. "Good," Wycliffe said. "I'll let everybody know. There are lots of lawyers. It helps if you remember that there are 6 kids and 3 ex-wives, so there are 9 principal sets of lawyers. I hope my courtroom is big enough." "I suggest you read the will," Josh said. Wycliffe intended to. He imagined what would happen. People crowded together, not a sound as the envelope was opened. This would be one of his finest moments, reading a will that gave away $11 billion. "I assume the will is interesting," the judge said. "It's very interesting." The judge actually smiled. As usual, Josh had carefully planned Nate's release. He arrived at the hospital with a bag full of clothes, a passport, tickets, and plenty of cash. "How do you feel?" Josh asked as they drove south. "Could you stop at the nearest store?" "Sure. Why?" "I'd like to get some beer." "Very funny." "I'd kill for a tall Coca-Cola." Back in the car, Josh said, "Your flight goes to Sao Paulo. Then you'll go on to a city called Campo Grande." "Do these people speak English?" "No, they're Brazilian. They speak Portuguese." "How big is Campo Grande?" "500,000, but it's not your destination. From there, you'll catch a flight to a place called Corumbá. There you'll meet a lawyer named Valdir Ruiz. He speaks English. He's a very nice man." "What am I supposed to do with Valdir?" "He's looking for a guide to take you into the Pantanal by boat. It's an area of swamps and rivers. And snakes and alligators." "Relax." Josh pointed to the bag behind the passenger seat. "Open that." It was made of brown leather. Nate sat it on his knee and opened it. "Toys," he said. "That's the latest cell phone. That's the latest computer. Look how small they are." Wow! And I'm supposed to use these in the middle of a swamp with snakes and alligators watching? When you find her, I want to know immediately. What's this? The best toy in the box. It's a satellite phone. You can use it anywhere on the face of the earth. Keep the batteries charged and you can always find me. Do the Indians have electricity? Of course not. Then how am I supposed to keep the batteries charged? You'll think of something. In the crowded airport, they drank weak coffee and read newspapers. Josh was very conscious of the bar. Nate didn't seem to be. Are you okay? Josh asked. I'm fine. I'm not waiting for you to leave so I can run over to the bar and drink vodka. I'm not worried about you, Josh lied. Then go. I'm a big boy. They said goodbye at the gate. At midnight, somewhere over the Caribbean, Nate fell asleep. The second plane descended, and the pilot welcomed them to Campo Grande. Nate read his notes. 600,000 people. A center for the cattle trade. Lots of cowboys. Rapid growth. When he stepped from the plane, the heat hit him. 2 days before Christmas, and it was over 35 degrees. He slept most of the hour it took to reach Corumbá. Set on the Bolivian border, the city had 90,000 people and was the capital of the Pantanal. River traffic and trade had built the city and kept it going. It was a lazy, pleasant little town. Storekeepers sat outside their stores, waiting for customers and chatting with each other. Teenagers raced through the traffic on bikes. Children ate ice cream at sidewalk tables. Nate's room at the Palace Hotel was on the 8th floor. There was a narrow bed, a desk with a chair, a small refrigerator with bottled water and beer, and a clean bathroom. Nate stretched his tired body on the bed and went to sleep. Chapter 4. Into the Pantanal. Valdir Ruiz was a pleasant man, happy with life in the way most Brazilians tend to be. He worked efficiently in his small office, just him and a secretary. He was proud of his English. He produced a large air map and pointed to the Pantanal. No roads or highways. More than 100,000 kilometers of swamp. There were 4 red X's along the western edge of the map, near Bolivia. There are tribes here, he said to Nate, pointing to the marks. Guató and Ipicas. How large are they? Nate asked. We don't really know, Valdir replied. His words very slow and careful. He was trying hard to impress the American with his English. 100 years ago, there were many more, but the tribes grow smaller. They have little contact with the outside world. Their culture hasn't changed for 1,000 years. Do we know where the missionaries are? It is difficult to say. Valdir pointed at 2 of the X's. These are Guató. There will probably be missionaries around here. You must understand that there are at least 20 different American and Canadian groups with missionaries in Brazil. It's easy to get into our country, and it's easy to move around. No one really cares who is out there and what they are doing. Nate pointed at Corumbá, then to the nearest red X. How long does it take to get from here to there? By plane, about an hour. By boat, from 3 to 5 days. Then where's my plane? It's not that easy, Valdir said. He pointed. "These are cattle farms. Only a few can be reached by boat, so they use small airplanes. The airstrips are marked in blue. Even if you flew into the area, you would have to use a boat to get to the Indians." "How good are the airstrips?" "They're all grass. Sometimes they cut the grass, sometimes they don't. The biggest problem is cows." "Cows?" "Yes, cows like grass. Sometimes it's hard to land because the cows are eating the airstrip." "Could I fly into the Pantanal, then rent a boat to find the Indians?" "No. The boats are here in Corumba. So are the guides." "I'd like to fly over the area," Nate said. Valdir rolled up the map. "I can arrange an airplane and a pilot." "What about a boat?" "I'm working on that. This is the flood season, and most of the boats are in use. The rivers are up. I must warn you that air travel can be dangerous. The planes are small, and if there is engine trouble, well, there's no place to put a plane down in an emergency. A plane went down a month ago. They found it near a river, surrounded by alligators." "What happened to the passengers?" Nate asked, afraid of the answer. "Ask the alligators." They walked to the window and watched the traffic. "I think I have found a guide," Valdir said. "He's a young man, just out of the army. He speaks English very well. His father was a river pilot." Across the street was a small bar with 3 tables on the sidewalk. A red sign advertised beer. 2 men shared a table with a large bottle of beer between them. It was perfect. A hot day, a party mood, a cold drink enjoyed by 2 friends. Nate's head began to spin. His heart was beating fast, and his breathing stopped. His hands shook. He could taste the beer. The slide was beginning. He took a deep breath. The moment would pass. He knew it would. He thanked Valdir and left the office. He walked toward the river and found a small park. The late afternoon was humid. His shirt was stained with sweat and stuck to his chest. What happened back at Valdir's office had scared him. He sat on the edge of a picnic table and looked at the great Pantanal lying before him. A musician began to play his guitar as the sun sank slowly over the Bolivian mountains, not far away. A pilot agreed to fly, but he wanted to leave early and be back in Corumba by noon because it was Christmas Eve. Valdir had hired a guide called Javi. He was 24, single and strong. He ran into the Palace Hotel wearing a bush hat, shorts, black army boots, and a shiny knife in his belt. Nate liked him immediately. His truck was old, but ready for the jungle. They roared through the streets of Corumba, slowing only slightly at red lights, completely ignoring stop signs. Javi talked as he held the wheel like a race driver. Nate didn't hear a word. His heart stopped at each new intersection. The airport was empty. The pilot's name sounded like Milton. He was friendly enough, but it was obvious he didn't want to fly or work on the day before Christmas. "Do you feel safe?" Nate asked Javi when the pilot announced he was ready. Javi laughed and said, "No problem. This man has 4 small children and a pretty wife. Why would he risk his life?" Corumba was immediately beneath them. To the east and north, a dozen small rivers spun circles around and through each other. Because of the floods, the rivers were full, and in many places ran together. In the west were the distant mountains of Bolivia. The sky was darker beyond the mountains. Milton dropped to 4,000 meters to stay below the clouds. He was worried about the dark sky. "We'll watch it for a few minutes," Javy said. Milton wanted to go home, but Nate at least wanted to see the Indian villages. He still held the faint hope that he could somehow fly to meet Rachel and take her back to Corumba, where they could have lunch in a nice cafe and discuss her father's case. Raindrops began hitting the windows of the plane, and Milton dropped to 3,000 meters. From over the mountaintops, the storm rushed at them. The winds hit the plane, and it dropped suddenly. Nate's head hit the top of the cabin. He was very frightened. "We're turning around!" Javy shouted. Sweat covered Milton's forehead. The plane moved hard to the right. The sky toward Corumba was black. Milton turned quickly east and said something to Javy. "We can't go to Corumba," Javy shouted. "He wants to look for a farm. We'll land and wait for the storm to pass." Nate looked out of his window and saw nothing. No nice little farms with long airstrips. The plane dropped 100 meters in less than 2 seconds. Milton pushed the plane down toward the ground. Thunder, just above them, sounded like a gun in a dark room, and shook them to their bones. Nate caught sight of a river just below them, and he suddenly remembered the alligators. He didn't want to crash into a swamp. Milton descended to 300 meters, where the ground could be seen in patches. Nate saw a white object below and shouted and pointed, "A cow! A cow!" They had seen the airstrip too late to land with the wind, so Milton turned the plane to land in the face of the storm. Nate saw a boy with a stick running through the tall grass, and he saw a cow running away from the airstrip. He saw Javy staring through the window, eyes wild, mouth open, but no words coming out. They hit the grass. The wind lifted them into the air, and then they hit the ground again. "Cow! Cow!" The plane crashed into a large, curious cow and turned violently, all the windows bursting open, all 3 men screaming their last words. Chapter 5. The Slide. Nate woke up covered in blood. It was still raining. Milton and Javy were lying on top of each other, but moving and struggling to get out of their seats. Nate found a window and stuck his head out. The plane was on its side, with a wing cracked and folded under the cabin. Blood was everywhere, but it was from the cow, not the passengers. The boy with a stick led them to a small stable. Out of the storm, Milton dropped to his knees and began to pray. They sat in the dirt for a long time, watching the rain, hearing the wind, thinking of what could have been, saying nothing. Marco, the owner of the cow, appeared an hour later and began a heated discussion with Javy and Milton about the value of the cow. "I'll pay for the creature," Nate said to Javy. Javy asked the man how much, then said, $100. "Does he take American Express?" Nate asked. But the humor missed its mark. "I'll pay it." He'd pay as much as that to stop Marco complaining. The deal was settled, and the man became their host. When he realized Nate was from the States, he sent for his wife and kids. They ate rice and black beans around a small table. The children sat on the floor beside the table, eating bread and rice, watching every move Nate made. Marco had a small boat with a motor. The Paraguay River was 5 hours away. Maybe he had enough gasoline, maybe he didn't. but it would be impossible to get there with all 3 men in the boat. JV had a plan. There was an army base on the edge of Corumba. When the sky cleared, Nate carefully unpacked the satellite phone and turned on the power. The signal was strong, and Marco and his family gathered around. He wondered if they'd ever seen a phone. JV called a friend who found phone numbers. He then explained the situation to an army officer and asked for help. After all, they had had a plane crash. Finally, the commander himself came to the phone. He and JV traded army talk for 5 minutes, places they'd been to, people they knew. Then JV explained what had happened. "No problem. A helicopter is ready. Give us an hour," the commander said. Milton smiled for the first time that day. An hour passed. The sun was dropping quickly in the west. Dusk was approaching. The army would not be able to rescue them at night. It was Tomas, the youngest child, who heard the sound first. He said something, then stood and pointed. The sound grew louder, and they saw the helicopter. When it landed, 4 soldiers jumped down and ran to the group. Nate knelt among the boys and gave them each $10. Then he picked up his bag and ran to the helicopter. It was dark in Corumba when they flew over the city half an hour later. They landed at the army base west of town, where the commander met them and received their thanks. He sent them away in a military vehicle driven by a young soldier. As they entered the city, the car stopped in front of a small grocery store. JV walked inside and returned with 3 bottles of beer. He gave one to Milton and one to Nate. After a slight hesitation, Nate took off the cap. The beer was very wet and cold and thoroughly delicious. And it was Christmas. He could handle it. The first stop was the hotel. Nate went to his room, where he undressed and stood in the shower for 20 minutes. There were 4 cans of beer in the refrigerator. He drank them all in an hour, assuring himself that this was not a slide. Things were under control. He'd cheated death, so why not celebrate? No one would ever know. A few beers here and there, what was the harm? The phone woke him. His neck, shoulders, and waist were already dark blue, neat rows of bruises where he had hit the side of the plane. "How are you?" It was Valdir. "JV said he thought you were okay." "I'm fine, just a little sore." "Very well. I have some good news. I rented a boat yesterday." "Good. When do I go?" "Maybe tomorrow. They're getting it ready. JV knows the boat." "I'm anxious to get on the river, especially after yesterday." After Valdir hung up, Nate got up and moved slowly around the room. He saw the empty beer cans in the wastebasket. He would deal with that later. This was not a slide. He had nearly died yesterday, and that changed things. Every day was a gift now. Why not enjoy its pleasures? Just a little beer and wine, nothing stronger. Nate dressed and walked into town. The stores were locked, and the streets were empty. He went back to the park and looked down at the great Pantanal in front of him. Somewhere in the vast wetlands before him was Rachel Lane. She would soon be one of the richest women in the world. How would she react to the news of her good fortune? The possible answers made him uncomfortable. They had learned little about Rachel. Evelyn Cunningham, her mother, was from the small town of Delhi, Louisiana. When she was 19, she moved to Baton Rouge and found a job as a secretary in one of Troy Phelan's companies. She was a beautiful woman, and Troy spotted her during one of his visits from New York. Within a few months, Evelyn was pregnant. Troy's people arranged for Evelyn to go to a hospital in New Orleans where Rachel was born in November 1954. Evelyn never saw her child. Troy arranged for the quick, private adoption of Rachel by a minister and his wife in Montana. Evelyn took $10,000 and returned to Delhi. She moved in with her parents, rarely left the house, and began to miss her daughter. She wrote letters to Troy, none of which were answered. As the years passed, Evelyn became more and more depressed. She killed herself on November 2nd, 1959, on Rachel's 5th birthday. She drove her parents' car to the edge of town and jumped off a bridge. Rachel was an only child. Her adoptive father, Mr. Lane, died when she was 17. Troy re-entered her life as she was finishing high school. Maybe he felt guilty. Maybe he was worried about her college education and how she would afford it. Rachel knew she was adopted, but had never shown an interest in her real parents. Troy met Rachel sometime in the summer of 1972. 4 years later, she graduated from the University of Montana. Gaps appeared in her history after that. Nate suspected that only 2 people could tell him about the relationship. One was dead. The other was living like an Indian somewhere out there on the banks of one of 1,000 rivers. Nate walked down the block. A car stopped next to him, and Javy leaned out. "Let's go for a ride," he said. "I want you to see the boat. My father was a boat captain." "Where is he now?" Nate asked. "He drowned in a storm." Wonderful, Nate thought. They stopped at the edge of the riverbank to admire their boat, the Santa Lura. "How do you like it?" Javy asked. "I don't know," Nate replied. The boat was at least 80 meters long, with 2 decks. It was larger than Nate expected. There was a small boat tied to the back, which had paddles and a motor. "No other passengers?" Nate asked. "No, just you, me, and Welly, the deckhand who can cook." Nate walked to the back of the boat where there was a hammock. "This is yours," Javy said. "You'll have lots of time to read and sleep." Nate sat carefully in the hammock, then swung around until he was fully inside it. Javy gave him a push, then left to have another chat with the mechanic. Late in the afternoon, Nate stopped at a small store a few blocks from the hotel. He walked in to find a beer, maybe 2. He was alone on the far side of the world. It was Christmas, and he had no one to share it with. A wave of loneliness fell upon him, and Nate began to slide. He saw the bottles of alcohol, all full and unopened. His mouth was dry. He grabbed the counter and thought about Sergio back at the hospital, and Josh, and the ex-wives, and the ones he'd hurt so many times when he crashed. Nate pointed at the vodka. 2 bottles. He walked back to the hotel. It would be dark in an hour, and Corumba was gently coming to life. The sidewalk cafes and bars were opening. A few cars moved about. Nate went to his room, where he locked the door and filled a tall plastic cup with ice. He placed the bottles side by side and opened one. He slowly poured the vodka over the ice and promised himself that he wouldn't stop until both were empty. Chapter 6. Legal Challenges. Next morning, Javy drove to the river and parked near the water's edge. The Santa Laura hadn't moved. He was pleased to see that Welly had arrived. Welly wasn't yet 18, but claimed he could cook, pilot, guide, clean, and navigate. Javy knew he was lying. "Have you seen Mr. O'Reilly?" Javy asked. "The American? No sign of him." Javy drove downtown to the hotel to find Nate. The girl at the front desk hadn't seen Mr. O'Reilly. She phoned his room and no one answered. Javy persuaded her to give him the key. The door was locked but unchained, and Javy entered slowly. The first thing he noticed was the empty bed. Then he saw the bottles. One was empty, and the other half-filled. He saw a bare foot, then stepped closer to see Nate lying between the bed and the wall. Javy gently kicked his foot, and the leg moved. At least he wasn't dead. Javy pulled Nate up from the floor and rolled him onto the bed. His eyes were swollen and still closed, his hair wild, his breathing slow. "Nate!" Javy said loudly. "Speak to me!" No response. In the bathroom, he wet a towel with cold water, then wrapped it around Nate's neck. Nate opened his mouth in an effort to speak. "Where am I?" he said, his tongue thick and sticky. "In Brazil, in your hotel room. I'm alive. More or less." Javy carried Nate into the bathroom, into the shower, where he fell onto the plastic floor. "I'm sorry," Nate said over and over again. Javy left him there and went downstairs for a pot of strong coffee. It was almost 2 when Welly heard them coming. Javy parked on the bank. There was no sign of the American. Then a head slowly lifted itself from inside the car. The eyes were covered with thick shades, and a cap was pulled as low as possible. Javy walked to the passenger door and helped Mr. O'Reilly out. He looked very sick, with white skin that was wet with sweat, and he was too weak to walk alone. Javy almost carried him up the steps onto the boat where the hammock was waiting. He pushed him into it. "What's wrong with him?" Welly asked. "He's drunk." "But it's only 2:00. "He's been drunk for a long time." The Santa Laura moved away from the shore and slowly made its way past Corumbá. Nate slept for 4 hours, and the Santa Laura traveled slowly toward the north. The sun was beginning to fall behind the distant mountains of Bolivia. The air was light and much cooler. "The water is high," Javy said. "We'll go much faster on the return." He pointed to a place on the map. "The first Indian village is in this area. It will take 2, maybe 3 days." Nate didn't care. Time had stopped. His watch was in his pocket. He'd cheated death, and so every day now was a gift. "Are you okay?" Javy asked. "I'm fine. I feel good. This little trip will be good for me." There was a lot more Javy wanted to ask, but Nate wasn't ready to talk. He went back to his hammock with the papers Josh had given him. He put insect repellent on his arms and legs and began to read. The courtroom filled with members of the Phelan family and their lawyers. At 10 o'clock, Judge Wycliffe came in. The room was silent as he took his place at the front of the court. "Good morning," he said. Everyone smiled back. To his great satisfaction, the room was full. "Is everybody here?" he asked. "I need to identify everyone. The first papers were filed by Rex Phelan." Hark Geddes jumped to his feet. "Your Honor, I'm Hark Geddes," he said loudly. "I represent Mr. Rex Phelan." "Thank you. You may take your seat." Wycliffe went around the tables, taking the names of the heirs and their lawyers. 6 children, 3 ex-wives. Everyone was present. 22 lawyers, Wycliffe said to himself. "Do you have the will, Mr. Stafford?" he asked. Josh stood, holding a file. "I do." "You represented Troy Phelan," Wycliffe asked. "Did you prepare a will for him?" "I prepared several." "Did you prepare his last will?" There was a pause. It grew longer as the Phelans leaned closer. "No, I did not," Josh said slowly. The words were soft, but they cut through the air like thunder. The courtroom grew quiet. "Who prepared his last will and testament?" Wycliffe asked. "Mr. Phelan himself." "Oh, my God," Hark Geddes said, under his breath, but loud enough for everyone to hear. "When did he sign it?" Wycliffe asked. "Moments before he jumped to his death." "Did he sign it in your presence?" "He did. There were other witnesses. The signing was also videotaped. Please hand me the will." "What is this?" Troy Jr. whispered to the nearest lawyer. The lawyer didn't respond. Fear seized the Phelans, but there was nothing they could do. Was the money slipping away? Wycliffe cleared his throat. "I'm holding here a 1-page document that is the will of Troy Phelan. I will read it straight through." He read the will. Even Ramble heard the words and understood them. Gina and Cody started crying softly. Rex leaned forward, his face buried in his hands. Mary Ross covered her eyes as her lawyer rubbed her knee. Her husband rubbed the other one. The journalists were excited. They wanted to take notes, but they were afraid of missing a single word. Some couldn't help grinning. Wycliffe finished reading the document. He laid it down and looked around the room. The Phelans sat low in their seats. For the moment, all 22 lawyers were incapable of speech. Then they began to smile. They were going to get rich. Their clients were heavily in debt and had no choice. They had to fight the will. The lawsuit would go on for years. The head of South American missions was a woman named Neva Collier. She'd spent 11 years working in the mountains of New Guinea, so she understood the challenges of the 900 people whose activities she organized. And she was the only person who knew that Rachel Porter had once been Rachel Lane, illegitimate daughter of Troy Phelan. After medical school, Rachel had changed her name to wipe out her past. She had no family. Both adoptive parents had died. She had only Troy, and she was desperate to remove him from her life. After completing the World Tribes training, Rachel had told her secrets to Neva Collier. Neva had promised never to tell anyone about Rachel, including where she was in South America. Sitting in her small, neat office in Houston, Neva read the extraordinary account of Mr. Phelan's will. She'd followed the story since the suicide. Communication with Rachel was slow. They exchanged mail twice a year, in March and August. Rachel usually called once a year from a payphone in Corumbá, when she went there for supplies. Neva had spoken to her the year before. Rachel's last vacation had been in 1992. She had no interest in the United States. It was not her home. She belonged with her people. The lawyers met at a hotel in a large room where the tables had been hastily put together in a perfect square. There were 50 people in the room. No Phelans were present, only their legal teams. Hark Geddes started the meeting. He suggested that each lawyer briefly state his or her ideas about the lawsuit. Grit, the lawyer hired by Mary Ross Phelan Jackman and her husband, stood and demanded war. "We must challenge the will. The old man was crazy. He jumped to his death, and he gave one of the world's great fortunes to an unknown heir. Sounds crazy to me. We can find psychiatrists who'll say he was crazy." "What about the 3 who examined him before he jumped?" someone said from across the table. "That was stupid," Grit said. "Phelan fooled you, and you guys fell for it." The head of the legal team for Gina and Cody Strong was a woman named Langhorne. She'd once been a professor at Georgetown Law School. Her lecture lasted 10 minutes and covered little new ground. Her conclusion was to challenge the will and hope for an out-of-court settlement. Libigale's lawyer, Wally Bright, was next. He had his own small company that usually handled quick divorces. He wore a dirty suit and a tie that was at least 20 years old. He had nothing prepared, no notes, no thoughts about what he would say next. He talked about injustice in general. 2 of Lillian's lawyers stood at the same time. One started a sentence and the other finished it. They repeated what had already been said. The lawyers all agreed. Fight, because A, there was little to lose, B, there was nothing else to do, and C, they would get paid by the hour for fighting. An hour passed before someone mentioned the contest clause in the will. The heirs risked losing what little Troy had left them if they contested the will. The lawyers spent little time considering this. They wanted to fight the will, and they knew their greedy clients would follow their advice. Not one brave voice suggested that the will be accepted. They discussed Rachel and where she might be. Should they try to find her? But they decided not to look for her because they couldn't agree what they would do if they found her. The meeting ended on a pleasant note. The lawyers gave themselves the result they wanted. They left to call their clients and proudly report how much progress they'd made. Chapter 7. Alligators and Indians. Nate spent the morning reading. Javy joined him for coffee. "So, what do you think of the Pantanal?" he asked. "It's magnificent. Were you born here?" "I took my first breath in the hospital at Corumba, but I was born on these rivers. This is my home." "You told me your father was a river pilot." "Yes. When I was a small boy, I began going with him. Early in the morning, when everybody was asleep, he would allow me to take the wheel. I knew all the main rivers by the time I was 10. "And he died on the river?" "Not this, but the Takiri to the east. 5 years ago he was guiding a boat of Germans when a storm hit them. Only the deckhand lived." He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "A lot of people want to destroy the Pantanal. Big companies that own big farms. They are clearing large sections of land for their crops. The soil is not good, so the companies use chemicals to grow crops, and the chemicals get into the water. They run into the rivers. The rivers eventually run into the Pantanal. Our fish swallow them and die. Doesn't the government help? J.V. gave a bitter laugh. Have you heard of Hidrovia? No. It's a big ditch. It will be cut through the Pantanal to link Brazil, Bolivia, Paraguay, Argentina, and Uruguay. It is supposed to save South America, but it will drain the Pantanal, and our government supports it. Nate wanted to say something deep and serious about taking care of the environment. Then he remembered that his countrymen had destroyed large areas of the United States in the name of progress. It's still beautiful, Nate said. It is. Sometimes I think it's too big for them to destroy. There is a small trading post a few hours away. We should be there before dark. Fernando is the owner and he hears everything on the river. Maybe he will know something about the missionaries. J.V. emptied his coffee cup and stretched his arms. Sometimes he has beer for sale. I think we should not buy any. He walked away. Fine with me, thought Nate. A cold, brown bottle of beer, excellent beer. He began to sweat, though the sun was hidden and there was a cool wind. He buried himself in the hammock and prayed for sleep, a deep sleep that would take him past their stop and into the night. He was wide awake when the boat stopped. There were voices, then a gentle bump as they docked at the trading post. Nate swore he would remain on the boat. He would stay on the deck. The coldest beer in the world couldn't pull him away. There was no such thing as a short visit in Brazil, but finally J.V. bought 30 gallons of fuel and started the engine. Fernando says there is a woman missionary. She works with the Indians. J.V. handed him a bottle of cold water. They were moving again. Where? He's not sure. The Indians don't move on the river, so he doesn't know much about them. How far is the nearest settlement? We should be close by morning, but we can't take this boat. We must use the little one. When the Portuguese explorer Pedro Alvares Cabral first stepped on Brazilian soil in 1500, the country had 5 million Indians. After 5 centuries of European civilization, only 270,000 survived. It was a sick and violent history. If the Indians tried to live with the Europeans, they caught strange diseases and died. If they fought the Europeans, they were killed by weapons more deadly than poison arrows. They were the slaves of ranchers and rubber farmers. Men with guns drove them from their homes. Priests murdered them, and armies hunted them. Now the government was also the enemy. In 1967, the agency in charge of Indian affairs used chemical weapons to kill Indians. They gave the Indians clothing that was infected with diseases. Using airplanes and helicopters, they bombed Indian villages and land with poison gas. In the 1990s, the government wanted to open up the region to the north of the Pantanal, but the Indians were still in the way. The abuse of Indians was growing as ranchers pushed deep into the Amazon with the support of the government. Nate read this sad history for 4 hours, then went to drink coffee with J.V. "Do you have any Indian blood?" he asked. J.V. smiled. "All of us have Indian blood. Why do you ask?" "I've been reading the history of the Indians in Brazil. It's pretty tragic." "It is. Do you think the Indians have been treated badly here?" "Of course they have." "What about in your country?" "Not much better, I'm afraid," Nate said. It wasn't a matter he wanted to discuss. It was still dark when the engine stopped and Nate woke up. Welly was loading the small boat. 3 large gas tanks were arranged neatly in the center of the boat. "These should give us 15 hours, J.V. explained. "How far away is the settlement?" Nate asked. "I'm not sure." J.V. packed a small tent, 2 blankets, 2 mosquito nets, some food, and bottled water. The last item he packed was a large knife. "This is for the alligators," he said, laughing. Nate tried to ignore it. Nate took the copy of the will, folded it, and placed it in an envelope. He wrapped the envelope in a piece of cloth, taped it to his T-shirt, and covered it with a sweater. They waved goodbye to Welly. Mist settled just above the water, and it was cool. Since leaving Corumba, Nate had observed the river from the safety of the top deck. Now he was almost sitting in it. They entered the mouth of the tributary that would take them to the Indians. The water there was much calmer. On J.V.'s river map, the tributary was called the Cabitha. It curled like string out of Brazil and into Bolivia, and apparently went nowhere. J.V. slowed the boat as they approached the first fork. A river of the same size branched to the left. Which route would keep them on the Cabitha? But all the rivers led back to the Paraguay. If they took a wrong turn, the currents would eventually lead them back to Welly. An hour later, they approached a little hut with a red roof. There were no signs of humans or animals. "In the flood season, many people in the Pantanal move to higher ground. They load up their cows and kids and leave for 3 months," J.V. said. "What about the Indians?" Nate asked. "They move around too." "Wonderful. We don't know where they are, and they like to move around." J.V. laughed and said, "We'll find them." Nate had completely forgotten about being eaten when they went around a bend and came close to a group of alligators sleeping in shallow water. The boat frightened and upset them. Tails moved and water splashed, but the reptiles didn't attack. 2 hours later, they entered a large lake with more than a dozen little rivers twisting into it. J.V. didn't know which one was the Cabitha. They saw a man fishing at the side of the lake. When they were a few meters away, J.V. began talking to him. Finally, he said goodbye, and they paddled away. "His mother was Indian," J.V. said. "There's a settlement a few hours from here." "A few hours?" "3, maybe." Nate moved lower in the boat and found a spot on the bottom between the box of food and the fuel tanks. The boat slowed. Engine trouble wasn't something he'd worried about. Suddenly, Nate was really scared. Then they were off again, the motor roaring as if nothing had happened. It became a routine. Every 20 minutes, just as Nate was falling asleep, the steady beat of the motor would stop. J.V. played with the engine, then things would be fine for another 20 minutes. The first sign of the settlement came 7 hours after they left the Santa Lura. Nate saw a thin line of blue smoke rising above the trees near the foot of a hill. J.V. was certain they were in Bolivia. The ground was higher, and they were close to the mountains. They came to a gap in the trees and saw 2 canoes. J.V. guided the boat to the bank. Nate quickly jumped out, anxious to stretch his legs and feel the earth. "Stay close," J.V. warned. Nate looked at him. Their eyes met, and J.V. nodded toward the trees. An Indian was watching them. A male, brown-skinned, bare-chested, with a grass skirt hanging from his waist. No visible weapon. He had long black hair and red stripes on his forehead. He was very frightening. "Is he friendly?" Nate asked, without taking his eyes off the man. I think so. Does he speak Portuguese? I don't know. Why don't you go find out? Relax. JV stepped from the boat. He looks like he wants to eat you, he whispered. Nate wasn't amused. JV spoke to the Indian, but it was obvious he didn't speak Portuguese. He looked young, probably not 20. There was a movement behind the Indian. 3 of his tribesmen appeared. They weren't friendly folk. There were no smiles or hellos. A young female suddenly appeared from the trees and stood next to the first Indian. She, too, was brown and bare-chested. Nate tried not to stare. She seemed to understand JV. Speaking slowly, JV asked to see their chief. She translated his words to the men, who talked among themselves. Some want to eat us now, JV said to Nate under his breath. Some want to wait until tomorrow. Very funny. When the men finished talking, they reported to the woman. She told JV that they must wait by the river. JV asked if a woman missionary lived with them. You must wait, she said. The Indians disappeared into the wood. What do you think? Nate asked when they were gone. They catch diseases from outsiders, JV explained. That's why they're careful. They returned to the boat. JV cleaned the engine. Nate looked at the papers under his sweater. They were still dry. Those papers are for the woman? JV asked. Yes. Why? What has happened to her? Her father died a few weeks ago. He left her a lot of money. How much? Several billion. He was very wealthy. Did he have other children? 6, I think. Did he give them several billion? No, he gave them very little. Did she love her father? I doubt it. She was illegitimate. It looks as if she tried to get away from him and from everything else. Don't you think? Nate waved his arm at the Pantanal. Why did he leave a fortune to a child who didn't love him? Maybe he was crazy. He jumped out of a window. This was more than JV could understand. He looked at the river, deep in thought. The Indians were Guato, who preferred no contact with outsiders. They grew their food in small patches, fished the rivers, and hunted with bows and arrows. After an hour, JV smelled smoke. He climbed a tree near the boat, and Nate joined him. They could see the tops of 3 huts. Was he so close to Rachel Lane? Was she there now, listening to her people and deciding what to do? Would she send an Indian to bring them? Or would she simply walk through the wood and say hello? What do you think they're doing? He asked. Talking. Just talking. Well, we need to leave soon. We left the boat 8.5 hours ago. I'd like to see Welly before dark. No problem. We'll go back with the current. And I know the way. It will be much faster. Back on the ground, Nate had settled into the boat to sleep when JV saw the Indians. They slowly approached the river behind their chief. He carried a long stick. It didn't appear sharp or dangerous. The chief directed his comments at JV. Why are you here? He asked in Portuguese. His face wasn't friendly, but he wasn't aggressive. We are looking for an American missionary, a woman, JV explained. We've come from Corumbá. This man is an American. He needs to find the woman. Why does he need to find the woman? Is she in danger? It was the first hint that the Indians might know of Rachel Lane. No. She is not here. Have you ever seen a woman missionary around here? JV asked. At first there was no response. Then a slight nod. The man pointed somewhere off to the north and west. She's with another tribe? JV asked. Wato? Ipikas, the man said. How far away? A day. JV opened 2 maps and spread them on the ground. The Indians were very curious. The chief told JV that they hadn't come in on the Cabitha. They'd taken a wrong turn onto the River Guato. JV whispered the news to Nate. Nate was worried. He was trusting JV with his life. The Indians talked among themselves. They couldn't agree on a route to get to the Ipikas. Finally, they turned again to JV. There is a settlement of Ipikas at the edge of the mountains, JV translated. How do we get there? Nate asked. I think we go back to the Santa Laura and go north half a day on the Paraguay. Then we use the little boat again to get to the settlement. Then what are we waiting for? Nate asked, standing and smiling at the Indians. JV said thank you to their hosts. The Indians offered food, which JV declined. He explained that they were in a great hurry because they wanted to return to the big river before dark. It was almost 4 p.m. With luck, they could reach the Cabitha before dark. Welly would be waiting with beans and rice. As Nate did these quick calculations, he felt the first raindrops. The motor shut down completely after 50 minutes. The current kept them moving, but they went very slowly. JV tried to fix the engine. He pulled the starter rope as Nate said a prayer. On the 4th pull, the engine started, though not as smoothly as before. We'll have to go slower, JV said. Fine, as long as we know where we are. No problem. The storm crept over the mountains of Bolivia, then roared into the Pantanal. Nate was sitting low in the boat, watching the river to the east, when he felt the wind. The rain suddenly fell harder. He slowly turned and looked behind him. The sky was dark gray, almost black. Nate felt completely helpless. There was nowhere to hide. There was nothing except water around them, water in all directions. A strong wind swept in behind them, driving the boat forward as the rain hit their backs. Nate wanted to curl up and hide. They came to a fork in the river, then to a meeting of rivers. They could hardly see through the rain. Nate was certain they were lost. JV quickly turned the boat around. Now they raced into the storm, and it was a frightening sight. The sky was black. The current was stirring up the river. Just before dark, JV chose another small river, one of several. Then lightning came, and for a while they could almost see where they were going. The rain wasn't so heavy. The storm was slowly leaving them. We should make camp, JV said. We might get lost if we keep going in the dark. We've been lost for 3 hours, Nate wanted to say. JV guided the boat to a bank and tied a guide rope to a tree. When the wind stopped, the mosquitoes arrived. Nate rubbed repellent on his neck and face, even his eyelids and hair. The mosquitoes were quick and vicious and moved in small black clouds. Around 11 p.m., the sky cleared, but there was no moon. Nate tried his best to get comfortable. As he stretched his legs, his T-shirt rose slightly, and a dozen mosquitoes attacked his waist. Sleep was impossible. Chapter 8. The Missionary. Flo, Zadell, and Tyshan, the 3 psychiatrists who had declared Troy Phelan sane, were fired. New psychiatrists were found. Hark Geddes bought the first one at $300 an hour. The heirs couldn't pay high hourly fees to the lawyers, so the lawyers agreed to take percentages of the final settlements. Hark wanted 40%, but he and Rex finally agreed on 25%. Grit squeezed 25% out of Mary Ross Phelan Jackman. The winner was Wally Bright, who insisted on half of Libigale's settlement. None of the Phelan heirs asked if they were doing the right thing. They trusted their lawyers. No one could afford to be left out. Because Hark was the loudest of the Phelan lawyers, he caught the attention of Sneed. No one had noticed Sneed since the suicide. When the will was read, he was sitting in the courtroom, his face disguised with sunglasses and a hat. He'd left in tears. He hated the Phelan children because Troy hated them. Over the years, Sneed had been forced to do many unpleasant things to protect Troy from his families. And in return, Mr. Phelan left him nothing. Not a cent. Over the years, the old man had made many promises to take care of Sneed. He knew that he'd been named in one will. He'd seen the document himself. He would inherit $1 million when Mr. Phelan died. At the time, Mr. Phelan was worth $3 billion, and Sneed remembered thinking how small $1 million seemed. He'd occasionally asked about the matter, but Mr. Phelan had cursed him and threatened to cut him out completely. "You're as bad as my children," he'd said to poor Sneed. Somehow he'd gone from $1 million to $0, and he was bitter about it. He would join the enemies simply because he had no choice. He went to Hark Getty's office. The receptionist explained that Mr. Geddes was very busy. "So am I," Sneed replied rudely. "Give him this envelope, it's urgent. I'll wait for 10 minutes, then I'll walk down the street to the next law office." The envelope held a note that read, "I worked for Troy Phelan for 30 years. I know everything. Malcolm Sneed." Hark appeared immediately, took Sneed into a large office, and locked the door. "So you worked for Phelan for 30 years, Hark said. "Were you with him when he jumped? Did you see him sign the will, the last one?" Sneed was prepared to lie. The truth meant nothing. What was there to lose? "I saw a lot of things," he said, "and I know a lot more. This visit is about money. Mr. Phelan promised that he would take care of me in his will. There were many promises, all broken. Was he crazy? He was or he wasn't, doesn't matter to me. This is the way I see it. Since they're all heavily in debt, the kids have to contest the will. No jury's gonna feel sorry for them. They're a bunch of greedy losers. It'll be a tough case to win. But you and the other lawyers will attack the will, and you'll create this huge lawsuit that gets in the newspapers. You don't have much of a case, so you hope for a settlement before you go to court. The size of your settlement depends on my information about Mr. Phelan's state of mind. What do you want? Money. $5 million. That's a lot. It's nothing. I'll take it from this side or the other. It doesn't matter." "Any more witnesses?" Hark asked. "Only one. Her name is Nicolette. She was Mr. Phelan's last secretary. She can be bought." "You've already talked to her." "Every day. We're a package. She's covered in the $5 million. Hark closed his eyes and rubbed his forehead. "I don't object to your $5 million. I just don't know how we can get it to you. I need to think about this." "I'm in no hurry," Sneed said. "I'll give you a week. If you say no, then I'll go to the other side." "There is no other side." "Don't be so certain." "You know something about Rachel Lane?" "I know everything," Sneed said, then left the office. At dawn, the current was strong. so they moved with it as the sun rose. The only sound was the rush of the water. "I guess we're lost, aren't we?" Nate said. "I know exactly where we are." "Where?" "We're in the Pantanal, and all rivers run to the Paraguay." JV tried to start the motor. On the 5th pull, the motor caught and then died. "I'll die here," Nate said to himself. "I'll either drown, starve, or be eaten." To their surprise, they heard a shout. A kid of no more than 15 came toward them in a tiny canoe. A long, lazy conversation followed. "What's he saying?" Nate asked JV. "He says the Indians are not far away." "How far?" 1 hour, maybe 2. "Can he take us there?" "He may want a few dollars." "Fine." The Phelan estate on one side of the table and this little kid on the other. $10, JV said, after another brief discussion. "Okay." For $10, they would be delivered to Rachel Lane. They followed the boy in the canoe for 20 minutes, until they entered a small, shallow stream. It was almost 1 when they came to the higher ground. The boy seemed afraid to go further. "Just up there," he told JV. Nate gave him the money and they thanked him. The boy turned back with the current and disappeared quickly. The river ran into a forest where the trees hung low over the water. Nate felt as if they were being watched. He waited for an attack of deadly arrows by Indians dressed in war paint and trained to kill anyone with a white face. But they saw children first. Happy little brown bodies splashing in the water. The mothers were bathing, too. JV stopped the engine and began talking and smiling. An older girl ran away toward the settlement. 3 men arrived within minutes. The oldest one said he spoke JV's language. After a few minutes, Nate said, "Translation, please. What about the woman?" "Don't rush it. I'm still trying to persuade them not to burn you alive." More Indians arrived. Their huts were 100 meters away near the edge of the forest. A little boy studied Nate. Very softly he said, "Hello." Nate knew they were in the right place. No one else heard the boy. Nate leaned forward and softly said, "Hello." "Goodbye," the boy said. Rachel had taught him at least 2 English words. "What is your name?" Nate whispered. "Hello," he repeated. Under the tree, the male Indians were talking. "What about the woman?" Nate repeated to JV. "I'm not sure. I think she's here." They talked some more. Then the Indians left, men first, then the women, then the children. "Did you make them mad?" Nate asked. "No, they want to have a meeting." "Do you think she's here?" "I think so." JV took his seat in the boat and prepared to sleep. They began to walk at about 3 p.m. A small group of young men led them away from the river, along the path to the village, then out again into the woods. They crossed another trail. Eventually they saw the first hut, then smelled smoke. When they were 200 meters away, the leader pointed to a shaded area near the river. Nate and JV were led to a bench and left there with 2 guards, while the others went to the village. They wouldn't have brought them so far if Rachel weren't nearby. As Nate rested on the bench and stared at the tops of the huts in the distance, he had many questions about her. What would she look like? What kind of clothes would she wear? How long since she'd seen civilization? Was he the first American to visit the village? How would she react to his presence? And to the money? Both of the guards were asleep when there was movement from the settlement. A group of men walked toward them, and Rachel was with them. Nate saw a light yellow shirt among the brown-skinned chests, and a lighter face under a hat. She was slightly taller than the Indians, and carried herself elegantly. She could have been out for a walk among the flowers. The Indians stopped, but Rachel kept walking. She removed her hat. Her hair was brown and half-gray, and very short. She was 42 years old, but she looked younger. She didn't shake hands, nor did she give them her name. "My name is Nate O'Reilly. I'm an attorney from Washington." "And you?" she said to Javy. "I'm Javy Cardozo from Corumba. I'm his guide." She looked him up and down with a slight grin. The moment was not at all unpleasant for her. "What brings you here?" she asked. "I'm looking for Rachel Lane. My company has important legal business with her." "What kind of legal business?" "I can only tell her." "I'm not Rachel Lane. I'm sorry." Javy sighed and Nate's shoulders dropped. She saw every movement. "Are you hungry?" she asked them. They both nodded. She called the Indians. "Javy," she said, "go with these men into the village. They will feed you and give you enough food for Mr. O'Reilly." She sat with Nate on the bench and watched silently as the Indians took Javy to the village. He turned around once just to make sure Nate was okay. "Rachel Lane disappeared many years ago," the woman said, looking at the village in the distance. "I kept the name Rachel, but dropped the Lane. It must be serious or you wouldn't be here." She spoke softly and slowly. "Troy's dead. He killed himself 3 weeks ago." She lowered her head slightly, closed her eyes, and prayed. It was a brief prayer, followed by a long pause. Silence didn't bother her. "Did you know him?" she finally asked. "I met him once, years ago. No, I didn't know him." "Neither did I. He was my father, but he was always a stranger. How did you find me?" "Troy tried to find you before he died, but couldn't. He knew you were a missionary with world tribes, and that you were in this part of the world. It became my job to find you. He had an awful lot of money. That's why I'm here. We need to talk business." "Troy left me something in his will?" "You could say that." "I don't want to talk business. I want to chat. I was with a patient just an hour ago when the boys came to tell me that an American was here. I ran to my hut and started praying. God gave me strength." "I thought you were a missionary." "I am. I'm also a doctor. I changed my name after college, before medical school. That's probably when the trail ended." A light wind came in from the river. She saw him glance at his watch. "The boys are bringing your tent here." "We'll be safe here, won't we?" "Yes, God will protect you. Say your prayers." "Are these Indians friendly?" "Mostly, but they don't trust white people." "What about you?" "I've been here 11 years. They accept me. There was a missionary couple here before me. They'd learned the language and translated the Bible. And I'm a doctor. I made friends when I helped the women through childbirth." Javy appeared with a group of Indians. One of them handed Rachel a small square basket. She passed it to Nate, who removed a small loaf of hard bread. "We're staying here tonight," Nate said to Javy. "It's the best spot," Rachel said. "I would offer you a place in the village, but the chief must approve a visit by white men." "I would like to leave by noon tomorrow," Nate said. "That will also be the chief's decision," You mean we can't leave when we want? You will leave when he says you can leave. Don't worry. Are you and the chief close? We get along. For a few minutes, Rachel watched as Javy and Nate struggled with a tent. I'm going, she announced. You'll be okay here. What time do you folks wake up around here? Nate asked. An hour before sunrise. I'm sure we'll be awake, Nate said, looking at the tent. Can we meet early? We have a lot to discuss. Yes, I'll send some food in the morning. Then we'll talk. Say your prayers, Mr. O'Reilly. She stepped into the darkness and was gone. Chapter 9. A Death. Next morning, Ayesh was walking in front of her mother when she felt the snake move under her bare foot. It struck below her ankle as she screamed. By the time her father got to her, she was in shock, and her right foot had doubled in size. A boy of 15, the fastest runner in the tribe, was sent to get Rachel. There were 4 poisonous snakes in their part of the Pantanal, and Rachel usually had the medicine to cure their bites. But she'd been unable to find the medicine for this type of snake during her last trip to Corumba. Ayesh was small and thin, and she'd probably die without medicine. Rachel prayed as she ran behind the boys. A group of Indians took Nate and Javy into the village, where the chief wanted to see them. His wife was preparing breakfast. While they were eating, Javy and the chief talked. After a few sentences, Javy translated them into English. Nate ate, listened, and watched the village for Rachel. She wasn't there, the chief explained. She was in the next village looking after a child who'd been bitten by a snake. He wasn't sure when she'd return. He wants us to stay here tonight in the village, Javy said. Nate wished he'd brought the satellite phone. Josh must be very worried. They hadn't talked in almost a week. Lawyer Valdir took the early call from Mr. Stafford. I haven't heard from Nate O'Reilly in days, Stafford said. We have had many storms down here. You haven't heard from your boy? No, they are together. The guide is very good. The boat is very good. I'm sure they are well. They agreed that Valdir would call when he heard something from the boat. Valdir walked to the window and looked at the busy streets of Corumba. There were many stories about people who entered the Pantanal and never came back. Javy's father had piloted the river for 30 years, and his body was never found. Welly found the law office an hour later. Valdir came out to see him. Who are you? He demanded. My name is Welly. Javy hired me to work on the Santa Laura. Where is Javy? He's still in the Pantanal. The boat sank. Javy and Mr. O'Reilly left in the small boat to find the Indians. When? A few days ago. I stayed with the Santa Laura. A storm hit, the biggest storm ever. It rolled the boat over in the middle of the night. I was thrown into the water and picked up later by a cattle boat. Where was Javy during the storm? Valdir asked. Somewhere on the Capita River. I fear for him. Valdir walked back into his office, closed the door, and returned to his window. Mr. Stafford was 3,000 kilometers away. Javy could survive in a small boat. He decided not to call Mr. Stafford for a few days. Give Javy time, and surely he would return to Corumba. During dinner, Nate heard that the girl had died. A messenger arrived and delivered the news to the chief, and it swept through the huts. As Rachel entered the village with her Indian assistant Laco, everybody stood and stared. They lowered their heads as she walked by their huts. She smiled at some, paused long enough to say something to the chief, then continued to her hut. She was tired and suffering and anxious to get home. Laco found Nate and Javy as the sun was falling behind the mountains. Nate followed the boy along the trail to Rachel's hut. She was standing in the door. "I'm sorry about the little girl," Nate said. "She is with the Lord." She sat outside the door. The boy stood under a tree, almost hidden by the darkness. "I cannot invite you into my home. Only married people can be indoors at this time of day." "How long did it take you to get used to living here?" Nate asked. "A couple of years. I missed home for 3 years, and there are times now when I would like to drive a car, eat a pizza, and see a good movie. But you adjust. I became a Christian when I was 14 years old, and I knew that God wanted me to be a missionary. I put my faith in him." "Can we talk about Troy?" The shadows were falling fast. They were 3 meters apart and could still see each other, but the darkness would soon separate them. "If you must," she said, her voice tired. "Troy had 3 wives and 6 children that we knew about. You, of course, were a surprise. He didn't like the other 6. He left them almost nothing, just enough to cover their debts. He gave everything else to you." "I haven't seen Troy for 20 years. "That's not important. He left his fortune to you. I have a copy of the will for you." "I don't want to see it." "And I have some other papers which I'd like you to sign, maybe tomorrow morning. Then I can be on my way." "What kind of papers?" "Legal stuff. All for your benefit." "You're not concerned with my benefit." Her words were much sharper. "You don't know what I want or need. You don't know me, Nate, so how can you know what's good for me?" "Okay, you're right. But it is very important for you to see these papers and sign them. All the heirs must tell the court, either in person or in writing, that they understand the will. It's required by the law." "And if I refuse?" "Honestly, I haven't thought about that. It's routine. Everybody always cooperates." Rachel was quiet for a moment. Then she changed the subject. "Do you have family?" she asked. "I've had a couple. 2 marriages, 2 divorces, 4 children. I now live alone." "Divorce is so easy, isn't it? We marry, then divorce. Find someone else, marry, then divorce. Find someone else. The Indians never divorce." "You've never married?" Nate asked. "No. I thought I was in love once in college. I wanted to marry him, but the Lord led me away. He wanted me here. The boy I loved was a good Christian, but he was weak physically. He would never have survived as a missionary." "How long will you stay here?" "I don't plan to leave." "So the Indians will bury you?" "Most World Tribes missionaries retire and go home. They have families to go back to." "You'd have a lot of family and friends if you went back now. You'd be quite famous." "That's another good reason to stay here. Money means nothing to me. You're part of a culture where everything is measured by money. People work all the time to earn money, to buy things. They want to impress other people. It's sad. You're a very lonely person, Nate. I can sense it. You don't know God." "I believe in God," Nate said, truthfully but weakly. "It's easy to say that," she said, her words still slow and soft. "But saying is one thing, living is another. That boy under the tree is Laco. He's 17, small for his age, and always sick. Laco is the first to catch every disease. I doubt he'll live to be 30. Laco doesn't care. He became a Christian several years ago. He talks to God all day long. He has no worries, no fears. If he has a problem, he goes straight to God and leaves it there. That little Indian has nothing on this earth, but he knows that when he dies, he'll go to heaven. Laco is a wealthy boy. Very gently she touched Nate's arm and said, "You're a good person, aren't you, Nate?" "No, I'm not a good person. I do a lot of bad things. I'm weak, and I don't want to talk about it. I didn't come here to find God. Finding you was hard enough. I'm required by law to give you these papers." "I'm not signing the papers, and I don't want the money. I'm sorry you came. You've wasted a trip." Laco said something. "He needs to go to his hut," Rachel said, rising to her feet. "Follow him." Nate slowly stood. "I would like to leave tomorrow," he said. "Good. I'll speak to the chief." "I need 30 minutes of your time to show you a copy of the will." "We can talk. Good night." Josh met Judge Wycliffe and showed him the video of Troy Phelan signing his testament. They watched the first part of the video without comment. It began with old Troy sitting in his wheelchair being examined by the psychiatrists. The examination ended with the agreement that Mr. Phelan knew exactly what he was doing. Wycliffe smiled to himself. The room cleared. The camera across from Troy was kept on. Troy took out the second will and signed it 4 minutes after the mental examination had ended. "How are they going to sort this out?" Wycliffe asked. It was a question with no answer. Rex and Libigale had already started to contest the will. The other heirs would quickly do the same. "What about the will he signed first?" Wycliffe said. "He didn't sign it." "But I saw him. It's on the video." "No, he signed the name Mickey Mouse. From 1982 until 1996, I prepared 11 wills for Mr. Phelan. The law says that with each new will, the old one has to be destroyed. When he signed the new one, Mr. Phelan and I, burned the old one. He enjoyed it. He'd be happy for a few months, then one of his kids would make him mad, and he'd start talking about changing his will. If the heirs can prove he wasn't sane when he signed that handwritten will, then there is no other will. They were all destroyed. His estate will be divided between all his children." "Why would he give $11 billion to an illegitimate daughter who's a missionary? Sounds a little crazy, doesn't it?" "Do you think that Phelan was crazy?" Wycliffe asked Josh. "No. Strange and very mean, but he knew what he was doing. Find the girl, Josh. We're trying." The next morning, Rachel spoke to the chief. "He thinks there'll be a storm," she said to Nate when the meeting was over. "He says you can go, but he will not send a guide. It's too dangerous." "Can we get back without a guide?" "It wouldn't be wise. The rivers run together. It's easy to get lost. Even the Ipicas have lost men during the rainy season." "I need to get back," Nate said. "This trip has already taken too long. We have to talk." "I have to go to the next village for the funeral of the little girl. Why don't you go with me? We'll have plenty of time to talk." Laco led the way. Rachel followed him, then Nate. He tried to persuade Rachel to take the money. "If you had lots of money, you could buy lots of medicine. You could fill your shelves with all the medicines you need. You could buy a nice little boat to take you to Corumba. You could build a hospital and a school and spread Christianity all over the Pantanal." She stopped and turned. "I've done nothing to earn the money, and I didn't know the man who made it. Please, Don't mention it again. Give it away! Give it all to charity! It's not mine to give. It'll be wasted. Millions will go to the lawyers, and what's left will go to your brothers and sisters. And believe me, you don't want that. Those people will cause a lot of unhappiness if they get the money. She took his hand. Very slowly, she said, I don't care. I'll pray for them. They stopped by a stream for a few moments to rest. You said last night that you were weak, Rachel said. What does that mean? I'm an alcoholic, Nate replied. I've hit the bottom 4 times. I have no money. I'm in trouble for non-payment of taxes. I may go to jail, lose my license, and not be able to practice law. You know about the 2 divorces. Both women dislike me, and they've poisoned my children. I've wrecked my life. Anything else? Rachel asked. Oh, yes. I've tried to kill myself at least twice. Once last August, then just a few days ago in Corumba. I almost drank myself to death on cheap vodka. You poor man. I'm sick. I have a disease. I've admitted it. Have you ever confessed to God? He won't help you unless you ask. You have to go to him in prayer. He can forgive all your sins, and you'll become a new believer in Christ. I don't know how to pray, he said. She squeezed his hand. Close your eyes, Nate. Repeat after me. Dear God, forgive my sins, and help me to forgive those who have sinned against me. Give me the strength to overcome temptations and addictions. Nate repeated her words, but he was confused. Prayer was easy for Rachel, because she did so much of it. For him, it was strange. They opened their eyes, but kept their hands together. There was an odd sensation as his burden seemed to lift. His shoulders felt lighter, his head clearer. But Nate carried so much baggage, he wasn't certain which loads had been taken away and which remained. He was still frightened by the real world. It was easy to be brave deep in the Pantanal, where there were few temptations. But he knew what waited for him at home. Your sins are forgiven, Nate, she said. We'll pray again tonight. It'll take more for me than most folks. Trust me, Nate. And trust God. He's seen worse. I trust you. It's God who worries me. She squeezed his hand tighter, and for a long moment they watched the water. I've been thinking about the funeral, Nate said. I don't want to see a dead child. Javy and I will go back to the village. Very well. I understand. Chapter 10. Fever. The storm never came. When Rachel returned in the mid-afternoon, she and Laco went straight to the chief and reported on events in the other village. She spoke to Nate and Javy. She was tired and wanted to sleep before they discussed business. Later, she and Nate walked down toward the river to the narrow bench under the trees. They sat close, their knees touching again. Every village has a local doctor, Rachel said. He cooks plants and roots to make his medicine. He calls up spirits to help with all sorts of problems. These doctors are my enemies. I'm a threat to their religion. They attack Christians. In a village down the river, I had a small school where I taught reading and writing. It was for the Christians, but it was also open to anyone. A year ago, we had malaria, and 3 people died. The local doctor told the village chief that the people were sick because of my school. They were being punished. The school is now closed. The parents of the girl who died are Christians. The local doctor said he could have saved the girl, but the parents didn't call him. He blamed me for her death, and he blamed God. During the funeral today, he began dancing and singing. I couldn't finish the service. Her voice cracked slightly, and she bit her lip. She couldn't cry in front of the Indians. She had to be strong all the time. But she could cry with Nate, and he would understand. "I think you should go now," she said suddenly. "I think I saw a case of malaria in the other village today. Mosquitoes carry it, and it spreads quickly. Trust me, Nate, I've had malaria twice and you don't want it. The second time almost killed me." It never occurred to Nate that she might die. If she died, it would take years to settle the Phelan estate. And he admired her greatly. She was everything he wasn't, strong and brave, happy with a simple life. "Don't die, Rachel," he said. "You're a good man. You have a good heart and a good mind. You just need some help." "I know. I'm not very strong." He had the papers in his pocket. "Can we discuss these?" She read the will slowly. "Troy didn't care for his other children," she said. "I remember the day my mother told me about him. My father had just died. Troy had found me and wanted to visit. She told me the truth about my biological parents, and it meant nothing to me. A year went by. He and my mother became friends over the phone. One day he came to our house. We had cake and tea. Then he left. He sent money for college. He started acting like a father, and I grew to dislike him. Then my mother died. I changed my name and went to medical school. I prayed for Troy over the years, the same way I pray for all the lost people. I thought he'd forgotten about me." He gave her the other legal documents. She read them carefully and said, "I'm not signing anything. I don't want the money. And I want you to do something for me. Don't tell anyone where I am." This would be a huge news story. Humble missionary in jungle says no to $11 billion fortune. The journalists would come to the Pantanal with helicopters and boats to get the story. Nate felt sorry for her. "I'll do what I can," he said. The chief and some of the villagers came to watch them leave. "You're sure we'll be safe in the dark?" Nate asked. "Yes. The chief is sending his best men to guide you. God will protect you. Say your prayers. You're a good person with a good heart." "Thank you. You want to get married?" "I can't." "Sure you can. I'll take care of the money. You take care of the Indians. We'll get a bigger hut and throw away our clothes." They both laughed. Nate stood to say goodbye, and for a second he couldn't see. His eyelids began to ache. The joints at his elbows hurt. Standing ankle-deep in water, Nate put his arms around Rachel and said, "Thanks." "Thanks for what?" "Oh, I don't know. Thanks for creating a fortune in legal fees." She smiled and said, "I like you, Nate, but I don't care about the money and the lawyers. Please don't come back. Just tell your people you never found me." As they moved away, he waved at Rachel and the Indians. At the first turn in the river, he glanced over his shoulder. Rachel and the Indians hadn't moved. He was sweating, even though it was cool. His arms and legs were wet. "I'm sick," he thought. Javy noticed him, and after a few minutes said, "Nate, are you okay?" He shook his head no, and pain shot from his eyes to his spine. "JV, I think I have malaria." "How do you know?" "Rachel warned me. She saw it in the other village yesterday. That's why we left today. I have a fever, and I can't see." JV stopped the boat and shouted to the Indians. He quickly unrolled the tent. "You will feel cold and shiver," he said as he worked. "Have you had malaria?" "No, but most of my friends have died from it." "What? Bad joke. It doesn't kill many, but you will be very sick." Moving gently, keeping his head as still as possible, Nate lay down in the center of the boat. JV spread the tent over him and secured it with 2 empty gas tanks. The Indians were beside them. Laco asked JV what was happening. Nate heard the word malaria. Then they left. Twice the canoes slowed as the Ipicas discussed which fork of the river to take. JV kept their boat 100 meters behind. He couldn't see Nate under the tent, but he knew his friend was suffering. Laco was concerned about the American. "What should I tell the missionary about him?" he asked JV. "Tell her he has malaria." Nate heard their voices. The fever burned him from head to toe. His skin and clothes were wet. His mouth was so dry that it hurt to open it. The storm followed them but didn't catch them. JV thought they would find Welly in the Santa Lura by dawn. The Indians were tired and ready to stop. Finally, they found a spot and landed. Laco explained that he'd been the missionary's assistant for many years. He'd seen lots of cases of malaria. He looked at Nate. "A very high fever," he told JV. "The fever would go away, but there would be another attack in 48 hours. The oldest guide began talking to Laco. He translated for JV, telling him to keep in the center of the river. In 2 hours, they would find the Paraguay. JV thanked the Indians and followed the moon to the Paraguay. He arrived at the mouth of the Cabeza an hour after dawn. The Santa Lura was not there. JV went to find the owner of a nearby house, who told him about the storm that took away the boat. "Where did it sink? What happened to the boy?" "I don't know," the old man said. "He may be dead." Nate wasn't dead. The fever went down, and when he woke he was cold and thirsty. He opened his eyes with his fingers. Every part of his body ached. There was a hot rash on his neck and chest. "Where are we?" he asked JV. "We're at the Cabeza. Welly is not here. The boat sank in a storm. Can you make it to Corumbá?" "I'd rather just die. Lie down, Nate." They left the bank and went on toward Corumbá. In the afternoon, they stopped at Fernando's store. Fernando looked at Nate. "This is not malaria," he said, touching the rash on Nate's neck. "Malaria does not produce a rash like this. Dengue does. It's similar to malaria, fever, sore muscles and joints spread by mosquitoes. You need to get him to Corumbá as quickly as possible." It was almost 2:30. Corumbá was 9 to 10 hours away. Nate woke once, but couldn't see. He woke again, and it was dark. He tried to say something to JV about water, just a small drink. But his voice had gone. Rachel lay beside him under the smelly tent, her knees just touching his. He wanted to kiss her on the cheek. "When was your last kiss?" he wanted to ask her. She was there to stop him dying. The fevers rose and fell. She patted his arm and promised he wasn't going to die. She tells everybody this, he thought. Death would be welcome. The touching stopped. He opened his eyes and reached for Rachel, but she was gone. In Corumba, Valdir called a doctor friend and persuaded him to meet them at the hospital. They raced through town in Valdir's car, ignoring lights and signs. "Did you find the woman?" Valdir asked Javy. "What did she say?" "I don't know. I didn't really talk to her. I think she liked our friend back there." Nate was curled tightly in the back seat, hearing nothing. The doctor studied the rash, which began at Nate's chin and stopped at his waist. He was covered with mosquito bites. "Looks like dengue fever," he said after 10 minutes. Because he was a rich American, Nate got the best drugs in the hospital. The fever dropped a little. The sweating stopped. "His temperature should fall soon," the doctor told the nurse. "I'll see him again early in the morning." Nate was sleeping heavily when the nurse took him into a room with 5 other patients. He didn't see the open sores, the uncontrolled shaking of the old man next to him. He couldn't smell the waste. Like his father, Rex Phelan was good with numbers. He realized that 6 law firms were doing the same work, 6 firms fighting the same fight, each wanting a big slice of the pie. It was time for the family to get together. He decided to begin with his brother, T.J. The 2 brothers met in secret. Rex began with the Sneed story. "This is enormous," he said. "It could make or break our lawsuit. Sneed will say he was the only person with Dad when he wrote the will. He wanted $5 million, but he only wants $500,000 now. We'll find some way not to pay him the rest. We have 6 law firms all attacking the same will, and they all expect to get rich when we settle. How much are your boys getting?" "How much is Hark Getty's getting?" Troy asked. 25%. Mine wanted 30. We agreed on 20. Troy Jr. was proud that he'd made a better deal than Rex. "Let's play with numbers," Rex continued. "Imagine we hire Sneed, and he says all the right things. The estate wants to settle. We each get maybe $20 million. 5 goes to Hark Getty's, 4 goes to your boys. That's 9. So we get 31. But if we join up, then Hark will cut his fee. We don't need all these lawyers, TJ." "I hate Hark Getty's. Why don't we fire him and stick with my guys?" "Because Hark found Sneed. This is a nasty business. Hark understands it. If we work together, he'll take 20%. If we can bring in Mary Ross, then he'll cut it to 17.5. Libigale down to 15. "There's no sense fighting," Troy Jr. said sadly. "It'll cost us a fortune. It's time to make peace." Sneed arrived for a meeting with Hark Getty's with a contract he'd written himself. Hark signed it and handed over a check for $500,000. Sneed examined every word, then folded it and put it in his coat pocket. "What was the old man's state of mind the morning he died?" Hark asked. Sneed wanted to say the right thing. "He was out of his mind." "How much time did you spend with him?" "Off and on, 24 hours a day. I was on call around the clock." "Who else did he spend time with?" "Maybe young Nicolette, the secretary. He liked her." "Did he have sex with her?" "Would it help the lawsuit?" "Yes." "Then they had sex all the time." Hark smiled. "Look, Mr. Sneed, this is what we want. We need to know all the strange things Troy Phelan said and did. Sit down and begin writing. Talk to Nicolette. Make sure they were having sex. Listen to what she says." "She'll say anything we need." "How much time do I have?" We would like to video you in a few days. We'll hear your stories, ask you questions, then we'll coach you. When things are perfect, you'll be ready to talk to the judge." Sneed left in a hurry. He wanted to put the money in the bank and buy a new car. Nicolette needed one, too. Chapter 11. A New Beginning. It was the middle of the night when Nate finally woke up. He rubbed his sore eyes. His forehead was very hot. He was thirsty and couldn't remember his last meal. In the darkness of the room, somebody moved from bed to bed, finally stopping beside Nate's. She touched him gently on the arm. "Nate," she whispered, "it's Rachel." "Rachel?" he whispered. "I'm here, Nate. God sent me to protect you." He reached for her, and she took his hand. "You are not going to die, Nate," she said. "God has plans for you." He could say nothing. Slowly his eyes adjusted, and he could see her. "It's you," he said. Or was it another dream? He rested his head on the pillow. His muscles relaxed, and his joints became loose. The heat left his forehead and face, and he fell into a deep sleep. He dreamed of girls in white dresses floating in the clouds above him. They sang songs he'd never heard before, but they somehow seemed familiar. He left the hospital at noon the next day, against his doctor's advice. No one had seen Rachel at the hospital. Nate had whispered his secret to Javy, who had asked the nurses. After lunch, Javy began walking through town on foot, searching for her. No one seemed to know anything about a white woman arriving from the Pantanal. In Valdir's office, Nate phoned Josh Stafford. "The fever is gone," he said. "I'll come home in a couple of days." "Okay. Tell me about the woman." "She's not interested in the money. You can't talk this woman into anything. I tried, got nowhere. So I stopped." "Nobody walks away from this kind of money, Nate. Couldn't you talk some sense into her?" "No, Josh. She is the happiest person I've ever met. Perfectly content to spend the rest of her life working among her people. It's where God wants her to be." "She signed the papers?" "No, sorry, boss. I tried to make her sign them. She'll never sign them." Javy found no trace of Rachel, and he began to doubt his friend's story. Dengue makes you see things, makes you hear voices, makes you believe in ghosts. But he kept searching. Nate also walked the streets. He saw the lights of a small church. That, he thought, is where she will be. He stopped in the door and counted 5 people among the chairs. There was no one like Rachel. 3 more people came in from the street. A young man with a guitar began to play and sing. "I need Rachel," Nate thought. "The burdens I left with her have found me again. I need her to sit with me, to hold my hand and help me pray." Nate closed his eyes and called God's name. God was waiting. With both hands, Nate gripped the back of the chair in front of him. He repeated every weakness and evil that attacked him. He confessed them all. He held nothing back. When he finally finished, Nate had tears in his eyes. "I'm sorry," he whispered to God. "Please help me." He opened his eyes and wiped his cheeks. A voice was calling him, a voice from within. But Nate was confused. Surely God couldn't be calling him. He was Nate O'Reilly, drunk, addict, lover of women, absent father, terrible husband, greedy lawyer. Hurriedly, he left the church. Nate searched until the end of the week. He walked the streets, watched the crowds, checked out hotels and sidewalk cafes, and saw no one who looked like Rachel. On his last day, he stopped at Valdir's office and collected his passport. They parted like old friends and promised to see each other soon. They both knew it would never happen. Javy drove him to the airport. He wanted to spend time in the United States and asked for Nate's help. "I'll need a job," he said. Nate listened with sympathy, not certain if he himself was still employed. "I'll see what I can do," he said. The lady in the seat next to him on the plane ordered a beer. Nate studied the can. Not anymore, he told himself. He closed his eyes and asked God to give him strength. He ordered coffee. Hours later, the plane dropped through the clouds. In Washington, the earth was covered with heavy snow. Josh was waiting for him. "I thought you could stay at our place for a couple of days," he said. "Thanks. How do you feel?" "I'm fine. A little weak, that's all." They rode in silence for a while. Traffic was slow. Then Nate announced, "I'm not going back to the office, Josh. Those days are over." "Why?" "Let's just say I'm tired." Back at the house, he told Josh about his adventures in the Pantanal. He talked about Rachel and described her in great detail. He used her exact words when he talked about the money in the papers. "If she won't take the gift from Troy's will, the money remains in his estate," Josh said. "If, however, the heirs can prove Troy was crazy, then there is no will. All 7 of his children will share equally in his estate. If Rachel doesn't want to share, then her money will be divided by the other 6. They'll get $1 billion each." "Why are we fighting for the will if Rachel says she doesn't want the money?" Nate asked. "First and most importantly, my client gave away his estate as he wanted. I want to protect his will. Second, I know how Mr. Phelan felt about his children. He really didn't want them to get their hands on his money. I share his feelings. I hate to think what they'd do if they got $1 billion each. Third, Rachel could change her mind. We're going to fight, Nate. But Rachel needs a lawyer." He looked at Nate. "You want me to be her lawyer?" "There's no way around it, Nate. You have to take one last case before you leave. Just sit at the table and protect Rachel's interests. We'll go to Judge Wycliffe and tell him you found Rachel, that she doesn't want to come to court. She's not sure what to do, but she wants you to act for her." "We'll be lying to the judge." "It's a small lie, Nate." "I don't want to stay in town, Josh. Where would I go?" "Take my house on Chesapeake Bay," Josh said. "We don't use it in winter. It's at St. Michael's, 2 hours away. You can drive in when you're needed." Nate had to admit that it was a good plan. The lawsuit would never go to court, and he could earn some money for a few months. "I propose a fee of $10,000 a month," Josh said. "Have you heard anything from the government about my tax?" "The government will settle. You'll have to pay them a lot of money, and they'll take away your law license for 5 years, but they won't do anything for a few months." "Thanks, Josh." Nate was tired again. He wanted a warm, soft bed in a dark room. St. Michael's had a population of 13,000. There were stores on both sides of the main street, old buildings side by side. The house was on Green Street and had a view of the harbor. The front yard was small and under almost a meter of snow. Nate parked his car and fought his way to the porch. Inside, the house was neat and organized. Josh said a woman came every Wednesday to clean. But there was no coffee, and this was the first emergency of the day. Nate locked the doors and went into town. It was Sunday. All the stores were closed. Nate studied their windows as he walked along. Ahead, the church bells began. Nate went into the church. It was a handsome building, but there were few people inside. Father Phil Lancaster, a little man with thick glasses and curly red and gray hair, stood at the front. They struggled through the songs and prayers. Father Phil noticed Nate sitting in the last row, and they exchanged smiles. Sitting in the warm little church, safe from fevers and storms, safe from the dangers of the city, Nate realized that he was at peace. God was pulling him in some direction. He wasn't sure where, but he was no longer afraid. As he left the church, Father Phil grabbed Nate by the hand. "Welcome," he said. "Welcome to Trinity Church. I'm Nate O'Reilly from Washington. I'm staying in the Stafford house for a few days. Nice to have you with us. When did you arrive?" "This morning." "Are you alone?" "Yes." "Then you must join us for lunch. My wife makes soup every time it snows. It's on the stove now. Please, our house is just behind the church." Phil was already pulling Nate's arm. "What brings you here?" he asked. "It's a long story." "Oh, wonderful. Laura and I love stories. Let's have a long lunch and tell stories." Why not? Thought Nate. There was no food at the house. At the back of the church, Laura was turning off the lights. Phil introduced her to Nate. She had short, gray hair and looked older than her husband. She wasn't surprised to have a guest for lunch. As they ate, Nate told them about his trip to Brazil. In his story, the storms grew fiercer, the boats smaller, the Indians less friendly. When he finished, the questions began. Phil wanted to know about the missionary, her faith, her work with the Indians. It was almost 3 o'clock when Nate left. Phil would happily have sat at the table until dark, but Nate needed a walk. He felt as though he'd known them for years. Near the harbor, he found a small store and bought coffee, soup, and cookies. There were bottles of beer by the counter. He smiled at them, happy that those days were behind him. Chapter 12. A Letter to Rachel. Mary Ross fired Grit early Monday morning. Hart Geddes now had 3 of the 4 heirs from the first family. His percentage had dropped to 17.5, but the sum he could earn was enormous. He called a meeting to tell the other lawyers. The back of Wally Bright's neck turned red with the news. He would kill Geddes if he tried to steal Libigale. "Stay away from my client," he said loudly. "We know the game you're playing. We're not stupid." Sneed came in and Hark introduced him to the group. "Now the lawyers for the other side will ask you a lot of questions first. So for the next hour or so, assume that we are the enemy." Hark began asking questions. Sneed handled them well and relaxed. Then Ms. Langhorne asked Sneed about the Phelan families. "Did you know about Rachel Lane?" she asked. "I haven't thought about that," Sneed said. "What do you think?" he asked Mr. Geddes. Hark was quick with the fiction. "I guess that you knew everything about Mr. Phelan. Rachel was 10 or 11 when you went to work for Mr. Phelan. He tried to reach out to her over the years, but she would have nothing to do with him. So if he left her everything, it shows that he was crazy." Sneed repeated and expanded the story. When he finished, the lawyers were pleased. They all began to help Sneed find answers for difficult questions. For 3 hours they built his story. Then for 2 hours they tried to tear it down. At one point he was nearly in tears. When he was exhausted, they sent him home and told him to practice his answers. Poor Sneed drove home in his new car. He was determined to give them what they wanted. Nate planned to read and write through the morning. His plans were changed by a phone call. "Are you busy?" Father Phil asked. "I'm at the church working in the basement. I need some help." Nate thought about the soup. There was plenty of it left. "I'll be there in 10 minutes," he said. Phil was measuring wood in the basement. "I'm building 6 classrooms for Bible study," he said. It was a big job, and Phil worked very slowly and took plenty of coffee breaks. As they worked, they talked. Nate talked about some of his troubles, including the problems with the government. "What will you do?" Phil asked. "I have no idea." "Do you trust in God?" "Yes, I think so." "Then relax. He'll show you what to do." For the next 2 days, Nate continued to help Phil in the basement. They made slow progress, but they became friends. Nate was cleaning paint from his nails on Tuesday night when Josh phoned to call him back to the real world. "Judge Wycliffe wants to see you tomorrow," he said. "What does he want?" "He has some questions about your new client. I've told him you're Rachel's lawyer. You're needed. Meet me at noon at Judge Wycliffe's office." Nate put a log on the fire. He could put on a suit and tie. He could look and talk the part. He could say the right words. But he no longer considered himself a lawyer. Those days were over, thank God. He could do it once more, but only once. He told himself that it was for Rachel, but he knew she didn't care. Judge Wycliffe entered his office at 12:30. "Josh tells me you found the richest woman in the world," he said. "Yes, I did, about 2 weeks ago. And you can't tell me where she is." "She begged me not to. I promised." "Will she appear in my court?" "She doesn't have to," Josh explained. "She knows nothing about Mr. Phelan's mental state, so she can't be a witness. We can proceed with a lawsuit without her." "I need a letter from your client saying that she's seen the will and knows what we're doing." "Yes, Judge," Josh said. Judge Wycliffe began to ask questions about Rachel. Questions were dangerous. Wycliffe mustn't know that Rachel didn't want the money. Josh interrupted. "You know, Judge, this is not a complicated case, and everybody's anxious. Why can't we start the lawsuit as soon as possible? Get all the lawyers in one room now and make them produce a list of witnesses and documents. Then set a trial date for 90 days' time." "What about you, Mr. O'Reilly? Is your client anxious to get the money?" "Wouldn't you be anxious, Judge?" Nate asked, and they all laughed. That night, Nate began a letter to Rachel. He had the address of World Tribes in Houston. He would mark the letter private and address it to Rachel Lane. Someone at World Tribes knew who and where she was. There must be some way to contact her. He wrote the date, then, "Dear Rachel." An hour passed, and he tried to think of words that would sound intelligent. Finally, he started writing about the snow. Did she miss it from her childhood? There was 1/2 meter on the ground outside his window. He told her that he was acting as her lawyer and explained what was happening about the will. He told her about Father Phil and the church and the basement. He was studying the Bible and enjoying it. He was praying for her. When he finished, the letter was 3 pages long. Nate read it twice and thought she'd like it. If she received it, he knew she'd read it again and again. Nate wanted to see her again. The story appeared in the newspapers on Friday morning. It said that Rachel Lane was acting through her lawyer, Mr. Nate O'Reilly, to fight the people who were contesting her father's will. Mr. O'Reilly had tracked down Rachel Lane. shown her a copy of the will, discussed the various legal issues with her, and become her lawyer. The Phelan lawyers were astonished by the news. They met at Ms. Langhorne's office to discuss the case. "We've seen nothing signed by this woman," Hark said. "No one knows where she is, except for a lawyer, and he's not telling. It's obvious to me that she doesn't want to come forward." "Lots of rich people are like that," Bright interrupted. "They want to keep quiet. Otherwise everybody would be beating on the door asking for money." "What if she doesn't want the money?" Hark asked. "That's crazy," Bright said, as they all considered the impossible. "It's just a thought," Hark said. "If she doesn't want it, her share will go to the other heirs." The lawyers did some quick calculations. 11 billion less taxes divided by 6. Serious wealth was possible. The brown envelope was sent to the desk of Neva Collier, organizer of South American missions. It was addressed for Rachel Lane, missionary in South America, personal. Inside was a letter addressed to whom it may concern, and a smaller envelope. Neva read the letter aloud. "Enclosed is a letter to Rachel Lane, one of your missionaries in Brazil. Please send it to her. I met Rachel about 2 weeks ago. I found her in the Pantanal. The purpose of my visit was a legal matter. She is doing well. I promised Rachel that I would not tell anyone where she is. She does not want to be disturbed with any more legal matters, and I agreed to her request. She needs money for a new boat and medicines. I will gladly forward a check to you. I want to write to Rachel again. Please let me know that you sent her this letter. Thanks, Nate O'Reilly." It wasn't easy to reach Rachel. Twice a year, on March 1st and August 1st, World Tribes sent packages to the post office in Corumba. These included medical supplies, Christian literature, and anything else she needed. The post office held the packages for 30 days. If Rachel didn't collect them, they were returned to Houston. This never happened. Every August, Rachel went to Corumba and called the World Tribes office. In March, the packages were sent up the river on a boat and left at a farm near the mouth of the Zeco River. Laco collected them. In 11 years, Rachel had never received a personal letter. Neva copied Nate's phone number and address, then hid the letter in a drawer. She would send it in a month, with the usual supplies for March. Nate was in bed when the phone rang. A female voice said, "Nate O'Reilly, please." "This is Nate O'Reilly." "Good evening. My name is Neva Collier. I received your letter. I will send Rachel's letter to her." "Thank you. I'd like to write to her again. Have you heard from her recently?" "No." Rachel had been in Corumba 2 weeks earlier. He knew this because she'd come to the hospital. She'd spoken to him, touched him, then disappeared. But she hadn't called the World Tribes office? How strange. "Why did you find her?" Neva Collier asked. "You've seen the newspapers? You understand what her father did? Somebody had to explain what was happening, and it had to be a lawyer. You mentioned some things she needs down there." Nate told her the story of the little girl who died because Rachel had no medicine for the snakebite. "She can't find enough medical supplies in Corumba. I want to send her whatever she needs." "Thank you. Send the money to me at World Tribes. I'll make sure she gets the supplies. We have 4,000 Rachels around the world, and we don't have a lot of money." "Are the others as special as Rachel?" "Yes. They are chosen by God." They agreed that Nate could send his letters to Neva, and she would send them to Corumba. If either of them heard from Rachel, he or she would call the other. Back in bed, Nate thought about the phone call. Rachel had come to Corumba because she knew from Laco that Nate was very sick. Then she'd left, without calling anyone at World Tribes to discuss the money. It was very strange. Chapter 13. The Lawsuit. The first stage of the lawsuit began on Monday, February 17th. All the people who wanted to fight Troy Phelan's will had to declare their interest. Nate could question them to see if they were acceptable witnesses. Nate didn't want to spend 2 weeks in a room full of lawyers. His attitude changed when he met the Phelan heirs. The first witness was Mr. Troy Phelan, Jr. Nate introduced himself. "Are you currently under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?" he began pleasantly. "I am not," Troy Jr. said angrily. "Which one is your lawyer?" Nate asked, waving at the crowd opposite. "Hark Geddes." The lawyers were annoyed. Nate hadn't learned which lawyers represented each client. It showed that he didn't respect them. "How many wives have you had?" "How many have you had?" Junior shot back. "Let me explain something to you, Mr. Phelan," Nate said. "I will say this very slowly, so listen carefully. I am the lawyer. You are the witness. I ask the questions. You give the answers. Now let's try again. How many wives have you had?" An hour later, they finished with his marriages, his children, his divorce. Junior was sweating and wondering when it would end. Nate used one question to lead to another. No detail was too small for him to investigate. The afternoon was even harder. Nate asked about the $5 million Troy Jr. received on his 21st birthday. "How was the money given to you?" Nate asked. "It was placed in an account in a bank." "How did you get the money from the account?" "By writing checks." "He wrote a lot of them." Troy Jr. never returned to college after he received the money. He simply partied. Nate revealed that Troy Jr. didn't work for 9 years. He played golf and football, bought cars, spent a year in the Bahamas, and lived in a grand style until his money ran out. Then he crawled back to his father and asked for a job. Nate talked about what Troy Jr. did after his father died. "You bought 2 expensive Porsches on credit. Now, 2 months later, you haven't paid a dime. You owe money for furniture. American Express wants more than $15,000. A bank is taking you to court because you owe them money, correct?" The witness nodded. They finally stopped at 6 o'clock. 10 minutes later, Troy Jr. was in a bar 2 kilometers away. The next day, they started again. Nate looked at Troy Jr. and recognized the face of a drunk, the red eyes, the pink cheeks and nose. He questioned Jr. about the day his father died. "You saw the psychiatrists examine your father. You missed nothing?" "No, I missed nothing." "Your family hired Dr. Zadell, correct?" For 10 minutes, Nate questioned him about Dr. Zadell. He got what he wanted. Zadell was hired because he had an excellent reputation and was very experienced. Troy Jr. admitted that he was pleased with Zadell and had left the building believing that his father was sane. "So why did you fire Dr. Zadell?" "Because he was wrong. My father fooled the doctors, then jumped out of the window. He was obviously crazy." "What would have happened if your father had signed the other will and not the handwritten one, and then he jumped? Would he be crazy?" "We wouldn't be here." Nate moved on to talk about the money Junior owed and his failed businesses. They finally freed the witness at 5:30, day 2. He started the next day with Rex Phelan. Again, Nate asked hard questions about Rex's business deals. By noon of the following day, he'd revealed that Rex owed more than $7 million. There were a lot of court cases against him, and the FBI was investigating him. During the afternoon, Nate talked about the $5 million inheritance Rex wasted. At the end of the day, the Phelan lawyers hoped that the worst was behind them, but they weren't sure. Libigail came in early on Friday morning. Nate asked about her $5 million, and under pressure she told stories of good drugs and bad men. She now lived with an ex-biker and ex-addict called Spike. "What would you do if you got 1/6 of your father's estate?" Nate asked. "Buy lots of things," she said. "But I would be smart with the money this time, real smart." "What's the first thing you would buy?" "The biggest motorcycle in the world for Spike. Then a nicer house." Her eyes danced as she spent the money. Mary Ross Phelan Jackman followed. The early questions revealed that she took her $5 million and lived in Italy for 3 years. At 28, she married a doctor and had 2 girls. It wasn't clear how much of the money was left. They lived well, but were heavily in debt. Ramble came in after lunch. After a few questions, it was obvious that he was as stupid as he looked. He said that he seldom went to school, lived alone in a basement, liked to play the guitar, and planned to be a rock star soon. He played no sports, had never seen the inside of a church, spoke to his mother as little as possible, and watched MTV when he was awake and not playing his music. Gina was the last witness of the week. 4 days after her father's death, she and her husband had signed a contract for a $3.8 million house. "How do you plan to pay for the home?" Nate asked. The answer was obvious, but she couldn't confess it. "We have money," she said. "Let's talk about your money," he said with a smile. "You're 30 years old. 9 years ago, you received $5 million. How much is left?" She struggled with the answer for a long time, but finally admitted that there was only $200,000 in her bank account. Her husband Cody had invested millions in bad business deals. As Nate left the city that night, he thought about the Phelan heirs. He felt sorry for them, for the way they were raised. But he knew that in their hands the money would cause pain and unhappiness. It was late when he arrived in St. Michael's, and as he passed the church, he wanted to stop, go inside, kneel, and pray to God to forgive him for the sins of the week. The next day, Nate sat with Phil on the front steps of the Stafford house. "I'm planning a trip," he said quietly. "I need to see my kids. I have 2 younger ones, Austin and Angela, in Salem, Oregon. My older son is a student in Evanston, and I have a daughter in Pittsburgh." "When did you see them last?" "It's over a year since I saw Daniel and Caitlin, the 2 from my first marriage. I took the 2 younger ones to a ball game last July. I got drunk and don't remember driving back home." "Do you expect the trip to be successful?" Phil asked. "I'm not sure what to expect. I want to hold my kids and apologize for being such a bad father. But I'm not sure how that's supposed to help them now." "You can't keep on blaming yourself, Nate. You're allowed to forget the past. God certainly has. Show your kids what you are now." Later, long after Phil had gone home, Nate sat by the fire and began another letter to Rachel. It was his 3rd. "Dear Rachel," he began, "I have just spent a very unpleasant week with your brothers and sisters." He told her he was sending a check to World Tribes for $5,000 for a boat and medical supplies. A lot of good things, he informed her, could be done with her inheritance. At 8:30 on Tuesday morning, Sneed came into the courtroom. The lawyers had been coaching him for weeks. It was important that the judge believed his stories. Josh had known Sneed for many years. Mr. Phelan often talked about getting rid of him. Josh guessed that he was being paid to give evidence and had discovered that Sneed now had an expensive apartment and a new car. Sneed was ready. If Nate asked him whether he was being paid to appear, Sneed would lie about the $500,000 he had already received and the promise of a further $4.5 million. Nate introduced himself and then asked loudly, "Mr. Sneed, how much are you being paid to give evidence in this case?" Sneed thought the question would be, "Are you being paid?" not "how much." He looked wildly at Hark Geddes. Mr. O'Reilly seemed to know everything. The Phelan lawyers shrank in their seats. "How much are you being paid?" Nate asked again. $500,000, Sneed admitted. "Have you already received this money?" Sneed didn't know whether to lie or tell the truth, so he said, "Yes." $500,000 now, how much later?" Nate asked. Anxious to start lying, Sneed answered, "Nothing." "Who paid you this money?" "The lawyers for the Phelan heirs." "Did you go to them or did they go to you?" "I went to them." Finally, Sneed was on familiar territory. "I was with Mr. Phelan before he died, and I knew the poor man was out of his mind." "How long did you work for Mr. Phelan?" 30 years. "And you knew everything about him, right?" "Yes." "And you didn't tell anyone that he was crazy?" Sneed thought he was doing well. "It was a private matter." "Until now. Until they offered you $500,000, right?" Sneed could not think of a quick reply. "In the last 14 years of his life, Mr. Phelan wrote 11 wills. In one of them, he left you $1 million. Did you tell anyone then that he was crazy?" "It wasn't my job to tell." Nate continued to question him. Late in the afternoon, he suddenly asked, "Did you sign a contract with the lawyers when you took the $500,000? A simple no would have been enough, but Sneed hesitated, looked at Hark, and then looked at Nate. Of course not," he said. Nobody believed him. Nicolette, the secretary, lasted for 8 minutes. She was 23, with few qualifications except for a nice chest, a pretty face, and blonde hair. Nate asked, "Did you ever have sex with Mr. Phelan?" She tried to look embarrassed, but said yes anyway. "For how long?" "Usually 10 minutes. "No, I mean for how long a period of time? Starting in what month and ending when?" "Oh, I only worked there for 5 months. "Did Mr. Phelan have any marks on his body?" Any of the Phelan wives could have told the lawyers that Troy had a purple mark the size of a silver dollar at the top of his right leg. Nobody had asked. "Not that I recall," Nicolette answered. "No further questions," Nate said. Nicolette left the room, and Nate slid a photo across the table to his enemies. It was a picture of Troy Phelan's body. Nate didn't say a word, didn't need to. The mark stared out from the photo. Chapter 14. The Settlement. At the end of the week, Nate left the city. He was exhausted from 9 days of questioning the Phelan heirs. He felt ashamed. He pitied the Phelan children. He felt sorry for Sneed, a sad little man who just wanted to survive. 2 days later, Nate arrived in Salem, where his kids from his second marriage lived with their mother, Christy, and her new husband, Theo. The last time he saw them, Nate was drunk and fought with his ex-wife in the front yard while the children watched. Theo had threatened him with a shovel. Nate later woke up in his car in the parking lot of a McDonald's with 6 empty beer cans on the seat beside him. He called Christy 4 hours before he arrived at their home. "Christy, it's me, Nate," he said. "I'm in Oregon. I'd like to see the kids. Maybe tonight? Tomorrow?" Well, sure, Nate. I guess we can work something out. But the kids are very busy, you know. School, dance class, soccer. How are they? They're doing very well. We love Oregon. They agreed to have dinner the following night. That gave her enough time to prepare the kids. Theo decided to work late. Nate kissed Angela. Austin just shook hands. Christy stayed in her bedroom for an hour while their father got to know his children again. Dinner lasted an hour. At 7 o'clock, Nate said he had to go. "I have a soccer game tomorrow, Dad," Austin said, and Nate's heart almost stopped. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been called Dad. "It's at the school," Angela said. "Could you come?" Nate didn't know what to say. Christy settled the issue. "I'll be there. We could talk," she said. "Of course I'll come," he said. The children kissed him. Driving away, Nate suspected Christy wanted to see him 2 days in a row to examine his eyes. She knew the signs. Nate stayed in Salem for 3 days. He watched his son play soccer and was full of pride. He was invited back to dinner, but agreed to come only if Theo joined them. He had lunch with Angela and her friends at school. He left Salem with a broken heart. How could a man lose such a wonderful family? He remembered almost nothing about the kids when they were smaller. No school plays, Christmas mornings, trips to the mall. Now they were almost grown, and another man was raising them. While Nate drove through Montana, Hark Geddes sent more papers to the court. There was no word from Rachel Lane. She obviously had no interest in the lawsuit. Didn't she want the money? It was a crazy idea, but why hadn't she appeared in court? The heirs couldn't win. They had to find a reason to settle. Rachel Lane's lack of interest was a very good reason. Daniel, his oldest child, met Nate in a bar near the university. He was waiting with a girl. Both were smoking and had bottles in front of them. "This is Steph," Daniel said. "She's a model." The first thing Nate noticed about Steph was her gray lipstick, applied heavily to her thick lips. She was certainly thin enough to be a model. Nate disliked her immediately. "You want a beer?" Daniel asked. "No, just water," Nate said. Daniel shouted at the waiter. "How's school?" Nate asked. "I dropped out." Daniel was angry and tense. The girl was there for 2 reasons. She would prevent hasty words and a fight. Nate suspected that his son had no money, that he wanted to punish his father for lack of support. He was afraid, though, because Nate was weak and might start to slide again. Steph would keep a hold on his anger and his language. The second reason was to make the meeting as short as possible. "Why did you drop out of school?" Nate asked. "It was boring." "He ran out of money," Steph said helpfully. Nate wanted to pull out his checkbook and solve the kids' problems. That's what he'd always done. But now Daniel was 23, and it was time for him to sink or swim on his own. "It's good for you," Nate said. "Work for a while. It'll make you appreciate school." After 4 drinks, Steph was drunk, and Daniel and Nate had nothing else to say. He wrote down his phone number at St. Michael's and gave it to Daniel. "This is where I'll be for the next couple of months. Call me if you need me." "See you," Daniel said. "Take care." 2 days later, he was in Pittsburgh for his 3rd and final meeting with his children. It didn't happen. He'd spoken twice to Caitlin, and the details were clear. She said she'd meet him for dinner at 7:30 at the restaurant in his hotel. She called him at 8:30 and said that a friend had been involved in an accident. She was at the hospital. Nate suggested that they have lunch the following day. Caitlin said that she couldn't. Her friend had a head injury, and she planned to stay with her until she was stable. She couldn't see Nate. She couldn't leave the hospital. Did she hate him so much? In a lonely hotel room in a city where he knew no one, it was easy to pity himself. He grabbed the phone and got busy. He called Phil to check on things at St. Michael's. He called Sergio. He felt surprisingly under control. His hotel room had a minibar, and he hadn't been near it. He called Josh. "You need to come home, Nate," Josh said. "I have a plan." Nate wasn't invited to the peace talks. Josh wanted to gain the trust of the Phelan lawyers. His plan was to meet with Hark and the others, then with Nate, until they struck a deal. The Phelan lawyers dreamed of a quick settlement. They believed they would become millionaires. Josh began by giving his opinion that the lawyers couldn't win their lawsuit. Troy Phelan's will was legal. Phelan's children and ex-wives had carefully chosen the 3 psychiatrists. He talked about Rachel Lane, as if he'd known her for years. She was a wonderful lady who lived a very simple life in another country. She didn't understand legal matters and didn't want to fight. And she'd been closer to Troy than most people knew. "What does Rachel Lane plan to do with the money?" one of the lawyers asked. "I'm not sure," Josh said, as if he and Rachel discussed it every day. "She'll probably keep a little and give most of it to charity. In my opinion, that's what Troy wanted. He knew that if your clients got the money, it wouldn't last 90 days. By leaving it to Rachel, he knew it would be passed on to people in need." "We can take this lawsuit to the highest courts," Langhorne said. "Does she realize this could take years?" "She does," Josh said. "That's why she would like to discuss settlement possibilities." "Where do we start?" asked Wally Bright. For a long time they talked numbers. Then Josh said, "Nate O'Reilly has contacted his client. She will offer each of the 6 heirs $10 million. The lawyers made rapid calculations. Hark had 3 clients. 17.5% gave him a fee of $5.25 million. Wally Bright would collect $5 million from his contract with Libigale and Spike. The other lawyers would collect $2 million. Wally spoke first. "My client will settle for no less than $50 million. The others shook their heads too and tried to look disgusted at Josh's offer. They talked about numbers for a while. Then Josh said, "Rachel Lane is not a greedy woman. I think she might settle at $20 million per heir." The lawyers' fees doubled, over $10 million for Hark alone. Poor Wally at $10 million now suddenly felt sick and asked to leave the meeting. Nate was helping Father Phil when the phone rang. It was Josh. "It couldn't have gone better. I stopped at $20 million. They want $50. $50? Nate said in disbelief. "Yes, but they're already spending the money. I bet 2 of them are at the Mercedes garage right now. We should complete the deal on Wednesday." "I can't wait," Nate said. "Time for a coffee break." "We meet the judge on Wednesday," Nate told Phil. "Then I'm going back to the Pantanal to tell Rachel what's happened." "Are you excited?" "I don't know. I want to see her, but I'm not sure she wants to see me. She's very happy, and she doesn't want any part of this world." "Then why do it?" "Because if she rejects the money again, the other side gets everything." "But you've already said that Rachel won't take the money. She's not going to change her mind," Phil said. "No, never. So the trip down is a waste of time." "I'm afraid so. But at least we'll try." All the Phelan heirs were in the courtroom, except for Ramble. Judge Wycliffe explained that the purpose of the meeting was to explore a settlement. He made it clear that he didn't think the Phelan lawyers had much of a case. He asked Josh to tell him about the earlier settlement meeting on Monday. I want to know exactly where we are, he said. Josh was brief. The heirs wanted $50 million each. Rachel was offering $20 million to settle. Nate was bored. It would be fun to stand up and tell them that Rachel wasn't offering any money to settle and run out of the room. They would sit in shock for a few seconds. Then they would chase him like hungry dogs. When Josh finished, Hark began to speak. He talked about the Phelan children and their problems, admitting that they were rich and spoiled. Their father didn't care for them, and they hadn't learned the normal lessons children learn from their parents. They made many mistakes when they received $5 million on their 21st birthdays. Now they knew better. Hark spoke well, and when he sat down, the room was silent. The lawyers thought Nate controlled the money. He could fight them for an hour or two, try to offer less than the $50 million, but he wasn't in the mood. My client will agree to $50 million, he said. Well then, Wycliffe asked, do we have a deal? Out of habit, the Phelan lawyers put their heads together. They grouped around Hark and tried to whisper, but words failed them. It's a deal, Hark announced, $26 million richer. Rachel had to sign and approve the settlement. Nate said that it would take a few days for him to get the signature. Chapter 15. Return to the Pantanal. On Friday afternoon, Phil drove Nate to the Baltimore-Washington airport. In 9 hours, he would be in Corumbá. He and Josh had written a trust document for Rachel. The money she received would be placed in a trust named the Rachel Trust. The money itself wouldn't be touched, but the trustees could invest it and use the profits for charity work. If Rachel wanted, she would never see or touch the money. It would take only a quick signature and the Phelan estate would be closed. If she didn't agree to sign, then she must write a letter to say that she didn't want the money. She could decline the gift, but she had to tell the court. The law would then give the money to the Phelan children. How would she react when he arrived? He hoped that she would be delighted to see him, but he wasn't sure. He remembered her waving to his boat as he left. She was standing among her people, waving him away, saying goodbye forever. She didn't want to be bothered with the things of the world. Valdir had hired a helicopter which took him to the trading post in the Pantanal. His old friends Javy and Welly were waiting for him on the ground. Time was precious. Nate feared storms, darkness, floods, and mosquitoes, and he wanted to move as quickly as possible. Nate and Javy quickly climbed into the boat and set off. Javy thought it would take them 3 hours to reach the Indian settlement. The trees on both sides of the river grew thicker, and Nate began to recognize the territory. Finally, they stepped off the boat where Rachel had waved goodbye. A young Indian ran toward them. He told them to stay there by the river until further orders. He seemed scared. As they waited, Javy talked about his efforts to find Rachel in Corumbá. I tell you, he said, I have listened to people on the river, and the lady did not come. She was not in the hospital. You were dreaming, my friend. Nate didn't want to argue. He wasn't sure himself. A mosquito circled Nate's hand. He wanted to crush it, but instead he waited. Would his super-repellent work? His ears, neck, and face were covered in oil. The mosquito made a sudden dive toward the back of his hand, then stopped. It pulled away and disappeared. A second attack of dengue would probably kill him. Nate wasn't taking any chances. Nate watched the village. He expected to see Rachel move elegantly between the huts and along the path to greet them. By now, she knew the white man was back. They saw the chief walking slowly toward them, followed by an Ipika who Nate recognized. They stopped about 20 meters from the bench. They weren't smiling. In fact, the chief looked very unpleasant. In Portuguese, he asked, "What do you want?" "Tell him we want to see the missionary," Nate said, and JV translated. "Why?" came the reply. Nate remembered the chief as a man with a quick smile and a big laugh. Now his face had little expression. His eyes looked hard. He stood as far away from them as possible. Something was wrong. Something had changed. He told them to wait, then left again and went back to the village. Half an hour passed. By now, Rachel knew who they were. The chief would have told her, and she wasn't coming to meet them. When the chief came back, he was alone. They followed him for 50 meters, then moved behind the huts on another trail. Nate could see the area around the village. It was empty. There was not a single Ipika walking about. No children were playing. No women were cooking and cleaning. There was no sound. The only movement was the smoke from their fires. Then he saw faces at the windows. They were being watched. The chief kept them away from the huts as if they were carrying diseases. He turned onto another trail, one that led through the woods, for a few moments. When they came to the end of it, they were near Rachel's hut. There was no sign of her. The chief led them past the front door and to the side. Under the thick shade of the trees, they saw the graves. The matching white crosses were made of wood. They were small and stuck into the fresh dirt at the far end of both graves. The chief began talking. "The woman is on the left. Lako is on the right," JV translated. "Malaria has killed 10 people since we left." The chief went on talking. Nate looked at the pile of dirt on the left. Rachel Lane was buried there, the bravest person he'd ever known, because she had no fear of death. She welcomed it. She was at peace, her soul finally with God, her body lying forever among the people she loved. She wouldn't want anyone to be sad. She wouldn't approve of tears. And Nate had none to give her. He'd hardly known her. But his heart ached anyway. He'd thought about her every day since he left the Pantanal. He'd dreamed about her, felt her touch, heard her voice, remembered her wisdom. She'd taught him to pray and given him hope. He'd never met anyone like Rachel Lane, and he missed her greatly. "The chief says we can't stay long," JV said. "The spirits blame us for the malaria. It arrived when we came the first time. They are not happy to see us. He has something to show you." Slowly, Nate followed the chief into Rachel's hut. The chief pointed to a box on a small table. "There are things in that box for you," JV translated. "For me?" "Yes. She knew she was dying. She asked the chief to guard her hut. If the American came, then show him the box." Inside the box there were 3 letters from world tribes. Nate didn't read them because at the bottom of the box he saw her will. On it she had written, "Last Testament of Rachel Lane Porter." It read, "I, Rachel Lane Porter, child of God, resident of His world, citizen of the United States, am sane and healthy. This is my last testament. 1. This is my first and last will. Every word is written by my hand. 2. I have a copy of the last testament of my father, Troy Phelan, dated December 9th, 1996. He left me most of his fortune. 3. I do not reject any of Troy Phelan's estate, nor do I want to receive it. Place it in a trust. 4. The income from the trust can be used to A. Continue the work of World Tribes missionaries around the world. B. Spread the word of Christ. C. Protect the native people in Brazil and South America. D. Feed the hungry, heal the sick, shelter the homeless, and save the children. 5. I appoint my friend Nate O'Reilly to manage the trust. Signed the 6th day of January 1997 at Corumbá, Brazil. Rachel Lane Porter. There was a second letter typed and written in Portuguese. Nate read the will again. January 6th was the day he walked out of the hospital in Corumbá. She wasn't a dream. She'd touched him and told him he wouldn't die. Then she'd written her will. Nate gave the second letter to Javy and told him to read it. "It's from a lawyer," Javy said. "He says he saw Rachel Lane Porter sign her testament in his office in Corumbá. She was mentally okay, and she knew what she was doing. It is signed by some other people as well." They stepped into the sunlight. The chief had his arms folded over his chest. He wanted them to leave. Nate removed the camera from his bag and took pictures of the hut and the graves. He made Javy hold her will while he knelt by her grave. They found the trail and headed for the woods. As the trees grew thicker, Nate turned for one last look at her hut. He wanted to take it with him, somehow transport it to the States and preserve it. Then the millions of people she helped would have a place to say thanks. But that was the last thing she would want. The chief said something as they got into their boat. "He says he doesn't want us to come back," Javy said. "Tell him he has nothing to worry about." The chief was already walking away toward his village. Nate wondered if he missed Rachel. She'd been there for 11 years. Was he sorry she was gone? Or was he relieved that his gods and spirits now ruled again? What would happen to the Ipicas, who were Christians now? Javy stopped the motor and guided the boat with a paddle. The current was slow and the water was smooth. Nate carefully opened the satellite phone. Within 2 minutes, he was talking to Josh. "Tell me she signed the letter," Josh shouted. "You don't have to shout, Josh. I can hear you." "Sorry. Tell me she signed it." "She signed a letter, but not ours." "She's dead, Josh. She died 2 weeks ago. Malaria. She left a will, just like her father." "Do you have it?" "Yes, it's safe. Everything goes into a trust. I'm the trustee." "What happens now?" "Nothing happens," Josh said. "Troy Phelan's will is paid out. His estate goes to Rachel. It happens all the time in car accidents. The husband dies one day, then the wife dies the next day. The money goes from estate to estate. The settlement has already been agreed. The other heirs will get their money, or what's left of it, after the lawyers take their cuts. Read the will to me." Nate read it very slowly. "Hurry home," Josh said. Javy had listened to every word of the will. When Nate put the phone away, he asked, "Is the money yours?" "No, the money goes into a trust." "What is a trust?" "It's like a big bank account. Every day it earns more money, and I decide where that extra money goes." They found the boat late in the afternoon. Welly was fishing. Nate called Josh again. "Call the jet back from Corumbá," he said. "I don't need it. I'm going to take my time coming home. The Phelan lawsuit is settled. There's no rush." Javy was at the wheel of the boat. Welly sat below in the front, his feet just above the water. Nate tried to sleep, but the noise of the engine kept him awake. He watched the river. Somehow, she'd known that he wasn't a drunk anymore, that his addictions were gone. She'd seen something good in him. Somehow, she knew he was searching. She'd found a purpose for him. God told her. Javy woke him after dark. "We have a moon," he said. They sat in the front of the boat, following the light of the full moon as the river flowed toward the Paraguay. "The boat is slow," Javy said. 2 days to Corumba." Nate smiled. He didn't care if the journey took a month.